Chapter 966. From the direction they were coming from, it seemed that their target was precisely where Yan Zhaoge and Xiaoguang were. While they were still very far away, Xiaoguang's hairs all stood on end as he could feel an obvious killing intent. A thought flashed through Xiaoguang's mind, but he was unable to capture it. Yan Zhaoge said, casually, the one leading them is a late-merging avatar martial saint. Such a cultivation base is definitely not aimed at me. It can only be, then. They are aiming at me. Xiaoguang pondered. Yan Zhaoge asked, you must have had a conflict with someone in the vicinity before? After that, there was a survivor who divulged your whereabouts. Ah. Xiaoguang was instantly taken aback upon hearing his words. After regaining his wits, he appeared rather uneasy. Yan Zhaoge patted Pan Pan's head. Pan Pan let out a yawn, lazily spreading his 4 paws and walking towards those martial practitioners who were heading towards him. Having left Pan Pan to deal with, Yan Zhaoge no longer cared about him as he continued, looking at Xiaoguang. So there really is... Thinking of a way to treat my injuries back then, I heard that there is a bright origin pavilion in this area which has a divine medicine known as the Clear Radiance Pill. I originally wanted to ask for it, Xiaoguang explained. In the end, I did not succeed. Yan Zhaoge asked, you clashed? Xiaoguang nodded. I guess that you were able to defeat them then, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Xiaoguang was rather taken aback. How did you know? Yan Zhaoge said, you might have heard of it, but you're still not aware that the relationship between the southern Blazing Heaven Territory and the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory has already deteriorated to the extreme over the past few years. Your accent is clearly of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. As someone from a local power of the southern Blazing Heaven Territory, it is obvious that you are from the southeast. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Xiaoguang realized, no wonder. Discovering that you are from the southeast, even if there is no enmity between you, the other party might still try to capture or kill you. If they do, it will definitely not be a simple spar, Yan Zhaoge continued. Being able to retreat unscathed, you are naturally superior to them in terms of strength. Xiaoguang pressed his lips together. I did not intend to snatch it. Yes. Yan Zhaoge did not comment on this, as he simply said, you are stronger than that clan. Unable to do anything to you, they will naturally contact the other martial practitioners of the south in the vicinity, coming to surround and kill you. Gazing at that group of martial practitioners who had been intercepted by Pan Pan in the distance, Xiaoguang gradually understood. These people were contacted by that bright origin pavilion. Anger appeared on his face. To think that I showed mercy before. Yan Zhaoge laughed. So what? They don't know where you came from, and they may not know that you don't care about them. They don't know if you will make a comeback after you leave. You are also from the southeast, so killing you is not wrong for them. They may even get the praise of the big shots in the south. If I had known this earlier... Xiaoguang was so enraged that his entire body was trembling, a baleful aura surfacing within his single eye. Glancing at him, Yan Zhaoge said neither hurriedly nor slowly, you do not have a deep understanding of the enmity towards the martial practitioners of the southeast here in the southern Blazing Heaven Territory. Therefore, it is understandable that you acted according to your own thoughts. Still, you have to know that you are already heavily injured. As soon as news of your whereabouts are leaked, there may be more than one wave of enemies who will come knocking on your door, trying to take your life while you are down. The first lesson I am giving you is that when you are in a worrying state, you have to be exceptionally careful, especially when you do not know who might suddenly become your enemy. Xiaoguang pursed his lips, not speaking as a fierce light flickered in his remaining left eye. You want to settle things with that bright origin pavilion? Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge knew what Xiaoguang was thinking. Xiaoguang did not deny it, as he said very candidly, yes. There was no enmity between them. He did not like the strong bullying the weak. Still, the other party had contacted other martial practitioners to surround and kill him. This had truly ignited this powder keg that was Xiaoguang. His current vexation aside from fury, He was also feeling somewhat humiliated and enraged. Having just received Yen Zhaoga's promise that he would have a chance to enter Broad Creed Mountain, he had already caused some trouble before he had even formally entered the clan. Now that he was close, Xiaoguang could also generally determine the cultivation bases of his enemies. The martial practitioner of the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory leading them was a late merging avatar martial saint. Apart from him, however, there were also many other experts. They were all martial practitioners of the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory who were active in the vicinity of Bright Origin Pavilion in the vicinity of the Endless Mountains. The one leading them was an elder of a major power here. With such a group of people pursuing the heavily injured Xiaoguang, if they surrounded and attacked him, he would really be unable to withstand them. Even if he wanted to escape, his chances of survival would be slim. With Yen Zhaoga's group by his side now, safety was naturally not an issue. Still, Xiaoguang felt rather humiliated and frustrated. Encountering a great calamity and being at the lowest stage of his life, other than taking revenge for his family, which was the highest goal of his life, which completely surpassed his personal pride. This was when Xiaoguang's pride was at its strongest, and also when he felt the most inferior. In the distance, Pan Pan sufficiently proved that Xiaoguang's earlier guess had been right. As Yen Zhaoga's steed, he took care of that group of Southern Blazing Heaven Territory martial practitioners in just a few moves, easily doing so as though he had plucked a few bamboo leaves from a bamboo branch and tossed them into his mouth. Xiaoguang stared blankly at this, as those Southern Blazing Heaven Territory martial practitioners were left completely dazed. Pan Pan had left one alive, bringing him back for interrogation. He had indeed received news from Bright Origin Pavilion and had come for Xiaoguang. Also, it was not just this group of people who had been pursuing him. Instead, they had been split into several groups, searching in different directions. Their group had just happened to find Xiaoguang's tracks, thus pursuing him all the way. Master Yen. Young Master Yen, please wait for a while. I will be back soon. Xiaoguang grit his teeth, wanting to turn back. Yen Zhaoga waved his hands. Didn't you hear him? There's more than one group like them, all of them searching in different directions. If you return to Bright Origin Pavilion now, it would be fine if everything goes smoothly. Still, if you meet other people who are pursuing you on the way, wouldn't you be a lamb walking into a tiger's den? You have yet to avenge your great enmity. Could it be that you are willing to take the risk of dying together with those of Bright Origin Pavilion? Hearing this, Xiaoguang immediately halted. Yen Zhaoga glanced at him. The second lesson, anger is often a powerful force. We do not have to resist or reject this force. Instead, we have to make use of it. Still, the prerequisite is that you do not let your anger get to your head. That would only cause you to die faster. If he had been lectured like this by others, even if their words were reasonable, Xiaoguang might not have been able to listen to them. Still, he gradually calmed down now. He was naturally not in the position to force Yen Zhaoga to bring him back to Bright Origin Pavilion to settle things with them. They got off too easy, Xiaoguang said hatefully. Yen Zhaoga casually killed that captive Southern Blazing Heaven Territory martial practitioner with a single palm. Since you have thoughts of searching for your kin, we should first return to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory as soon as possible. Xiaoguang's spirits rose. How do we return? He knew now that this Southern Blazing Heaven Territory was filled with enemies for him and Yen Zhaoga, who hailed from the southeast. Chapter 9, 67. Yen Zhaoga looked back at Xiaoguang with a baffled look on his face. How else can we go back? Of course we head east. Xiaoguang choked for a moment before he smiled bitterly. Young Master Yen, didn't you just say that there would be more than one batch of enemies coming endlessly to find trouble with us once news of our whereabouts were leaked? For martial practitioners from the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory like us, this Southern Blazing Heaven Territory is filled with enemies. Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoga smiled. If you were traveling alone, of course that would be the case. Still, aren't you returning to the southeast with me now? Xiaoguang was dazed once more as he opened his mouth, unable to even make a sound this time. The Southern Exalt included. The Exalts of 10 territories have all been invited to the central June Heaven territory. Yen Zhaoge said, according to past experiences, they are virtually all in secluded cultivation. Even if the martial practitioners of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory wanted to send word, the Southern Exalt would not be able to receive it. Otherwise, disregarding everything else, Zhuang Chaohui's death alone would have been sufficient for Zhuang Xin to put down everything at hand and return to the Southern Blazing Heaven territory at the first possible moment. Yen Zhaoge spread his hands apart, smiling. As the saying goes, when the tiger is absent from the mountain, the monkey reigns supreme. With the tiger, that is the Southern Exalt, not present, it would be rather difficult for me, the monkey, to rampage unbridled within the Southern Blazing Heaven territory. However, it would not be difficult if I wanted to leave wholeheartedly. Hearing his words, Xiaoguang swallowed his saliva, while Yen Zhaoge had spoken casually with some self-mocking and teasing tone. The meaning behind his words caused Xiaoguang to tremble. These simple words were clearly saying that as long as Exalts did not appear in the Southern Blazing Heaven territory, Yen Zhaoge would be free to stay or go as he pleased. If a late immortal bridge martial saint had said this, Xiaoguang would not have found it strange at all. The problem, however, was that this Yen Zhaoge had yet to ascend the immortal bridge. The Southern Blazing Heaven territory was naturally led by the Southern Exalt Zhuang Xin, who presided over all. Still, beneath Zhuang Xin, there were not just a few experts of the 9th level of the martial saint realm. Any one of them was a peak expert who had been domineering under the heavens for many years, renowned throughout the entire world beyond worlds. Aside from them, there were also many immortal bridge experts, all of them hegemons of their own regions. If it wasn't a sect leader, then it was an elder. Under normal circumstances, any one of these people could easily crush a seeing divinity martial saint to death. Zhuang Xin, Long Hanhua, Zhang Emo, and other outstanding disciples of famous sects were helpless against opponents whose cultivation realms were much higher than theirs. Even a genius of a generation like Fu Ting would not dare to say that she would be able to move about freely in the Southern Blazing Heaven territory without relying on her background and only relying on her own strength. They were all able to suppress most experts of the same cultivation level, being able to challenge and even defeat opponents of the 7th level of the martial saint realm while at the 6th level of the martial saint realm. Still, the problem was that their opponents were likely experts of the 8th or 9th level of the martial saint realm, and there was far more than one. Young Master Yen. Xiaoguang asked rather disbelievingly, "You mean that if anyone obstructs us, we will just fight our way back?" Hearing his words, a solemn, pondering expression appeared on Yen Zhaoge's face before he answered. "All the way back? Right, if we face more than one 9th level martial saint at a time. Even if someone obstructs us, it would indeed be fine for us to fight our way back." While Yen Zhaoge looked like he had considered this very seriously, his words would still cause many people to think that he was either bragging or a madman. Looking at Xiaoguang, he smiled. "While I like to take risks sometimes, I would not go so far as to joke around with my life." "What, did I scare you? Are you still willing to continue traveling with us?" Looking at Yen Zhaoge's calm and peaceful expression, Xiaoguang suddenly felt guilty. He was a hot-blooded and fearless person in the first place, as he immediately said loudly, "Being able to accompany young Master Yen on this journey is truly the greatest joy of my life. How would I be unwilling?" Xiaoguang had previously been living in seclusion at home, while his family members had told him some news of the outside world. The information that he had been able to obtain had still been limited. Still, he had heard of Yen Zhaoge's name before. He was the most attention-grabbing heaven's favored son of the younger generation of the entire southeastern Yang Heaven territory in recent years. Xiaoguang had a fiery temperament as well as a proud person. Still, he was still rather in awe of someone who was similar in age to him, yet had already long since attained the seeing divinity martial saint realm. He had not believed it at first. Still, when Yen Zhaoga's name had spread throughout the entire southeastern Yangheaven territory, he had no choice but to believe it. Xiaoguang was naturally filled with curiosity towards someone of the same age as him. While he remembered the warning and lesson that Yen Zhaoga had given him earlier, he still felt a little stifled all the same. Hearing Yen Zhaoga's words now, Xiaoguang only felt that this was exceptionally to his liking. He could only hate himself for not possessing sufficient strength now. Otherwise, if he could be like Yen Zhaoga, able to go wherever he wanted, sweeping through all who stood in his way as he fought his way all the way back to the southeastern Yangheaven territory, how delightful would that be? While Xiaoguang had managed to preserve his life after the destruction of his family, he had met with setbacks one after another afterwards. This had caused him to be incomparably furious, as it was hard for him to get rid of it. It was only now that he finally felt somewhat carefree. Since that is so, let us first make a trip back to that bright origin pavilion. Yen Zhaoga smiled. Still, I will not be helping you. That will depend on how much ability you have. Xiaoguang was both shocked and overjoyed. The disturbances in the Endless Mountain range quickly alerted the peak powers of the area. There were martial practitioners of the southeastern Yangheaven territory active in the region of the Endless Mountain range who were also extremely powerful. At first, the experts of the southern Blazing Heaven territory had not thought much of it. It was just that their subordinates had spontaneously gathered their friends and gone forth to hunt them down. While some people found it strange that martial practitioners of the southeast would appear in the northern Endless Mountain range of the southern Blazing Heaven territory, because the disturbance was not great, most people paid it no heed. Still, they soon discovered that something was wrong. The martial practitioners of the south who had joined forces earlier to hunt them down had actually all lost contact with them. With this, the local experts of the Endless Mountain range first grew vigilant as longtime experts of the peak powers of the Endless Mountain range were dispatched. Yet, a group of seeing divinity martial saints actually vanished without a trace, like clay oxen entering the sea. With this, the entire Endless Mountain range erupted completely. There were finally immortal bridge martial saints making a move. While they did not wish for the outside world to interfere in the matters of the Endless Mountain range, some vigilant people had already realized the severity of the problem now as they hurriedly sent people to contact Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. In the end, before Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope could reply, more grievous news arose in the Endless Mountain range. This time the martial practitioners of the south, who had placed great importance on this matter, not letting go of any clues whatsoever, finally confirmed the identity of the martial practitioner of the southeast who had crossed their boundaries. Broad Creed Mountain, Yen Zhaoga. Yen Zhaoga was not a bloodthirsty person, also not caring if his identity was leaked. While he did not intentionally publicize it, he did not intentionally conceal it either. Enemies aside, he would not slay all those whom he had come into contact with. As the news spread, the entire Endless Mountain range was instantly thrown into an uproar. Soon more news came back. The immortal bridge martial saints, who had gone in pursuit, had all been slain as well. Chapter 968. Yen Zhaoga mocked himself for having no tiger in the mountain, the monkey proclaiming himself king. However, in reality, while there might indeed be no tigers in the present southern Blazing Heaven territory, ferocious beasts were still everywhere. It was far from a place where a single monkey could reign supreme. If there was really a monkey running amok here, then it would be an extremely terrifying great ape king. As a result, the southern Blazing Heaven territory martial practitioners in the Endless Mountain range all met with tragedy. By the time Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope received the news, Yen Zhaoga had already killed his way out of the Endless Mountain range. Blazing flames scorched the heavens as a massive fiery phoenix spread its wings and soared high into the sky, swiftly flying over the skies of the southern Blazing Heaven territory. Surrounded by the flames was a huge divine flying ship. It rode the winds of the 9 heavens and broke through the sea of clouds. Currently, on this riding wind heavenly vessel that belonged to the Southern Exalt, a group of martial practitioners of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, led by a middle-aged man, all had solemn expressions on their faces. Most of the natives of Mount Mian didn't know, but the people of Wudong Slope knew one thing. Earlier, his fellow disciples had obtained some clues and were searching for a mysterious cave. In the end, the clues led him to the endless mountain range. Amongst them was Zhuang Chaohui, the son of the Southern Exalt Zhuangshin and the most outstanding member of the younger generation of the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory. Originally, Zhuang Chaohui and the others could only sigh at the lack of a treasure to enter the door, but who knew that they would suddenly obtain the key. Zhuang Chaohui and the others were overjoyed. When they entered the Taoist temple abode, they left some people behind to guard the entrance, and also sent someone back to the mountain to report. Who knew that there would be no more news from him? Thinking of Yen Zhaoga's sudden, bizarre appearance in the region of the Endless Mountains, those of Wudong Slope immediately had a bad premonition arise within their hearts. The middle-aged man's face was as calm as still water, and he didn't say a word. This June was surnamed Peng. He was a peak expert of the late immortal bridge stage of the martial saint realm. Known as the Blazing King, he was the junior apprentice brother of the Southern Exalt Zhuangshin, a peak expert of Wudong Slope's lineage beneath Zhuangshin. Of Wudong Slope's lineage, aside from the martial saint Zhuangshin, who was a human immortal, there were many other experts as well. Peng, he was one of the top experts among them. In the lands of the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory, even if Wudong Slope's background was not taken into account, Peng himself was also one of the peak existences apart from Exalts. In the eyes of the entire world beyond worlds, he was an expert who had been renowned for many years. It was worth mentioning that Peng He's daughter was married to Zhuang Chaohui. Behind him, a Wudong Slope martial artist said in a low voice, "Master, in the region of that cave abode's entrance, we discovered the corpses of several fellow disciples, but senior apprentice brother Zhuang and senior apprentice uncle Wang were not among them. The entrance to the cave has disappeared. It's difficult for us to go in and search for it. We can't determine the whereabouts of senior brother Zhuang and martial uncle Wang." Peng, he did not say anything. There was no corpse to be seen. Perhaps this meant that Zhuang Chaohui had not met with misfortune and still had a chance of survival. However, Peng, he already had a bad premonition. At his current realm, this kind of premonition was often not baseless. Find that Yen Zhaoga. I want him alive. He definitely cannot be allowed to escape back to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, Peng, he said slowly. As soon as he thought of Yen Zhaoga's name, Peng, he instantly felt his temples throbbing. This youth, who had risen to prominence less than a decade ago, caused the entire Southern Blazing Heaven Territory to feel deep hatred. His talent was outstanding, and his strength was extraordinary. However, his cultivation was still low, and there was nothing to be afraid of. However, his fortuitous encounters were deep, and he had many powerful treasures with him. This was the mainstream view of the martial practitioners of the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory regarding Yen Zhaoga. While most of them felt that Yen Zhaoga's reputation was undeserved and that he had only been able to act so rampantly due to the protection of ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain. Still, their hatred towards Yen Zhaoga was no less than that of Golden Court Mountain in the least. Now, with Yen Zhaoga actually daring to tread upon the lands of the South, how could Wudong Slope, as the Lord of the South, still hold themselves back? Are you certain that there are no other martial practitioners of the Southeast aside from that scum, surnamed Yen? Peng, he pondered for a moment before confirming with those accompanying him. This old man means that there are at least mid-immortal bridge martial saints of the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Someone beside him answered, "We cannot be certain that there are none. Still, there are indeed only traces of Yen Zhaoga." After receiving a negative answer, Peng, he fell silent once more. Someone said from the side, Senior Apprentice Uncle Peng, with you personally heading out this time to deal with a Seeing Divinity Martial Saint. It will definitely be easy. Who knew that Peng, he would shake his head. I'm afraid that it will not be so simple. The other martial practitioners of Wudong Slope were all taken aback. First, not speaking of the fact that Zhao Hui has already ascended the Immortal Bridge. Even if he is young and impetuous, not being stable in his actions, there is still Junior Apprentice Brother Wang. Peng He's tone was rather solemn. Junior Apprentice Brother Wang is of the Mid-Immortal Bridge Martial Saint realm. Even there is no news of him. This is definitely not normal. Hearing his words, pondering looks appeared on the faces of those beside him. While they still could not be certain that Zhuang Chaohui and Yan Zhaoge were already dead, the situation was clearly not optimistic. Someone muttered to himself. There was once a rumor in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory that Yan Zhaoge single-handedly defeated an expert of the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm as a Seeing Divinity Martial Saint, chasing him all the way from the south of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory to the west. Could it be true? Those on the riding wind, heavenly vessel, all fell silent. Guan Lide of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm perished at Broad Creed Mountain. A moment later, someone broke the silence. Everyone guessed that it was due to the immortal artifact. Still, from the looks of it now, it is probably not so simple, someone retorted. If it is not an immortal artifact, even if Broad Creed Mountain has treasures like the Extreme Yang Seal and the Extreme Yin Crown, without an immortal bridge Martial Saint, it would be impossible for them to wield the full power of high-grade sacred artifacts. With such a great difference in cultivation bases, how could they have slain Guan Lide? Moreover, it was not just Guan Lide alone who attacked Broad Creed Mountain back then. There were other immortal bridge Martial Saints as well. While it felt that it was inconceivable for someone who had yet to reach the immortal bridge Martial Saint realm to wield an immortal artifact, immortal artifacts were profound and hard to estimate at the end of the day. They might have some special, miraculous uses. The other party said gloomily, at the very least, there are already 2 early immortal bridge Martial Saints of the Endless Mountain Range who perished at the hands of the Yan Zhaoge. You and I are acquainted with those 2. While they cannot compare to our sex legacies, they're not people who can't be shown in public. Still, from the environment, victory was decided very quickly. It can be said that there was no suspense at all. The person who had retorted earlier no longer spoke. Actual battle results were always the most convincing at any time. Thinking of Zhuang Chaohui and the others who had disappeared, the expressions on the faces of all the Wudong Slope martial practitioners present changed slightly. Various signs showed that the target they were currently pursuing definitely could not be compared to ordinary Seeing Divinity Martial Saints. It was even to the extent that the strength of Zhuang Chaohui, Long Hanhua, Zhang Yamo, and even figures like Fu Ting as Seeing Divinity Martial Saints were insufficient to describe how terrifying this opponent was now. They could not continue underestimating Yan Zhaoge with their old standards. Otherwise, it was likely that they would be the ones suffering a loss. Peng he did not speak, just gazing fixedly ahead as he controlled the riding wind heavenly vessel, sweeping along by the fiery phoenix as it sped north in pursuit. Now his expression suddenly changed as he had the riding wind heavenly vessel halt. A man appeared in the distance. He was small and thin, garbed in apricot yellow Taoist robes. Taoist leading mist? Peng he recognized him, a personal disciple of one of the 5 emperors, the Heaven Emperor. Chapter 969. Before this, the Heaven Emperor and the Southern Exalt had merely been acquaintances. In recent years, however, due to having a common enemy, the 2 sides had become closer. It was not just the Heaven Emperor and the Southern Exalt himself. The disciples of both sides had become closer as well. Those of Wudong Slope had also indirectly inquired about why the Heaven Emperor and the Southeastern Exalt had become enemies. The reason for this was not very convincing. It was said that because someone of the Southeast had foiled the Heaven Emperor's plans, the Heaven Emperor had acted in revenge. After completely crippling the heaven-bearing effecate formation in the Royal Reed Sea, the matter of the Heaven Emperor searching for the deity of the Earth Queen also spread. The entire world beyond worlds was discussing this in private. The Heaven Emperor seemed to have been rather enraged as he bore a grudge against Golden Court Mountain and Broad Creed Mountain. It was just that if he really did not wish for this matter to be known, it seemed very unusual for him to be taking revenge in such a high-profile manner now. What was especially noteworthy was that the other bigwigs of the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors and exalts of 10 territories, had not expressed their stance on this. Even the Brocade Emperor, who had assisted the southeastern exalt, had not mentioned the matter of the heaven-bearing effecate formation out of personal friendship. Even the Brocade Emperor, who had assisted the southeastern exalt, had not mentioned the matter of the heaven-bearing effecate formation out of personal friendship. While those of Wudong Slope had their doubts, the enemy of an enemy was clearly a friend. First, this Taoist leading mist was an expert of the 8th level of the martial saint realm. He was also a personal disciple of the Heaven Emperor. First, not speaking of the fact that this Taoist leading mist himself was an expert of the 8th level of the martial saint realm, he was also a personal disciple of the Heaven Emperor. Unlike King Xianwen, Shenlingzi, Daoist Shi, and the others who had listened to the Heaven Emperor's teachings and worked for him, few people knew of their relationship with the Heaven Emperor. The Heaven Emperor had very few personal disciples. Correspondingly, all of them were outstanding, all of them having made a great name for themselves in the world beyond worlds. The Heaven Emperor had very few personal disciples. Correspondingly, all of them were outstanding and extraordinary, all of them having made a great name for themselves in the world beyond worlds. Greetings to the blazing king. That skinny man in Taoist robes boarded the riding wind heavenly vessel, first bowing before saying, "This humble Taoist was originally heading to Phoenix, Ritual Mountains, Wudong Slope, to discuss something with your lineage. Still, halfway there, I heard that things have not been peaceful in the south recently." Pang, he was unmoved when he heard this. It's just a few clowns causing a ruckus. Fellow Taoist leading mist must have seen a joke. To tell the truth, this old man is about to go and deal with it. Seeing this, Taoist leading mist did not bother with pleasantries. I heard that it's a Yen Jiaoga from a lower world. That's him. Pang, he did not mention the matter of Zhuang Chaohui and the others. He may have directly returned to the world beyond worlds from extra-dimensional space, yet ended up in the lands of our southern blazing heaven territory. He can count himself unlucky. He won't be able to leave this time. Taoist leading mist pondered for a moment. This humble Taoist heard that he appears in the Endless Mountains. That's right. Peng He nodded. If it's the Endless Mountains, they are in the northern part of the southern blazing heaven territory. If we continue north and pass through the Marsh of Thousand Lakes, we will reach the central June heaven territory, Taoist leading mist said. Peng He's eyes darkened when he heard this. This was what he was most worried about. While it was rumored that Yen Jiaoga possessed an immortal artifact, while the 9th level of the martial saint realm, Guanlide, had perished at Broad Creed Mountain, while Yen Jiaoga's strength had likely surpassed all predictions, still, these were not problems that Peng He was worried about. This was the basic self-confidence and self-esteem of a late immortal bridge martial saint who had dominated the world beyond worlds for many years as a direct lineage descendant of Wudong Slope. Peng He did not fear clashing with Yen Jiaoga. Still, as Taoist leading mist had said, the Endless Mountain Range was already in the northern part of the southern blazing heaven territory. If he headed north, he would very quickly be able to leave the southern blazing heaven territory and arrive in the central June heaven territory. In the eyes of all the martial practitioners of the south, there was only one way for Yen Jiaoga to safely flee the southern blazing heaven territory. That was to first head north and arrive in the central June heaven territory before changing directions and returning to the southeast. Having arrived in the central June heaven territory, Peng He and the others would not be able to act as they wished. It was not that martial practitioners of the South could not go to the central June Heaven territory. Still, it would definitely not be as convenient as it would be in their own territory. This was especially so when Yen Zhaoge did not lack connections in the central June Heaven territory. It was rumored that he was on rather friendly terms with Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff. If Ingenious Flying Peak received the news and came to Yen Zhaoge's aid, it would inevitably be much more difficult for Peng He and the others to make a move against him. The Heaven Emperor could clash head-on with the Brocade Emperor, and the Southern Exalt could clash head-on with the Southeastern Exalt. Still, the Southern Exalt would definitely not clash head-on with the Brocade Emperor unless he had no other choice. Thinking like this, Peng He looked at Taoist Leading Mist. Letting that scum escape into the central June Heaven territory would naturally be detrimental to our pursuit. Sadly, our lineage has no experts active in the region of Thousand Lakes. I fear that the local sects will not be able to stop him. I have to admit that while that scum is detestable, his martial arts are indeed very tough. Even though the Endless Mountain Range also has immortal bridge martial saints, they can only watch as he rambles about unhindered. Hearing Peng He's words, Taoist Leading Mist nodded. This humble Taoist's eldest apprentice brother is currently not far from the region of Thousand Lakes. If your lineage does not mind, this humble Taoist can contact him and invite him to hurry over to the region of Thousand Lakes, blocking that Yen Zhaoge's path to the north and preventing him from escaping into the central June Heaven territory. Qing Shizi, is it? Peng He's eyes lit up. That would be good. Still, I fear that he might not make it in time. Taoist Leading Mist retrieved a bamboo flute, saying, "It is fine. This humble Taoist will be able to contact eldest apprentice brother with this treasure. He will immediately receive the news. If he immediately sets off, he should still be able to make it in time." This bamboo flute was a unique treasure, a consumable one that Taoist Leading Mist did not have much left over. Still, in order to obstruct Yen Zhaoge, who was ruining his master's plans now, he would not be stingy with it. "Fellow Taoist Leading Mist said just now that you have something to pay a visit to my Wudong Slope?" After Taoist Leading Mist had contacted him, Peng He controlled the riding wind heavenly vessel to continue forward, asking along the way. Taoist Leading Mist said, "That's right. I want to confirm the progress of the matter that your lineage mentioned earlier. I remember what you said earlier. It was 70% certainty." A rare smile appeared on Peng He's gloomy face. If it was 70% before, it should be 80 or even 90% now. "Oh, virtually certain. That really isn't easy." Taoist Leading Mist did not ask further, as he nodded. "Since that is so, we just have to wait for Master and your lineage's Southern Exalt to return." Peng He said, "That's right. Before that, let us first take care of that scum, Yen Zhaoge." They sped up on their steeds, the fiery phoenix speeding through the horizon, traversing countless miles of mountains and rivers as they headed north. When they had arrived at the northernmost region of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory, the region of Thousand Lakes, meeting up with those who had received news of Yen Zhaoge's arrival and were waiting there to intercept him, they had not even caught sight of Yen Zhaoge's shadow. Everyone was instantly rendered dazed. Meanwhile, Yen Zhaoge was heading east, neither hurrying nor slow, as he headed straight for the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Along the way, Yen Zhaoge would look back from time to time. While the Southern Exalt Zhuangxin is not here, could it be that the other martial practitioners of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory are all dead as well? Logically speaking, there should already be peak experts pursuing me. Could it be that the reactions of the Southern martial practitioners are so slow? Chapter 970. As Yen Zhaoge traveled east, while there were local martial practitioners of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory blocking his path, they lacked experts. He even suspected that he was thinking too highly of himself. Actually, in the eyes of the martial practitioners of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory and Phoenix, Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, he was not that important. Or perhaps he wasn't that hateful after all. Therefore, Even as he swaggered through the southern blazing heaven territory and returned to the southeast, they could not be bothered with him at all. Yan Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry at this. Meanwhile, the martial practitioners of the south swiftly reported his latest whereabouts to the blazing king, Peng He, and the others who were heading north in pursuit at full speed. Receiving the news, Peng He and the others exchanged looks, all rendered speechless. Never would they have thought that Yan Zhaoge would actually not head north to the central June heaven territory, not even attempting to contact those of ingenious Flying Peak to receive him. A seeing divinity martial saint had just swaggered east, heading straight for the southeastern Yang heaven territory. Good. What a Yan Zhaoge! Peng He was enraged to the point of laughing. Courageous and foolish enough. Heading straight east was naturally the fastest way back to the southeastern Yang heaven territory. Still, Peng He and the others immediately rejected this possibility. Why? Because the eastern region of the southern blazing heaven territory was currently bordering the southeastern Yang heaven territory. There were many experts of the southern blazing heaven territory guarding against martial practitioners of the southeast. Their relationship was currently terrible, with exalts of the two territories not present. Friction often occurred at their borders. Whether it was the western region of the southeastern Yang heaven territory where the Royal Reed Sea was, or the eastern region of the southern blazing heaven territory, there were countless experts awaiting them. Aside from local experts, peak experts of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope were active there as well, guarding against experts of the southeast at all times. It was not like the northern region of the southern blazing heaven territory bordering the central June heaven territory. To a martial practitioner of the southeast, that place was filled with danger. Therefore, from the start, Peng He and the others had rejected the possibility of Yan Zhaoge directly heading east. That would be equivalent to running headlong into the encirclement of numerous experts. Heading north, Peng He would still need Taoist leading mist to contact experts of the Heaven Emperor's lineage to intercept him. As Peng He saw it, even if they did not pursue him, Yan Zhaoge would be hard-pressed to escape. That is not completely unreasonable. Taoist leading mist then said, perhaps he also has a way to contact the people of Golden Court Mountain in the southeastern Yang heaven territory to receive him. Peng He pondered in his heart, first not speaking of the fact that Yan Zhaoge's foundation was at the westernmost point of the southeastern Yang heaven territory, the Royal Reed Sea that bordered the southern blazing heaven territory. In the southeast, there were also a large number of experts guarding the border. If Yan Zhaoge was really highly regarded by Golden Court Mountain and had a way of contacting them, the martial practitioners of the southeast would be able to join forces with Yan Zhaoge to launch a pincer attack on the martial practitioners of the south. This way, Yan Zhaoge really might be able to flee back to the southeast, even causing the martial practitioners of the south to suffer a great loss. While he felt that Yan Zhaoge's choice was very foolish, Peng He still did not dare to underestimate Yan Zhaoge's personal strength. Perhaps this was the reason why Yan Zhaoge had headed east. Fellow Taoist leading mist's words aren't without reason. Peng He nodded, saying, let's hurry up and catch up to that Yan Zhaoge. It would be best if we could take care of him on the spot. If a war really breaks out at the border, we can also reinforce the border and fight back the people of Golden Court Mountain there. Now, on the riding wind heavenly vessel, a green-robed Taoist, who had previously not spoken a word now, said, we also have to guard against this fella's diversionary tactics, luring the tiger away from the mountain. He was worried that Yan Zhaoge had guessed that he would definitely be intercepted if he headed north, thus first sending a feint towards the east. After they had changed directions and headed east in pursuit, Yan Zhaoge had instead turned back and headed north once more, fleeing all the way into the central June heaven territory. After all, if they headed east, it was still unknown whether they would definitely be met by experts of the southeast or not. Even if they were met by experts of the southeast, a great battle would definitely occur with victory or defeat hard to predict. Even if the southeast could win, It was still unknown whether Yen Jiaoge, who was alone in the southern blazing heaven territory, would be able to kill his way back to the southeastern Yang heaven territory alive. If the southeast won, it was not impossible that Yen Jiaoge himself would die. Heading north to the central June heaven territory and returning to the southeast via a roundabout route was still the safest option at the end of the day. Peng He said, "Fellow Taoist Qing Shu speaks correctly. Still, our sect already has others heading north after us. If that Yen Jiaoge really intends to lure us away, we will still be able to stop him." Hearing his words, this green-robed Taoist nodded, no longer speaking as he resumed his silence. While he kept a low profile and was of few words, not only did Taoist leading Mist respect him greatly, even Peng He and the others did not dare to slight him in the least. He looked rather young on the outside, merely in his early 20s. However, this green-robed Taoist was shockingly a late immortal bridge marshal saint like Peng He. While his actual age was naturally far greater than what he appeared to be, he was actually much younger than Peng He. His Taoist title was Qing Shizi, the head disciple of the Heaven Emperor. He was even more famous than Peng He in the world beyond worlds, as he was also more powerful. Of the current 9th level martial saints of the world beyond worlds, he was one of the few who were most likely to be able to attain the human exalt stage in the near future. We must definitely take down that scum Yen Jiaoge this time. Peng He controlled the riding wind heavenly vessel to change direction, speeding east in pursuit of Yen Jiaoge. There was still no news of Zhuang Chaohui and the others. Peng He and the other Wudong Slope martial practitioners felt increasingly stifled as they urgently wished to capture Yen Jiaoge and get to the bottom of everything. Meanwhile, the martial practitioners of the south who were active in the eastern region of the southern blazing heaven territory had all received the news that Yen Jiaoge was heading east, attempting to directly return to the southeastern Yang heaven territory. Everyone was shocked by Yen Jiaoge's audacity to the heavens, as they were even more infuriated. "Scum of the southeast, why haven't you surrendered yet?" At this moment, a loud roar resounded between the heavens and the earth above the broad Dong Mound plains in the eastern region of the southern blazing heaven territory. A few streaks of light shot towards a massive beast with alternating fur of black and white in the sky, their target being the youth on the back of that massive beast. Still, before he had finished speaking, his voice abruptly halted. Those figures amidst the streaks of light seemed to have directly collided with a wall. On the back of the massive beast, a white-clothed, blue-robed youth extended a palm and pushed forward. His palm was like a wall as it caused those who had arrived to bleed profusely. Then, that palm flipped downwards, descending towards the ground. Those who had attacked were directly slammed to death on the great earth of the broad Dong Mound plains. "Young master, according to the martial practitioners of the south, Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope has an expert of the 9th level of the martial saint realm sitting over there." A big man beside the youth appeared completely unsurprised as he scratched his head. Apart from that, there are also other experts of the southern blazing heaven territory here. In terms of the density of peak experts, the eastern region of the southern blazing heaven territory was currently almost comparable to that of Phoenix Ritual Mountain. That big man was naturally Ahu. They have no intention of coming looking for us on their own. Chapter 971. Slapping the person blocking his path to death with a single palm. Yen Jiaoge smiled upon hearing Ahu's question. He's really able to keep his composure. He is an experienced and prudent person because over in the southeast, there are also experts sitting over there. The southern Exalt Zhuang Xinyuan had left for the central June Heaven territory and not received any news of him for a long time, making it hard for him to return. Out of consideration for safety, the longtime elder of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, who was stationed at Circumference Mountain, was treasured branch-suppressing Peak Zhangshuren, who had always been known for being conservative and prudent. If he took the initiative to search for Yen Jiaoge, the southeast might be able to find a weakness and directly charge into the lands of the southern blazing heaven territory. At that time, with Yen Jiaoge working together from the inside, the defenses of the southern Blazing Heaven territory at the border would directly collapse. Right now, Zhang Shuren was standing firm and did not move. He was responding to the changes by remaining unchanged. Although he was being conservative and showing weakness, at least he did not seek to make any mistakes. Guarding the border, whatever Yan Zhaoga's whereabouts were, if he wanted to return to the southeast, he would still have to bump into them at the end of the day. It was not just the southeast and south. The borders of the 9 territories of the world beyond worlds were actually all very long, so long that ordinary people would be unable to measure or imagine it. However, there were many obstacles between the 2 levels. Not to mention ordinary people, even martial saints would find it difficult to cross. There were only a limited number of checkpoints that were convenient for people to pass through. The most convenient place between the southeastern Yang Heaven territory and the southern Blazing Heaven territory was between the Royal Reed Sea of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory and Circumference Mountain of the southern Blazing Heaven territory. While the border was still very long, it was sufficient for Zhang Shuren of the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm to look after it. No matter where Yan Zhaoga went, this old man would still be able to block him in time. Blocking Yan Zhaoga's path, they also blocked the path of the martial practitioners of the southeast into the southern Blazing Heaven territory. When Peng He and the others arrived, Yan Zhaoga would have no way of escaping at all. At the same time, it would also be sufficient for him to continue keeping the experts of the southeast at bay. I heard that this old man is a stubborn figure who has caused many headaches in the southern Blazing Heaven territory and Phoenix Ritual Mountains Wudong Slope. Yan Zhaoga smiled. Still, I never intended to avoid him in the first place. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoga patted Pan Pan's head. Pan Pan yawned lazily, spreading his claws and continuing to dash through the air. Walking on the road, the scenery in front of them changed. The shadow of a mountain gradually appeared on the distant horizon. As they continued to approach, the originally flat terrain of the hills suddenly became towering peaks. Yan Zhaoga knew that they had arrived at the announcing Peace Mountain Range in the east of the southern Blazing Heaven territory. After exiting the broad Dongmount Plains and entering the announcing Peace Mountain Range, one would have to pass through the announcing Peace Mountain Range to reach the easternmost tip of the southern Blazing Heaven territory, Circumference Mountain, which led to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. The announcing Peace Mountain Range was similarly extremely vast. While it was slightly smaller than the Endless Mountain Range, it was not inferior to the Royal Reed Sea or the Setting Sun Mountain Range in the southeast. The announcing Peace Mountain Range was even vaster and vaster than lower worlds like the 8 Extremities world and the Floating Life world. The terrain here was even steeper than the Endless Mountain Range. For ordinary people, the environment here was vile and not conducive to survival. Since ancient times, there had been very few people here. Gradually, there were martial Dao experts who established their own sects here and gradually flourished. For the sake of development, the powerful powers constantly changed the terrain of the announcing Peace Mountain Range, moving people in from outside. Only then did the treacherous announcing Peace Mountain Range gain a bit of humanity. However, it was only in places close to the major martial arts sects and aristocratic families that the population was denser. The rest of the land was still a vast mountain range that was rarely visited by humans. In the Royal Reed Sea, people mostly resided on larger islands or smaller continents. Still, it was still the sea that occupied more land that people were unable to stand on. Meanwhile, the treacherous mountains of the announcing Peace Mountain Range were actually about the same as the Great Sea. There was a saying that barren mountains and unruly rivers produce unruly people. Whether or not this was too extreme could be ignored for now. Still, the more vile the environment was, the more likely it was that brave and ruthless people would be born. If they caused trouble and hid within the mountains, it would be very hard for their enemies to find them. The reason that the longtime Zhang Shuren of Wudong Slope had not taken the initiative to hunt down Yan Zhaoga was partly to guard against the experts of the southeast, and partly because the environment of the announcing Peace Mountain Range was too complicated. Theoretically speaking, This might be the most suitable hiding place for Yen Jiaoge in the entire southern blazing heaven territory. If he really hid within, even ninth-level martial saints would be hard-pressed to find him. Still, if that happened, he would be heavily surrounded here. As more and more experts of the South gathered here, it would be hard for him to leave the announcing Peace Mountain Range. According to the guesses of those of the southern blazing heaven territory, Yen Jiaoge would most likely hide within the announcing Peace Mountain Range and wait for a chance to strike. When the experts of the southeast attacked Circumference Mountain, Yen Jiaoge would make use of that chance to charge out of the announcing Peace Mountain Range, receiving reinforcements from the experts of the southeast as he fled back to the southeast. Because of this, the experts of the south were pondering on how to deal with this. Not long after Yen Jiaoge entered the announcing Peace Mountain Range, he intercepted a local martial practitioner and obtained a piece of news from him. The peak powers of the announcing Peace Mountain Range are going to meet at the main peak of the north, Vast Spirit Mountain, discussing a strategy to deal with me. A playful expression appeared on Yen Jiaoge's face as he looked at that martial practitioner of the south. It is not just the announcing Peace Mountain Range. Peak experts will also be coming from the surrounding areas of the announcing Peace Mountain Range. While Zhang Shuren remained at Circumference Mountain, many of the other experts of the south had been enraged by Yen Jiaoge as they wanted to teach this arrogant junior of the southeast a lesson. Circumference Mountain included a great number of experts from the surrounding areas of the announcing Peace Mountain Range wanted to head over to Vast Spirit Mountain to surround and kill Yen Jiaoge first. Zhang Shuren silently agreed to this. His primary responsibility was still to deal with the experts of the southeast on the other side of the border. Zhang Shuren was happy to see Yen Jiaoge, a factor of internal strife that had suddenly appeared, confined to Circumference Mountain. That martial practitioner of the south said fiercely while feeling timid inside, "Surnamed Yen, don't be arrogant. While the terrain of the announcing Peace Mountain Range is complex, our ancestors have lived and developed here for thousands of years. Even those from other parts of the southern blazing heaven territory would not be able to get a clear sense of the path after entering the mountain. Yet, we are very clear about it. As long as all the sects advance and retreat together, spreading the net wide, we will be able to find you very quickly." Hearing his words, Yen Jiaoge stroked his lower chin, smiling. "Why go through so much trouble?" That martial practitioner of the south was taken aback. "Since you are a native of the announcing Peace Mountain Range, you should be very familiar with the way to the main peak of the north, that Vast Spirit Mountain, right?" Yen Jiaoge asked. The other party instantly looked like he had bitten his tongue. What do you want to do?" "Why go through so much trouble for me?" Yen Jiaoge said nonchalantly, "Lead the way. This Yen will just make a trip to that Vast Spirit Mountain." That martial practitioner of the south was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. "Are you mad? I should be the one thanking you for saving me a lot of trouble." Yen Jiaoge laughed loudly. "Fighting all the way from the endless mountain range to here is really not satisfying at all. Let me see how many heroic figures there are here." Chapter 972. Yen Jiaoge's expression was relaxed, but the gaze of that martial practitioner of the south seemed like he was looking at a madman. You. After a long while, the other party finally snapped out of his daze and laughed in exasperation. "Do you even know what you're talking about?" First, not speaking of the Lord of Vast Spirit Mountain, Taoist East Spring, possessing outstanding strength as a veteran immortal bridge martial saint expert. Vast Spirit Mountain itself has as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. Most of the experts of the announcing Peace Mountain Range have gathered in this alliance meet. That southern martial practitioner said with a cold smile. Even outside of the announcing Peace Mountain Range, a large number of experts of the entire eastern part of the southern blazing heaven territory have also been invited. Let alone you who are merely at the seeing divinity martial saint realm. Even any immortal bridge martial saint would have to be careful. At this moment, other than the experts gathered on Vast Spirit Mountain, Taoist East Spring, and the others have the geographical advantage. Hearing this, Yanjiaoge could not help but laugh. Since that is so, shouldn't you wish for me to simply send myself to my death? If I don't go, what will you do if I don't go? The southern martial artist was speechless. At this moment, he realized that he had just done something stupid. If Yanjiaoge was scared off first, even if Yanjiaoge still decided to go, with him revealing Vast Spirit Mountain's background, Yanjiaoge would be able to guard against it, as he would be able to come up with countermeasures. Such actions were simply aiding the enemy. Actually, he also understood this logic, but looking at Yanjiaoge's rampant and arrogant manner, he could not help but feel angered, wanting to strike a blow at Yanjiaoge's arrogance. Now that he had come back to his senses, he immediately shut his mouth and didn't say anything else. However, he couldn't help but feel depressed in his heart. Be obedient and lead the way. I don't mind killing you and finding someone else, Yanjiaoge said nonchalantly, since that Vast Spirit Mountain is the northern main peak of the announcing Peace Mountain range. There should be many who know the way there. Hearing this, the southern martial artist felt a chill in his heart. He thought fiercely in his heart, since you don't know how to restrain yourself and are arrogant and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, I'll bring you to Vast Spirit Mountain and let the experts there take care of you. Thinking of this, the man forced himself to be spirited and said, Follow me if you have the guts. Yanjiaoge sent him rolling with a kick, smiling. You cowardly thing, don't pretend to be a hero. While Yanjiaoge did not have a deep understanding of the southern blazing heaven territories announcing Peace Mountain Range, he had still heard of it before. There were two main peaks here, one in the south and one in the north. The main peak of the southern mountain was called Guangwu Mountain, while the main peak of the northern mountain was called Vast Spirit Mountain. The former was where the School of Night Magnificence was located, and the sect that occupied the latter was also named after Vast Spirit Mountain. The Night Magnificence sect and the Vast Spirit Mountain were the two local overlords of the announcing Peace Mountain range. A mountain couldn't hold two tigers, so there were often conflicts between them, but neither could do anything to the other. Even in the past few years, the conflict between the south and the southeast had not died down. The conflict between the School of Night Magnificence and Vast Spirit Mountain, which was near the border of announcing Peace Mountain, had not died down. With the news that Yanjiaoge had appeared in the eastern region of the southern blazing heaven territory this time, possibly having entered the announcing Peace Mountain range, Vast Spirit Mountain was instantly moved. They had convened the alliance meet to deal with Yanjiaoge on the one hand, and also to make use of this chance to expand their influence, gathering the other sects of the announcing Peace Mountain range and occupying leadership positions, suppressing and isolating the Night Magnificence sect. Other than the experts active in the announcing Peace Mountain range, there were also experts from other places, as well as experts from Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. If the alliance meet succeeded, even if they failed to capture Yanjiaoge in the end, Vast Spirit Mountain's reputation would still rise greatly as they would gain a good impression of Wudong Slope. With Wudong Slope's support, Vast Spirit Mountain would have the hope of suppressing the Night Magnificent sect. Yanjiaoge could very easily understand this principle. Is the chief of the Night Magnificence sect currently not at the announcing Peace Mountain range or in secluded cultivation? Yanjiaoge asked as they walked. A panicked look flickered within the gaze of that martial practitioner of the south as he wanted to deny it. Yet he heard Yanjiaoge laugh. Otherwise, the alliance meet would definitely be held at a neutral location. How would Vast Spirit Mountain be able to take the lead then? The other party opened his mouth, smiling bitterly after a while. The chief of the Night Magnificence sect, the number one expert of their sect, was indeed currently in secluded cultivation. In the end, the other martial practitioners of their sect could only watch helplessly as their old enemy, Vast Spirit Mountain, made use of this chance to seize the initiative. Yanjiaoge was rather disappointed. I heard that the Night Magnificence sect has a saber art called the Dark Knight Magnificence Lotus, which is rather complete. I would still like to see it. Looking at Yen Jiaoge, that martial practitioner of the South secretly ground his teeth, feeling stifled as he could only continue on his way. He had originally thought that Yen Jiaoge would be discovered on the way to Vast Spirit Mountain. Who knew that he would actually not alert anyone along the way? They had already arrived in the vicinity of the main peak of the announcing Peace Mountain Ranges, Northern Mountain, Vast Spirit Mountain. This place was still, completely calm. This so-called calm was not true calm, instead referring to how everything was as per normal. While martial practitioners of various lands were on high alert, this was just normal precaution against Yen Jiaoge. Yet these precautions were like mere decorations before Yen Jiaoge. This is Vast Spirit Mountain. Yen Jiaoge shaded his eyes, gazing into the distance at a lone peak that was clearly taller and more precipitous than the surrounding mountains. That peak was extremely steep, resembling a sword that pointed straight into the skies as it towered into the clouds. Yes, that is Vast Spirit Mountain. The martial practitioner of the southern Blazing Heaven territory who was leading the way was currently as obedient as a quail. Looking at the calm Yen Jiaoge, the chill in his heart grew heavier and heavier as he was hard-pressed to maintain his false bravado. "Oh, very good." Yen Jiaoge smiled. "You can leave now." The other party was slightly dazed as he feared that Yen Jiaoge was being sarcastic. He knew that some people just liked to play the game of cat and mouse. Who knew that Yen Jiaoge would ignore him after saying this as he sat on Pan Pan's back, flying towards Vast Spirit Mountain? This martial practitioner of the South was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. "You're really letting me off?" His first reaction was to hurriedly contact the nearby Vast Spirit Mountain martial practitioners, reporting this to Taoist East Spring and the others. Still, he immediately realized that it was impossible for him to be faster than Yen Jiaoge's at all. By the time Taoist East Spring and the others received the news, Yen Jiaoge would already have long since ascended the mountain. Also, looking at Yen Jiaoge's arrogant manner, he did not seem to be afraid of him leaking the news at all. This martial practitioner of the South had been enraged by his arrogant manner earlier. Now, however, he could only feel the chill in his heart growing stronger and stronger. Taoist East Spring and the others will definitely be able to make it such that this person will never be able to leave. His firm conviction from earlier surfaced within his heart once more, instead seeming more like bolstering his courage now. Amidst his thoughts, Yen Jiaoge arrived at the foot of Vast Spirit Mountain before openly saying, "Broad Creed Mountains, Yen Jiaoge has come to pay a visit. Is the host present?" While his voice did not sound loud, the entire Vast Spirit Mountain began shaking slightly. The protective formation of the mountain was stimulated, numerous spirit patterns surfacing amidst space before distorting together, actually instantly showing signs of shattering. Chapter 973. When Yen Jiaoge arrived at the foot of Vast Spirit Mountain, many people were already gathered there. As the owner of this place, the Lord of Vast Spirit Mountain, Taoist East Spring, was currently in high spirits. The leaders of most powers of the announcing Peace Mountain Range, including some renowned solitary practitioners, were currently gathered at Vast Spirit Mountain. Before today, they might not have obeyed the orders of Vast Spirit Mountain. The conflict between the Night Magnificent Sect and Vast Spirit Mountain had given the other powers of the announcing Peace Mountain Range a great deal of freedom, being able to benefit from both sides. While those who were easily swayed were the most hated, they would actually offend both sides. Still, before the Night Magnificent Sect and Vast Spirit Mountain's victory was decided, they still needed to obtain the support of the majority. Still, it seemed like their good days were finally coming to an end. Vast Spirit Mountain grasped this chance, borrowing the momentum of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope to seize the initiative. With the Night Magnificent Sect falling behind, it would be extremely difficult for them to seize this chance again. The other sects of the announcing Peace Mountain Range might not be willing to lower their heads to Vast Spirit Mountain. Still, With Wudong Slope's experts personally coming to the Alliance meet, they could only come obediently. Vast Spirit Mountain had made use of this to establish their momentum, vaguely having the air of the Alliance, Lord of the announcing Peace Mountain Range. The chief of the Night Magnificence sect was in death seclusion. Still, in order not to offend Wudong Slope, some experts of their sect had also hurried over to Vast Spirit Mountain. This made it feel like they were lowering their heads. It was just that the Night Magnificence sect had no choice but to swallow this, as they could only grit their teeth and swallow it. Looking at the high-spirited Taoist East Spring, the elder of the Night Magnificence sect felt indescribably despondent. However bad his mood was, the mood of those of Vast Spirit Mountain was just as good. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for coming here today. Sitting on the host seat, Taoist East Spring smiled. There is no other purpose in this alliance meet. Everyone should know that a martial practitioner of the southeast called Yanjiaoga has come to the eastern region of our southern blazing heaven territory. This person once killed a personal disciple of Wudong Slope in the past, committing a heinous crime that even death cannot wipe out. It is just that this person is slippery and crafty, and we have not been able to find a chance to kill him before this. This time he sought his own death by coming to our southern blazing heaven territory. All martial practitioners of our south should strive to be the first to kill him. Only then can the souls of the dead be comforted in heaven. Taoist East Spring looked around. This is the reason why I've invited everyone here, other than our fellow Taoists of Announcing Peace Mountain. There's also Mr. Yuan of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, and Mr. Zhao of Bright Connection sees Purple Tide Sword Sect. On the seat of honor sat an old man with white hair. He had a stern aura, and scarlet spiritual energy circulated all over his body like flames. The old man's pupils were not as turbid as those of an ordinary old man. Instead, they were extremely clear. At the same time, there was a faint image of a phoenix flapping its wings and soaring in the sky. He looked even older than Peng He, the Mastiff King, but in fact he was younger than Peng He. This person was named Yuan Xianqing, nicknamed Phoenix Pupils. He was the eldest personal disciple of the Southern Exalt Shuangxin, who was renowned throughout the entire world beyond worlds. In the past, before the South and Southeast completely fell out with each other, they often fought in the dark. The main forces of both sides were the head disciple of the Southeast, Long Hanhua, who had been surnamed Lin, and this head disciple of the South, Phoenix Pupils Yuan Xianqing. Below Yuan Xianqing sat a purple-clothed, middle-aged man. This purple-clothed man was not a martial practitioner of the Announcing Peace Mountain Range. Instead, he was the chief of the Purple Tide Sword Sect, Zhao Zhen, a major power of the Bright Connection Sea to the south of the Announcing Peace Mountain Range. Having come to the eastern part of the southern blazing heaven territory, Yanjiaoga could only return to the southeast via Circumference Mountain. In order to enter Circumference Mountain, one had to pass through the Announcing Peace Mountain Range. This Zhao Jin had always been on good terms with Yuan Xianqing. When Yuan Xianqing had come to the Announcing Peace Mountain Range to organize people to capture and obstruct Yanjiaoga, Zhao Jin had come along to help as well. He wore a smile on his face as he sat there, not speaking a single word. He only nodded in acknowledgement when Taoist East Spring introduced him. While he seemed inconspicuous, all the martial practitioners of the Announcing Peace Mountain Range present, Taoist East Spring included, dared not underestimate him. This person was in charge of the Purple Tide Sword Sect, virtually reigning over the Bright Connection Sea, as he was a hegemon of the entire southern blazing heaven territory. Everyone here possesses shocking martial prowess. Naturally, Mr. Yuan and Mr. Zhao need not be mentioned. Taoist East Spring continued. If we manage to obstruct that scum surnamed Yen, he will naturally have no choice but to obediently surrender. Still, everyone knows that the terrain of our Announcing Peace Mountain Range is too complex, making it easy for people to conceal themselves. Trying to find a single person would be no different from searching for a needle in the ocean. We martial practitioners who have lived here for many generations are naturally familiar with this place. Still, in order to capture the Yen Jiaoge, we will have to unite and act as one. Taoist East Spring said, "A snake cannot do without a head." Taoist East Spring said, "A snake can't live without a head." Fortunately, Wudong Slope's Mr. Yuan has specially left Circumference Mountain to come here, allowing all of us to follow a unified command. While he said this, the other local martial practitioners of the announcing Peace Mountain range all scoffed inwardly. While Yuan Xiancheng could certainly lead the command, he was not familiar with the geography of the announcing Peace Mountain range. The actual execution of this command would definitely still be carried out by the local martial practitioners of the announcing Peace Mountain range. That would be him, Taoist East Spring. It was just that Yuan Xiancheng had clearly already tacitly allowed Taoist East Spring to borrow the might of a tiger. The Knight Magnificent sect and the other powers could only accept this. Still, it could only be imagined how stifled they felt. As the host, this humble Taoist invited all our fellow Taoists here for the sake of discussing a matter that will prevent the Yen Jiaoge from coming. While Taoist East Spring was naturally feeling pleased with himself, he did not show it on his face in the least. If he was too pleased with himself and made Yuan Xiancheng unhappy, things would be troublesome then. Therefore, even facing an elder of the Knight Magnificent sect, Taoist East Spring did not act overbearingly in the least. He definitely did not act on his own, instead brainstorming with everyone before handing the decision to Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slopes Yuan Xiancheng. Anyway, as long as most of the announcing Peace Mountain range martial practitioners came to participate in this alliance meet, his vast spirit mountain would already have the greatest advantage. Everything had originally been progressing smoothly. Suddenly, Yuan Xiancheng knit his white brows. Seeing this, Taoist East Spring was taken aback as he thought that he had offended Yuan Xiancheng somehow. Before he could ponder the reason, his connection with the Guardian Grand Formation allowed him to discover that an uninvited guest was actually approaching vast Spirit Mountain. At virtually the same time, a voice resounded. "Broad Creed Mountains, Yen Jiaoge has come to pay a visit. Is the host present?" Instantly, the great hall, which had still been filled with various thoughts a moment ago, fell completely silent. Everyone exchanged looks, doubting whether they had heard wrongly. The person outside calls himself Yen Jiaoge? That Broad Creed Mountains, Yen Jiaoge? He has come to vast Spirit Mountain of his own accord? While there was no commotion here, the gazes with which everyone exchanged were clearly filled with disbelief. Taoist East Spring shot up from his seat with a whoosh. Chapter 974. Taoist East Spring's brows furrowed tightly. He sensed that his sect's grand protective array was actually trembling slightly at this moment. At the side, Zhao Zhen, the sect master of the Purple Tide Sword sect, who had been silent all this while, turned to look at Wudong Slope's Yuan Xiancheng. Have the people from the southeast already broken through the borders of Mount Circumference? The others also looked at Yuan Xiancheng. If the person outside was really Yen Jiaoge, how would he have dared to come to this vast spirit mountain so blatantly? The only explanation seemed to be that experts from the southeastern Yang Heaven territory had already attacked. It was unknown where Yen Jiaoge had obtained this news from, thus daring to be so fearless. Thinking of this, the surprised expressions on everyone's faces gradually disappeared, and they began to worry. They were not worried about Yen Jiaoge. Instead, they were worried about the experts of the southeast who had broken through Circumference Mountain. That won't happen. With Senior Uncle Zhang guarding Circumference Mountain, it's practically impregnable. If the southeast wants to invade, it'd be impossible unless many experts launch a large-scale invasion. Yuan Xiancheng calmly replied, "If that's the case, we would have received the news long ago." The sect master of the Purple Tide Sword sect, Zhao Zhan, nodded. "If that's the case, that Yen brat really came here alone." Everyone's expression became strange, and their faces once again revealed a look of disbelief. That brat, Could it be that he doesn't even know that there are so many of us here? Someone said in disbelief. But even if no one else participated in the Alliance meeting, Vast Spirit Mountain was still one of the two strongest forces in the announcing Peace Mountain Range. Having entered the announcing Peace Mountain Range, Yen Jiaoge had not made use of the terrain to conceal himself as he had actually come to Vast Spirit Mountain. Such behavior was boundlessly arrogant. Taoist East Spring took a deep breath and calmed his mind. Standing in the great hall, he pushed his palm forward. Runes interweaved on his palm, turning into a mark that flickered with brilliance. Outside, in the surroundings of Vast Spirit Mountain that towered into the clouds, rays of light circulated. The runes of the array formation that had already appeared were now completely visible, condensed to the point of seeming solid. Since he has the guts to come pay a visit to the mountain, let him come up. Yuan Xianqing didn't move from his seat. The image of the fire phoenix in his eyes seemed to grow brighter. Hearing that, Taoist East Spring said, "What Mr. Yuan said makes sense. I was being stingy." As he said that, Taoist East Spring retracted his palm, and the guardian grand array that enveloped Vast Spirit Mountain vanished with it. "Since you're here, do you dare to go up the mountain?" As he spoke, he sat back on the main seat. Yen Jiaoge laughed. "It is naturally best that Master is at home, lest this Yen becomes an uninvited guest." The other Southern martial artists in the hall rolled their eyes in unison. If you're not an uninvited guest, then who is an uninvited guest? However, that wasn't right either. Although Taoist East Spring had his own intentions, this alliance meeting was still in name. Everyone calmed down and looked at the entrance of the hall. At this moment, they were filled with curiosity toward the audacious young man. While they had already received news that Yen Jiaoge had set off from the endless mountain range, passing through many lands of the southern blazing heaven territory, the martial practitioners of the various regions having been unable to obstruct him, it was still impossible for them to do so. News of Yen Jiaoge's rampage spread even from the neighboring announcing Peace Mountain Range. However, there were many things that people would find hard to believe unless they personally witnessed and experienced it. Taoist East Spring sat peacefully in the main hall, not touching the protective formation. Still, the other Vast Spirit Mountain martial practitioners felt indignant towards Yen Jiaoge as they did not intend to let him ascend the mountain so easily. On the mountain path, the numerous Vast Spirit Mountain martial practitioners made use of their geographical advantage to set up multiple formations, wanting to take Yen Jiaoge down a notch. Taoist East Spring allowed this to happen, as he too wanted to first probe Yen Jiaoge's background. If Yen Jiaoge was too powerful and also vicious in his attacks, Taoist East Spring would act in time to protect him. Having made up his mind, Taoist East Spring waited patiently. The martial practitioners of Vast Spirit Mountain would also unceasingly report Yen Jiaoge's performance in ascending the mountain to Taoist East Spring, who knew that as time passed, no one would actually report back to him. As Taoist East Spring was finding this strange, the gaze of Yuan Xianqing on the main seat of honor suddenly lit up. "Good moves!" Everyone was incomparably bemused as Taoist East Spring and Chief Zhao Zhen of the Purple Tide Sword Sect seemed to have sensed something as well. Taoist East Spring's expression changed drastically as he abruptly stood up from his seat once more, roaring furiously, "How dare you!" The grand formation that enveloped Vast Spirit Mountain circulated once more. At the same time, however, bright sunlight lit up amidst the mountain, illuminating the 9 heavens. It was as if a great golden sun was rising into the air from halfway up Vast Spirit Mountain. The majestic force shook Vast Spirit Mountain's guardian grand formation to the point of beginning to collapse. Vast Spirit Mountain can be considered a hegemon of this announcing Peace Mountain Range. Is this how you treat your guests? Yen Jiaoge's voice resounded. "Since you have opened the door and invited me up the mountain, why must your disciples play such tricks?" Taoist East Spring, as the Lord of Vast Spirit Mountain, Your disciples are so unruly. This, Yen, will help you teach them a lesson then. Some of the martial practitioners of the south in the great hall exited the hall, looking down from the peak of the mountain. With this, they instantly inhaled a breath of cold air. The mountainside of vast Spirit Mountain was shrouded in darkness. The darkness resembled a belt of light as it entangled vast Spirit Mountain, gradually rising upwards. Amidst the darkness that resembled night, a great golden sun slowly rose. Yet the radiance and darkness did not affect each other as they were clearly separated. The speed at which that belt of light rose was neither fast nor slow, as it rose steadily at its own pace. Taoist East Spring wielded the power of the Grand Formation, his power being obstructed by the great golden sun. Even as he felt vexed, he also instructed his disciples on the mountain to swiftly move away, avoiding the black light as they no longer obstructed Yanjiaoga, lest they be devoured by it. After the martial practitioners of vast Spirit Mountain had retreated, that black light was retracted as well. A moment later, Yanjiaoga's figure appeared before everyone's eyes as he arrived at the peak of the mountain. This is one of the 9 heavenly immortal thunders of pre-great calamity times, the thunder of eternal night. The elder of the Night Magnificence sect, who had been reticent ever since arriving at vast Spirit Mountain, suddenly asked now. Hearing his words, Taoist East Spring's expression changed slightly. Those of vast Spirit Mountain only knew that all those who had obstructed Yen Zhaoga earlier had suddenly vanished without a trace. Afterwards, be it those who had been unable to restrain themselves from attacking Yen Zhaoga or those who had gone to investigate the situation, as soon as they had neared the black light earlier, they had all vanished without a trace. No one had returned, no one had sent any news back. While Taoist East Spring had not descended the mountain to investigate the situation, as the Lord of Vast Spirit Mountain, he could clearly feel that vast Spirit Mountain beneath his feet was actually suffused with a dense death qi. All the vast Spirit Mountain martial practitioners who had been devoured by the black light had all perished, never to return. Yen Zhaoga ascended the mountain as though nothing had happened, smiling. Even if this Yen has something to do here, it would still be to see who is stronger and who is weaker. The others of your sect are really too impetuous. What does this have to do with them? Taoist East Spring glared at Yen Zhaoga, not speaking. Not to mention the might of the brilliant sun. Just the strange black lightning was enough to make one shudder in fear. Of those who had gone to obstruct Yen Zhaoga, the one with the highest cultivation base was a late-seeing divinity martial saint like Yen Zhaoga. Yet he had actually vanished soundlessly as well. After the black light had vanished, the vast Spirit Mountain martial practitioners who had retreated in time earlier hurriedly went down the mountain from another side to investigate the situation. Now that they had reported the deaths of those who had died, Taoist East Spring's face was completely black as the bottom of a pot. Chapter 9, 75. 7th Senior Apprentice Uncle, who was a late-seeing divinity martial, saint, died, soundlessly there. There are others. From the looks of it, they don't even know how they died. They lost their lives without even realizing it. The vast Spirit Mountain cultivators who went down the mountain to scout out the situation were all greatly frightened. This was because the appearance of the deceased was too strange. The person who died had a peaceful expression, without the slightest trace of shock or fear. 2 people stood facing each other, seeming to be in the midst of a conversation, their expressions disdainful as they seemed to be discussing the Yen Zhaoga. However, they seemed to have been killed unknowingly, their expressions not having changed at all. One of the senior apprentice uncles had even opened his mouth, looking like he had not even finished speaking at the time. If it was an illusory art or a strong poison that caused them to temporarily lose their senses and fall unconscious. What about when Yen Zhaoga took their lives? From the expressions of Martial Uncle and the others, even when they were killed, none of them woke up. They didn't even struggle. A dignified, seeing divinity martial saint had been killed, yet he had not reacted at all and was still immersed in his sweet dreams. What kind of joke was this? Those vast spirit mountain martial practitioners who had gone to investigate all thought that if Taoist East Spring had not actually ordered them to retreat, they too would have suffered the same fate as those fellow disciples who had died. He didn't even know how he died. As long as they thought of this, all of the vast spirit mountain martial artists shuddered in fear. All right, what a thunder of eternal night! While Taoist East Spring had not been intimidated by Yen Zhaoga's methods, with so many of his disciples having been slain, he was infuriated to the point of trembling. Wudong Slope's Yuan Xianqing also stood up from his seat with a whoosh at this moment. His figure instantly appeared outside the great hall, the silhouette of the fiery phoenix in his eyes growing brighter and brighter. A martial practitioner of the 6th level of the martial saint realm, wielding the thunder of eternal night, shouldn't possess such great power. There are still other profundities integrated into your thunder arts. Standing atop the mountain peak, Yen Zhaoga met Yuan Xianqing's gaze, smiling. Are you the Phoenix pupil's Yuan Xianqing? I've seen your Excellency's image. Sure enough, knowing you by your reputation is not as good as meeting you in person. I underestimated you earlier, Yuan Xianqing said slowly. No wonder you were able to make it all the way from the endless mountains. Following closely behind Yuan Xianqing, Zhao Zhen also appraised Yen Zhaoga. The usual smile on his face had disappeared, replaced by a solemn expression. Taoist East Spring took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. Little thief from the Yen clan, since you dared to come to the announcing Peace Mountain Range, this place will become your burial ground. His voice was icy cold. You took the initiative to come to my vast spirit mountain. You're simply courting death. You killed members of my vast spirit mountain. So this humble Taoist will surely kill you with my own hands. Yen Zhaoga ignored Taoist East Spring, instead looking left and right. I heard that the chief of the Night Magnificent sect is in secluded cultivation. I wonder if any representatives have come? Everyone's expression turned strange. The elder from the School of Night Magnificence was secretly pleased, but when he saw Yuan Xianqing standing there, he didn't dare to show it on his face. Today, all the experts of the entire announcing Peace Mountain Range have gathered here under the leadership of Wudong Slope to kill you, a madman. Taoist East Spring said coldly, You can forget about sowing discord. There's no room for you to twist your tongue here. Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoga finally looked at Taoist East Spring, saying amusedly, Are you misunderstanding something? I am interested in the Night Magnificence sect because of the rumored saber art of their supreme martial art, the Dark Night Magnificence Lotus. It is of pre-great calamity times and has been preserved in a rather complete state, possessing rather unique aspects. Thus, I want to take a look at it. He appraised Taoist East Spring. As for the famed direct lineage martial arts of your vast spirit mountain, the 8 trigrams heaven enveloping palm and the crouching dragon vast spirit fist. While they're not bad, I'm not very interested in them. Yen Zhaoga was speaking the truth. These 2 supreme martial arts originated from the 8 trigrams crouching dragon scripture of pre-great calamity times. The complete version was in the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. Instead, Yen Zhaoga had only heard of the Night Magnificence sect's Dark Night Magnificence Lotus Saber. He was just that little bit interested in seeing what it looked like. It was just that these words felt even more humiliating to those of vast Spirit Mountain. Taoist East Spring just felt like he had spent his entire life maintaining his composure. Yet, in front of Yen Zhaoga, he would always be angered to the point of ascending to the heavens. He had originally intended to make use of the alliance meet to establish his vast Spirit Mountain's position as the hegemon of the announcing Peace Mountain Range, taking the first step in successfully suppressing the Night Magnificent sect. Everything had originally been progressing very smoothly. Still, ever since Yen Zhaoga had appeared, the situation had completely changed. While it had been Yuan Xianqing's idea to let Yen Zhaoga ascend the mountain, many of his disciples had been slaughtered by Yen Zhaoga as he had instead lost face to the extreme. Now, Yanjiaoga seemed to be praising the Night Magnificent sect and belittling his vast spirit mountain, even ripping off their faces and throwing them to the ground, even stomping on them a couple of times. Let alone Yanjiaoga being able to leave vast spirit mountain alive today, so long as he, Taoist East Spring, did not personally slay Yanjiaoga, he would not be able to reclaim his face at all. Those of vast spirit mountain were enraged to the point of flushing red to the ears. Yet Yanjiaoga remained composed and composed. Alliance meet to surround and capture me? He surveyed his surroundings. Experts could indeed be said to be gathered everywhere he looked. Phoenix pupils Yuan Xianqing, of the mid-immortal bridge stage, of the direct lineage of Phoenix, Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, the head disciple of the Southern Exalt as he was renowned throughout the Southern Blazing Heaven territory and even the entire world beyond worlds. Purple-Tide swordsman Zhao Zhen, of the mid-immortal bridge stage, was a bigwig of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory who reigned supreme over the Bright Connection Sea. Crouching Dragon Old Man Taoist East Spring, of the mid-immortal bridge stage, was a hegemon of the announcing Peace Mountain Range. While his cultivation base was inferior to Yuan Xianqing and Zhao Zhen's, being on home ground at Vast Spirit Mountain, he similarly could not be underestimated. Apart from that, there was also a Grand Elder of Vast Spirit Mountain who was at the 7th level of the Martial Saint Realm, also someone who had already ascended the Immortal Bridge. Amongst the experts of the announcing Peace Mountain Range who had come to participate in the Alliance meet, there were also 2 early Immortal Bridge Martial Saints who were renowned solitary practitioners of the announcing Peace Mountain Range. Vast Spirit Mountain and the Night Magnificent sect had limited energy in their conflict as they could only try to rope them in. They were both tyrannical figures who were used to rampantly in the announcing Peace Mountain Range. Beneath the Immortal Bridge, the martial practitioners of Vast Spirit Mountain and the other experts of the announcing Peace Mountain Range were mostly gathered here as well. Not counting the Night Magnificent sect, close to 90% of the experts of the entire announcing Peace Mountain Range were here. With so many ferocious people here, just their gazes alone would be able to cause a seeing divinity martial saint's mind to collapse. Yanjiaoga, however, was not really concerned about this, as he instead laughed. While thou art indifferent, I have long since known that this meeting would not be a good one. Since this Yen has come here, why would I care about you all? Since that is so, let us fight it out then. Taoist East Spring roared in a heavy tone. Let this old man see exactly how capable you are that you dare to be so arrogant. With that, Taoist East Spring made a circular motion with his palms, striking down towards Yanjiaoga's head. Seeing this, Yanjiaoga did not evade at all as he struck back with a cyclic heavenly seal. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, it was shockingly Taoist East Spring of the mid-immortal bridge stage who was jolted flying in retreat. Chapter 976. As Taoist East Spring moved his hands, his true essence manifested as a golden 8 trigrams diagram which appeared on his palms. The 2 8 trigrams pressured down towards Yanjiaoga simultaneously, the space where they intersected showing signs of distortion. All creation was destroyed due to the distortion. Yet new changes were quickly born as the changes seemed infinite and endless. Amidst the destruction and creation, a powerful force was born which surged towards Yanjiaoga. Still, Yanjiaoga did not even look at it as he raised his palm, enveloping the sky as a cyclic heavenly seal mightily descended. At this point, Yanjiaoga had already long since ceased using the heavenly broad creed palm to conceal the profundities of the cyclic heavenly seal. Beneath this palm was the most orthodox cyclic heavenly seal of the jade, clear, direct lineage. In a head-on clash, Taoist East Spring was directly jolted flying backwards. Seeing this, Taoist East Spring changed his palm stance. Apart from its vigorous strength, the 8 trigrams encompassing heaven palm was also exquisite in its variations. He formed a circle with his palms, bringing them together before his chest as the two 8 trigrams diagrams instantly merged completely, transforming into an even larger 8 trigrams diagram. 64 diagrams simultaneously appeared at this moment, circulating amidst space. Even Yen Jiaoge felt as though this powerful cyclic heavenly seal of his seemed to be drawn elsewhere, as it was no longer able to land on Taoist East Spring. While the cyclic heavenly scripture stably surpassed the 8 trigrams crouching dragon scripture, and the cyclic heavenly seal also stably surpassed the 8 trigrams encompassing heaven palm. Still, the gap between their cultivation bases was still too great at the end of the day. If it were any other late-seeing divinity martial saint who cultivated in the cyclic heavenly scripture, executing the cyclic heavenly seal, Taoist East Spring would also be able to divert its power and dispel its attack. Yen Jiaoge merely chuckled in response to this, as he struck out with his palm, even as he wielded the cyclic heavenly seal. The profundities of the Taiji yin-yang palm were also integrated within. Yin and yang circulated, all things returning to the void. The golden 8 trigrams diagram, formed of Taoist East Spring's true essence, instantly collapsed towards the center. The 8 trigrams transformed into the 4 phenomena, which returned to yin and yang before being devoured and absorbed by the Taiji diagram on Yen Jiaoge's palm. A vacuum was directly formed beneath Yen Jiaoge's palm, which sucked Taoist East Spring in. Taoist East Spring's expression changed greatly. Yet he was unable to avoid it, as he could only forcefully receive this palm. Taoist East Spring's expression changed greatly. Yet Taoist East Spring was unable to do. He had originally wanted to first exchange blows with Yen Jiaoge with the 8 trigrams heaven enveloping palm, which was intricate in its variations and was adept at tangling with one another in order to ascertain his actual strength. However, Yen Jiaoge's ferocity still surpassed his imaginations, with just his first move already causing him to be hard-pressed to parry. Helpless, Taoist East Spring didn't dare to hold back, immediately switching to the crouching dragon vast spirit fist, which was better for head-on clashes. Filled with killing intent, Taoist East Spring lowered his body before abruptly erupting with power as he punched towards Yen Jiaoge. His honorific title, Crouching Dragon Old Man, originated from the Crouching Dragon Vast Spirit Fist. His name was a taboo to the dragon race. There had once really been an immortal bridge stage expert of the dragon race who had come to Vast Spirit Mountain to find trouble with him. However, he had perished beneath the might of the dragon, subduing in the end. An incomparably fierce punch was thrown, causing the spectators to have an illusion. It was as though the precipitous, towering Vast Spirit Mountain beneath their feet had been guided by the momentum of Taoist East Spring's fist at this moment, transforming into a long awl that shot straight towards Yen Jiaoge's palm. Heaven and earth trembled. It wasn't just Vast Spirit Mountain. The surrounding precipitous mountains were also overturned at this moment. They were uprooted from the ground, and like a tempest, they came crashing down from all directions. Half of the announcing Peace Mountain range seemed to come to life at this moment, rolling up into the sky and then crashing down. He has indeed obtained the legacy. Yen Jiaoge's expression did not change as he pressured down with a cyclic heavenly seal, instantly suppressing the changes in the heavens and earth before him. The great earth of mountains that had been swept up into the sky regained their original state. The phenomenon of chaos vaguely appeared within the Taiji diagram on his palm, extinguishing light and darkness as a ferocious, explosive great shattering brightness fist descended, completely sending Taoist East Spring flying. A lofty mid-immortal bridge martial saint had been sent flying by Yen Jiaoge with blood spurting out of his mouth after just 2 or 3 exchanges. Amidst his shock, Taoist East Spring did not lose his composure. While he had been injured by Yen Jiaoge, he made use of the recoil to accelerate in retreat, wanting to increase the distance between them and regroup. Who knew that Yen Jiaoge would actually seem like he did not need to return his qi at all. After that violent punch, which seemed able to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, He did not pause in the slightest, as he had already caught up to Taoist East Spring, striking out with another palm. Taoist East Spring was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as he hurriedly summoned his high-grade sacred artifact, the dragon-tail whip. The tip of the massive black iron whip resembled a dragon's tail as it was divided into 20 segments, each jet black and inscribed with sigils as it was filled with a baleful qi. Still, before he could exert its power, a dark green bamboo cane appeared in Yen Zhaoga's hand before he struck the dragon-tail whip with it. That bamboo cane was completely devoid of any power at all, also not possessing much spiritual qi. It was like a bamboo branch that Yen Zhaoga had casually snapped off as he was passing by. Taoist East Spring had just been wondering why Yen Zhaoga had suddenly taken out such a baffling object amidst such an intense battle. Then he was shocked to see that after that ordinary bamboo cane had come into contact with the dragon-tail whip, it had not broken, as it was completely undamaged. Instead, as his high-grade sacred artifact was struck by that bamboo cane, its dense, baleful qi instantly dissipated as its power instantly weakened. Those of Vast Spirit Mountain were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. The local martial practitioners of the announcing Peace Mountain range were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. The usually composed chief of the Purple-Tide Sword Sect, Zhao Zhen, had a shocked expression on his face as his gaze was filled with doubt and incomprehension. The pupils of Wudong Slope's Yuan Xianqing abruptly dilated. The news from the Heaven Emperor's lineage is true. Still, what exactly is that? While the spectators were shocked, Taoist East Spring, who was currently clashing with Yen Zhaoga, could not be bothered to think about this. The dragon-tail whip could not be relied on. He wanted to face Yen Zhaoga's iron palm that pressured down from the heavens himself. The treasured light of the entire vast spirit mountain shot into the heavens as the guardian grand formation circulated intensely as never before. A massive golden 8 trigrams diagram appeared in the air above the mountain peak, enveloping it. Yet the great golden sun hung high above Yen Zhaoga's head, its blazing sunlight causing the golden 8 trigrams diagram to dim in comparison. Yen Zhaoga continued striking down towards the top of Taoist East Springs, head with a palm. Good moves. Seeing this, the Purple-Tide swordsman Zhao Jin shook his head, forming a sword seal as a streak of purple light flew out from his waist. The sword light appeared, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as it shot down towards Yen Zhaoga. Streams of purple sword qi resembled waves that obscured the heavens and covered the earth as they were boundless and without end. Where the sword qi passed, the announcing Peace Mountain range turned from guest to host, enveloping the surrounding peaks of Vast Spirit Mountain as it transformed the mountain range into a boundless purple sea. Yen Zhaoga laughed loudly. So what if you all come at me together? Amidst his laughter, Yen Zhaoga's palm did not cease as it continued striking towards Taoist East Spring. A bright sword light flew out from his other hand, meeting Zhao Zhen's dense sword qi. The sword light was like an endless river of time. With the power to split the sea, it cut off the purple sea from the center. A sword appeared in Yen Zhaoga's hand. It was precisely the high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword. The sword light was as powerful as a dragon, rising and falling in the vast sea of purple sword qi. Amidst the sea of purple sword qi, a dark purple sword beam suddenly appeared and clashed with the cloud-rotating heavenly light sword. The sword light came from a long sword in Zhao Zhen's hand. Its quality was not inferior to the cloud-rotating heavenly light sword, but it was the Purple-Tide sword sect's treasure, the purple sea sword. Zhao Zhen's sword aura fluctuated greatly, attacking towards Yen Zhaoga amidst the variations. Yen Zhaoga shook his wrist, the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword transforming into a green dragon, roiling within the purple sea. But in the next moment, a boundless, baleful aura arose. Within the body of the azure dragon formed by the sword light, countless sharp lights flashed and broke out of its body. The blood of the azure dragon dyed the sea red. The might of the dragon slayer formed boundless ferocity and killing intent, slashing apart the purple sea. Chapter 977. With a single sword, Yanjiaoge first slayed the dragon, then the sea. Countless purplish-red rays of light rushed out of the azure dragon's body, as if dragon blood was spurting out. At this moment, the dragon blood was stained by the sword intent, and the vigorous life essence within it all turned into the aura of death and extermination, forming an incomparably fierce and murderous sword radiance. This sword radiance was capable of annihilating all things in the world. It was extremely vicious and evil, and it forcefully slashed apart Zhao Zhan's violet sea of sword qi. What sword technique is this? Prime clear sword art, numinous treasure 4 swords? That's not right either. Zhao Zhan was shocked. He saw the ferocious sword ray break through his sword force and attack him and the purple sea sword. Not daring to be negligent, he sheathed his sword and retreated, protecting himself first. The purplish-red sword ray continued to advance, breaking through layer after layer of purple sea sword qi, forcing Zhao Zhan to retreat again and again. When the southern martial artists saw this, they were even more shocked. The purple-tide swordsman Zhao Zhan had always had the reputation of being the #1 swordsman of the eastern region of the southern blazing heaven territory, invincible in the bright connection sea. Yet, at this moment, he was actually no match for the seeing divinity Yanjiaoge. Even as Yanjiaoge forced Zhao Zhan into retreat with a sword, his other hand was not affected in the slightest as a cyclic heavenly seal descended from the heavens, striking towards Taoist East Spring. Wudong Slope's Yuan Xianqing finally couldn't sit still any longer. The fire phoenix silhouette in his eyes flew out at this moment. The light and shadow turned solid, and 2 fire phoenixes surrounded Yuan Xianqing's body. Blessed purple light and holy virtue water ripples appeared on the bodies of the 2 phoenixes. They circled around each other and then clustered around Yuan Xianqing. Flames also appeared on Yuan Xianqing's body, enveloping him as he transformed into a fire phoenix. The white qi of nether virtue and the thick earth of meritorious virtue appeared together. For virtues added to the body. Phoenix pupils, Yuan Xianqing in the past had a great opportunity to refine his eyes into 2 fire phoenixes, each carrying a virtue. As a result, he had already been bolstered by 4 virtues at the seeing divinity stage at such a young age. This was something that even the southern exalt Zhuangxin had not been able to accomplish. He was currently the only martial practitioner of Wudong Slope who was bolstered by 4 virtues before having reached the 9th level of the martial saint realm, the late immortal bridge stage. As his cultivation grew higher and higher, he cultivated the Phoenix True Form Scroll and the true meaning of the 5 virtues. Compared to other Wudong Slope martial artists, his accumulations were much thicker and easier. While Zhuang Chahui was the son of the southern exalt Zhuangxin, it was the eldest disciple of Wudong Slope, Yuan Xianqing, who was publicly acknowledged to be the one who had received Zhuangxin's true legacy the most. Holy virtue ripples, impenetrable by all techniques. The thick earth of meritorious virtue mended the heavens and extended the Tao. The fortuitous purple light prevented him from falling into the killing tribulation. The nether virtue, white qi, was filled with endless vitality. Yuan Xianqing made a timely move, forcibly withstanding Yanjiaoge's cyclic heavenly seal for Taoist East Spring. The might of the sky collapsing shocked both past and present. Yet, Yuan Xianqing's cultivation base was higher at the end of the day. With the 4 virtues present, his defensive power was shocking as he actually forcibly resisted this cyclic heavenly seal of Yanjiaoge's. Haha, hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. Phoenix pupils Yuan Xianqing's reputation is not in vain. Yanjiaoge chuckled. Receive another sword of mine. The cloud-circulating heavenly light sword in Yanjiaoge's hand rotated, transforming into the form of an azure dragon once more as it shot towards Yuan Xianqing. The Azure Dragon and the Fire Phoenix were fighting in the void. The Phoenix had 4 virtues, so the Azure Dragon was helpless. But at this moment it was as if an invisible sword was born from the Azure Dragon's body, slaying the dragon again. A purplish-red glow erupted from within the Azure Dragon's body, filled with decisive killing intent as it was ferocious beyond compare. Even the Phoenix that possessed 4 virtues and infinite life force was somewhat unable to withstand this purplish-red sword glow that resembled dragon blood at this moment. Yan Zhaoga's self-created supreme sword art, slaying Azure Dragon. In recent years, Yan Zhaoga had simultaneously cultivated in the 3 purities and researched the supreme sword arts of the prime clear lineage, having gained much. After having gained something in the Taoist temple earlier, he had killed his way from the Endless Mountain Range to the announcing Peace Mountain Range. His sword intent had gradually shown signs of developing something new. In recent years, Yan Zhaoga had already stopped using the coiling dragon sleeve that he had previously refined. Still, he had recently had a new idea. Yan Zhaoga had integrated the coiling dragon sleeve into his newly created sword art as nourishment. He would nourish the Azure Dragon with the life creation heavenly scripture before slaying it with the sword of the prime clear lineage, instantly transforming life into death as a ferocious sword of extermination was born. This sword art was based on the sword Dao of the prime clear lineage, yet it was different. The swords of the prime clear lineage did not appear externally, instead transforming the supreme martial arts of the Jade clear lineage and the Grand clear lineage into a sword of extermination. This was the result of Yan Zhaoga's simultaneous cultivation of the 3 purities, hard for others to imitate as it was his own sword Dao that had never existed in this world before. This slaying Azure Dragon virtually sought to slay all life forms. Zhao Zhen's purple sea sword aside, Yuan Xianqing's overflowing true essence just happened to be countered by Yan Zhaoga's slaying Azure Dragon to a certain extent. Therefore, this sword first slayed the Azure Dragon before slaying the fiery phoenix. Yuan Xianqing emitted a muffled groan as he was forced into retreat as well. "Don't be arrogant." Seeing this, Zhao Zhen hurriedly attacked once more. Yan Zhaoga laughed loudly as his sword continued pressing towards Yuan Xianqing. At the same time, he retracted his other hand, tapping lightly with his finger as the twin qis of yin and yang circulated amidst space as the grand Dao shifted. Beneath the effect of the yin-yang finger, the dense purple sea of sword qi suddenly changed direction, instead attacking towards Taoist East Spring. Taoist East Spring, who had just felt that he could finally heave a sigh of relief, was greatly shocked as he hurriedly evaded. Meanwhile, after having forced Yuan Xianqing into retreat with a single sword, Yan Zhaoga struck out with another sword, targeting Taoist East Spring. Therefore, the purple sea roiled for a time, an azure dragon soaring amidst the surging tides as they attacked Taoist East Spring together. Taoist East Spring virtually felt despair. He could only unleash the 8 trigrams encompassing Heaven Palm to the maximum as he evaded and shifted, resembling a small boat amidst furious waves that could be drowned at any moment. Yuan Xianqing stabilized his footing, his expression solemn as never before as he waved his arms, the fiery phoenix spreading its wings, which transformed into twin sabers that hacked towards Yan Zhaoga. However, Yan Zhaoga tapped out with his yin-yang finger. The twin sabers now targeted Zhao Zhan instead. Atop vast spirit mountain, the purple sea surged madly. The 8 trigrams circulated and the fiery phoenix spread its wings. The 3 immortal bridge martial saints surrounded Yan Zhaoga, simultaneously executing their supreme martial arts as they battled unceasingly around him. Yet, Yan Zhaoga attacked from both sides, slaying the Azure Dragon with one hand and the yin-yang finger with the other. As he brandished it, Yuan Xianqing and the others were instead beaten to the point of fleeing for their lives. Yuan Xianqing's appearance grew older and older, his back more and more stooped as his life force flowed unceasingly. Even many late immortal bridge martial saints, might not be able to harm Yuan Xianqing, who possessed 4 virtues simultaneously. Yet, facing Yan Zhaoga's slaying azure dragon, the flames of this proud, fiery phoenix's life force began to dim and wither. Yan Zhaoga laughed, the extreme yang seal suddenly descending from above his head, smashing toward Zhaozhen. Seeing that the extreme yang seal was no longer suppressing his clan's grand formation, Taoist East Spring hurriedly drew the power of the grand formation to protect himself as he attacked towards Yan Zhaoga at the same time. Still, with his current injuries, it was already inconvenient for him to draw upon the power of the grand formation. Yan Zhaoga was proficient in the 8 trigrams crouching dragon scripture, his attainments and formations also surpassing Taoist East Spring's. He strode out, directly stomping on the core of vast spirit mountains grand formation. Where the yin-yang finger passed, Taoist East Spring's palm force and the power of vast spirit mountains guardian grand formation were instantly drawn together before being directed towards Yuan Xianqing. At the same time, Yan Zhaoga struck out with his slaying azure dragon sword once more. As he did so, Yuan Xianqing's phoenix body was finally completely unable to bear it. Chapter 978. A blood-red light appeared as Yan Zhaoga's slaying azure dragon merged with the power of vast spirit mountain, finally surpassing the limits of Yuan Xianqing's defenses. The thick earth of meritorious virtue, the water ripples of holy virtue, the blessed purple light, and even the white qi of nether virtue, which the heavens had left him with a sliver of life, were all extinguished at this moment. The brutal sword glow broke through the flames, chopping down on Yuan Xianqing's chest. He emitted a tragic groan, fresh blood spurting madly from his wound as his life force was extinguished. Yan Zhaoga did not cease in his actions as he retracted the extreme yang seal, stabilizing the circulation of vast spirit mountains grand formation once more as his sword changed direction, chopping towards Taoist East Spring once more. The purple-tide swordsman Zhaozhen was greatly flustered as he struck out with his sword once more. Yan Zhaoga pointed with his yin-yang finger, the dense purple sea of sword qi suddenly changing direction, combining with Yan Zhaoga's slaying azure dragon twin swords as they attacked towards Taoist East Spring together. Go! Zhao Zhen displayed his shocking sword arts that dominated the bright connection sea at this moment. He roared in a low tone, the dense sword qi transforming into a great ocean whirlpool as it forcibly halted its momentum, resisting the influence of Yan Zhaoga's yin-yang finger as it instead attempted to obstruct Yan Zhaoga's slaying azure dragon. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoga was not flustered as he simply hacked apart the great ocean whirlpool formed of the purple sword qi with the slaying azure dragon. At the same time he strode forward, the cyclic heavenly seal appearing once more as it struck towards Taoist East Spring. Taoist East Spring stepped in the position of the 8 trigrams, his figure turning as he speedily distanced himself from Yan Zhaoga. The 8 trigrams encompassing heaven palm placed equal emphasis on palm arts and movement techniques. Only by cultivating in movement techniques would one be able to cultivate in palm arts. While Taoist East Spring's movements did not seem fast now, they were shockingly agile as he shifted space within a tiny space, transforming danger and danger into formlessness. Yet, a Taiji diagram appeared beneath Yan Zhaoga's feet, yin and yang circulating. The next moment, yin and yang separated into 2, Taiji transforming into the 4 phenomena, and the 4 phenomena transforming into the 8 trigrams. Yan Zhaoga strode forward, directly arriving before Taoist East Spring. The Taiji yin-yang palm similarly contained both palm arts and movement techniques, possessing boundless profundities. Taoist East Spring's eyes seemed on the verge of imploding as Yan Zhaoga mightily descended with a cyclic heavenly seal. His palm did not cease as he continued descending. Yan Zhaoga's Taoist's azure sword. Of Yan Zhaoga, heaved Taoist. The palm did not cease as it continued, resounding as Saint, Deist East, Dragon Zheng, heaved dragon, and divine dragon. The southern martial practitioners on top of vast Spirit Mountain were all dumbfounded. Not long ago, Taoist East Spring was still in high spirits, borrowing the power of Wudong Slope to suppress his longtime enemy, the School of Night Magnificence, as if he was the leader of the announcing Peace Mountain Range's martial world. At this moment, his head exploded and he became a corpse. A lofty mid-immortal bridge martial saint had been directly slain on the spot. The one who had killed him was precisely the Yen Jiaoge, whom he had called for this alliance meet to deal with. Taoist East Spring's motives for organizing this alliance meet were naturally impure. From a certain perspective, he was actually making use of Yen Jiaoge's matter to seek a chance for himself to reign supreme over the announcing Peace Mountain Range. It was just a pity that the Yen Jiaoge whom he had wanted to make use of had instead become the Yama king that demanded his life. Of all the martial practitioners of the South present earlier, even Yuan Xianqing and Zhao Zhan included, who would have thought that Yen Jiaoge would not only not hide after coming to the announcing Peace Mountain Range, instead taking the initiative to come to vast Spirit Mountain? It was fine if he came. They had just been worrying about where to find Yen Jiaoge. However, with so many experts gathered at vast Spirit Mountain, they had actually been unable to stand against a single Yen Jiaoge. This was like asking for their lives. After slaying Taoist East Spring, Yen Jiaoge did not cease in his movements as he directed the clouds circulating heavenly light soared towards another direction. There, the clear cry of a phoenix resounded amidst the flames. A phoenix shot out from the flames, the man enveloped by its silhouette, precisely Yuan Xianqing. Fiery phoenixes soared within Yuan Xianqing's eyes, transforming into two phoenix clones once more as they retreated, evading Yen Jiaoge's sword. Jade clear direct lineages, cyclic heavenly scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture. Yuan Xianqing's expression was incomparably solemn. And that sword art, what exactly is it ordinary martial practitioners who cultivated in peak martial arts, especially martial arts that possessed explosive power and great offensive power, might possess the ability to surpass levels and challenge those of a higher cultivation level within a few simple exchanges. Genius martial practitioners who cultivated in peak martial arts would be able to exert the intricacies of their martial arts. Therefore, their martial foundation and their comprehension abilities would be superior to others, helping them to temporarily surpass the gap in cultivation levels. Still, such an eruption would definitely be accompanied by a lack of stamina afterwards. Even if they could gain the upper hand within a few exchanges, they would still be exhausted afterwards. If they could catch their opponent off guard within a short period of time, there would still be a chance of victory. This was how most situations in this world where the weak triumphed over the strong and the weak defeated the strong. Still, if they were unable to obtain victory within a few exchanges, they would still be unable to avoid the fate of death in the end. The difference in cultivation bases was a difference in the comprehension of martial principles, as well as a difference in the depth of one's accumulated strength. As a direct descendant of the Southern Exalt's lineage, Yuan Xianqing was also extremely talented as he was one of the genius experts who could surpass levels to battle those of a higher cultivation level even at the Immortal Bridge stage. As a mid-Immortal Bridge martial saint, he was able to contend against late Immortal Bridge martial saints because of his outstanding talent. At the same time, he also cultivated in Wudong Slope's Phoenix true form scripture, bolstering him with four virtues that were boundlessly profound. While he did not obtain victory through explosive power and offensive power, his defensive power was shocking. Still, Yuan Xianqing was shocked by the fact that this was clearly not the case with the Yen Jiaoge before him. Such ferocious attacks seemed limitless and without end as they were not exhausted at all. Moreover, they were executed freely as though there was no need for him to recover his qi at all. Hailing from Wudong Slope, Yuan Xianqing was knowledgeable as he had heard of the miraculous uses of the cyclic heavenly scripture and the yin-yang heavenly scripture. Still, Yen Jiaoge's strength still left him feeling incredulous. Broad Creed Mountain is such a profound accumulation, really something that a sect of a lower world can possess. Yuan Xianqing deeply doubted this. Having personally died beneath Yan Zhaoga's sword once, Yuan Xianqing no longer dared to forcibly block Yan Zhaoga's attacks with his phoenix body with the protection of the four virtues. Martial saints who cultivated in the phoenix true form scripture to the mortal bridge stage would all have a chance at nirvanic rebirth. Yuan Xianqing's fortuitous encounters had allowed him to have 2 additional chances at rebirth as his eyes had been refined into phoenix clones. At critical moments of life and death, he could use his phoenix clone to die in his place when the need arose. This was the strongest aspect of the phoenix pupil's Yuan Xianqing, a supreme technique that belonged solely to him. Even experts of the 9th level of the martial saint realm like the blazing king Peng He and the treasured branch suppressing peak, Zhang Shuren would not be able to do this. From that moment when he had discovered that Yan Zhaoga had unleashed the thunder of eternal night and slaughtered a great number of vast spirit mountain martial practitioners, even soundlessly slaying an expert of the 6th level of the martial saint realm like himself, Yuan Xianqing had already not dared to underestimate Yan Zhaoga. Before he had entered the battle, he had already been prepared to sacrifice one of his chances at rebirth, even sacrificing one of his eyes in order to slowly contend with Yan Zhaoga in a prolonged battle. However talented Yan Zhaoga was, however powerful the martial arts he cultivated in, he was still a seeing divinity martial saint at the end of the day. He did not believe that he would be unable to wear Yan Zhaoga down. Still, at this point in the battle, Yuan Xianqing gradually realized that if he still held on to his earlier thoughts, he would probably die here for good today. The might of this white-clothed, blue-robed youth before him completely surpassed his understanding. Chapter 979. Having 2 more chances to be reborn would be a powerful trump card when facing opponents of the same level. It would even be of great use when facing opponents who were slightly stronger than him. Being able to be reborn, he would have the confidence to go all out. It would be fine even if he chose to exchange injury for injury or even perish together with his opponent. One man going all out, invincible against 10,000. This might be an exaggeration. However, as the 2 clashed, with one side fearlessly not fearing death, the other would inevitably, gradually find it hard to withstand. They would not be able to afford it. As compared to the Night Magnificence sect, Vast Spirit Mountain, the Purple Tide Sword sect, the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect, the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the Grand Xian Dynasty, and 3-Foot Mountain, the legacies of Phoenix, Ritual Slopes Phoenix, True Form Scripture, were naturally more profound as they were superior in many aspects. However, as compared to the legacies of Golden Court Mountain of the Southeast and Grave Thunder Palace of the Northeast, the Phoenix True Form Scripture of Wudong Slope's lineage appeared stronger in defense and weaker in offense. Yet, when martial practitioners of Wudong Slope clashed with martial practitioners of Golden Court Mountain and Grave Thunder Palace, the other side would have to be careful, not daring to underestimate them. This was because descendants of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope dared to fight with their lives on the line, attacking wildly and viciously without any regard for their own safety. From a certain perspective, this could be said to have made up for the unique trait of Wudong Slope's martial arts being stronger in defense and weaker in offense. It was just that being reborn in a place of death or having a powerful life force or defensive power would be completely useless against opponents who were much stronger than them. The other side would have to go all out in trying to kill you. After being reborn, they would naturally be unable to continue fighting. Still, if it was not very difficult for the other side to kill you once, after being reborn, they would only end up being killed again. Yuan Xianqing now discovered that the Yan Zhaoga before him was probably such an opponent. He did not fear Yan Zhaoga's yin-yang finger, cyclic heavenly seal, and taiji yin-yang palm. Still, that slaying azure dragon posed an extremely great threat to him. Yuan Xianqing could feel the despondency of Shunlingzi, Kong Ping, and the others that year. It would be fine if it was just slaying Azure Dragon. With such a brutal, powerful sword art, ordinary seeing divinity martial saints might not even be able to use a single sword against it. Still, for Yen Jiaoge, who had the peerless heavenly scripture, cyclic heavenly scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture, taiji yin-yang palm, and life creation heavenly scripture as his foundation, even 10 swords or 100 swords were nothing difficult for him. All of this together created an opponent that made Yuan Xianqing feel that even if he had 3 lives, it would not be enough. He might not be able to wear Yen Jiaoge to death, but Yen Jiaoge might be able to wear him to death. At this moment, what Yuan Xianqing felt the most was embarrassment. That's right, it was awkward. Having lived through 100 battles and possessed incomparably abundant experience, he had already realized that the greatest problem of his side was actually that their offensive power and killing power were unable to give Yen Jiaoge sufficient pressure. The strongest of the 3, Yuan Xianqing, was able to resist experts of the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm. Still, compared to experts of the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm, he was strong in defense but lacking in attack. If he cultivated in the supreme sword arts of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Golden Court Mountain, like Long Hanhua, while he would be in greater danger, Yen Jiaoge would have to hold back much more in his attacks. This addition and subtraction did not seem to make much of a difference, but in fact, it could be the decisive factor that broke the balance. Possessing the yin-yang heavenly scripture, Yen Jiaoge did not fear being ganged up on. Unless his opponent cultivated in a martial art that coincidentally countered the profundities of the yin-yang finger, there would need to be an expert who could clearly threaten and suppress him joining in on the attack, drawing away a great deal of his energy. Otherwise, just an increase in numbers would not be effective. If Taoist East Spring wielded the power of the Grand Formation with all his might and executed the Crouching Dragon Vast Spirit Fist, bolstered by the power of the Grand Formation, he would have a chance. Yet, Yen Jiaoge restricted his control over the Grand Formation. In the end, he who was the weakest was directly slain by Yen Jiaoge on the spot. After slaying Taoist East Spring, Yen Jiaoge did not cease as he continued stabbing Yuan Xianqing, who had just undergone nirvanic rebirth. At the same time, he stood on the 8 trigrams, roaring loudly. As Vast Spirit Mountain's Grand Formation circulated, the golden 8 trigrams diagram appeared in the sky once more, enveloping the mountain peak. It was just that this time the control of the formation actually vaguely fell into Yen Jiaoge's hands. Bolstered by the power of the formation, Yen Jiaoge grew fiercer and fiercer. After forcing Yuan Xianqing into retreat with a slaying azure dragon, he immediately struck out with a palm toward Zhaojin. Seeing this, the other immortal bridge martial saint elder aside from Taoist Spring hurriedly led his disciples to take over the Grand Formation, doing their best to wrest control over it. Still, with even Taoist East Spring having been disturbed by Yen Jiaoge, the others were even less of a match for him. Yen Jiaoge stomped his foot, the 8 trigrams diagram above the mountain peak directly circulating in reverse. Besides that immortal bridge martial saint elder, the other vast spirit mountain martial practitioners were all jolted to the point of vomiting blood as they toppled to the ground. "Everyone else, come at me together," Yen Jiaoge said casually. "Isn't your alliance meeting here, just discussing how to gather chicken feathers and gather the guts to gang up on me?" Amidst his words, Yen Jiaoge's figure flickered as he instantly arrived before the Grand Elder of Vast Spirit Mountain before striking out with a palm, sending him down to meet Taoist East Spring. An immortal bridge martial saint was instantly slain. When the other southern martial artists heard this, their bodies immediately trembled. Everyone looked at each other, but no one moved. Everyone had the same thought. Together? What kind of joke was this? Going up to die? Didn't they see that even Yuan Xianqing couldn't handle this killer in front of him? If besieging them worked, they wouldn't mind taking action. If anyone could really kill Yen Jiaoge, they would inevitably form a great bond of goodwill with Phoenix, Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. Yet, seeing how even Yuan Xianqing, Zhaozhen, and Taoist East Spring, 3 mid-immortal bridge martial saints, were unable to do anything to Yen Jiaoge despite their combined attacks, They were instead being slaughtered to the point of suffering a great loss. The southern cultivators knew that even if they went up to help, it would be useless. They might just lose their lives in vain. Chief Wang, doesn't your Stranger Mountain sect have deep enmity with Broad Creed Mountain? Someone suddenly said, You were still saying earlier that one of your junior apprentice brothers died at the hands of someone of Broad Creed Mountain called Yuan Jingfeng when they attacked the southeastern Yangheaven territory 2 years ago. Now that Yen Zhaoge has appeared in the southern Blazing Heaven territory, you are about to take revenge. An old man not far from him trembled when he heard this. He looked over in shock and anger. The old man, surnamed Wang, cursed within his heart. When they had gone to the blood oath appointment earlier, he had indeed been rather proactive, wanting to get rid of Yen Zhaoge as soon as possible. Yet, asking him to make a move now, how was that any different from sending himself to die? These words were even more likely to draw Yen Zhaoge's attention. Indeed, hearing these words, Yen Zhaoge gazed over, smiling rather surprisedly. My Grand Master did indeed slay a few martial practitioners of the south in battle that year. So there's one here? Hearing his words, Chief Wang of the Stranger Mountain sect instantly felt bitter within his heart. His Stranger Mountain sect thrived in the lands of the southern Blazing Heaven territory. Phoenix, Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slopes Yuan Xianqing was right beside them. Most of the martial practitioners of the announcing Peace Mountain range were present. Yet the problem was that even Yuan Xianqing himself was hard-pressed to protect himself. How was he supposed to answer at a time like this? Chapter 980. That's right. Being the chief of a sect at the end of the day, that old man surnamed Wang still straightened his back. Yuan Jingfeng is an enemy of my Stranger Mountain sect. This old man only hates that it was not him who came to the announcing Peace Mountain range this time. Although his words were clear and bright, sect leader Wang's footsteps were retreating. Yet, before his words had landed, Yen Zhaoge had already arrived before him with a whoosh. If a senior has something to do, this disciple will do it for him. As his grand disciple, I will bear the enmity of Grand Master for him. Saying thus, he directly slammed down with a palm, shattering the crown of Chief Wang's head. The expressions of all the martial practitioners of the South in the surroundings all changed. The environment of the announcing Peace Mountain range was harsh, and its martial practitioners were fierce and unyielding. Everyone here was a tyrannical, domineering figure who was used to rampaging in their own territories, arrogant and unyielding. At this moment, however, fear arose within everyone's hearts. This was a figure who was even more vicious than all of them added together. They had only come here for the sake of Wudong Slope's face. Still, knowing that they would definitely die, they still wanted to throw their lives away. Even Wudong Slope's face would not be of any use. As the owner of this place, vast Spirit Mountain was about to be decimated. As Yen Zhaoge's figure moved, it was hard to discern his presence. After slaying that chief of the Stranger Mountain sect with a palm, he immediately flashed to the side. The cloud-circulating heavenly light sword had already arrived before the chief of the Purple Tide Sword sect, Zhao Zhen. The brutal slaying azure dragon forcibly broke through the purple sea of sword chi. Zhao Zhen had nowhere to retreat to, as the purple sea sword in his hand consecutively drew a few arcs in mid-air, going in circles within circles. The dense purple sword chi overlapped at this moment, resembling numerous worlds. Each world resembled the heavens and earth of the vast ocean world as it was filled with endless, surging jade seas. His intention was purely to defend and wear down Yen Zhaoge's sword, delaying his footsteps. Yet, Yen Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon was not just a straightforward sword. The intricate variations within were even greater than Zhao Zhen's sword arts. The ferocious purplish-red sword light seemed bright and resplendent, yet was also filled with a destructive aura. The sword light pierced through numerous worlds, stabbing toward Zhao Zhen. Zhao Zhen blocked with his sword, a nick instantly appearing on the purple sea sword's blade from Yen Zhaoge's cloud, circulating heavenly light sword. When immortal bridge martial saints wielded high-grade sacred artifacts, they would be able to fully unleash the power contained within. If their martial arts were compatible with their artifact, they would be able to boost each other's power. As the treasure of the Purple Tide Sword Sect, the Purple Sea Sword was naturally compatible with Zhao Zhen's Purple Sea Sword technique. But at this moment, Zhao Zhen's Purple Sea Sword was indeed nearly severed by the cloud circulating heavenly light sword. The quality of the Purple Sea Sword and the Cloud Revolution heavenly light sword was similar. It was not that the cloud circulating heavenly light sword was stronger than the Purple Sea Sword. Instead, it was that Yen Zhaoge was stronger than Zhao Zhen. Yen Zhaoge's qi stabilized yin and yang, his feet treading on the 8 trigrams, his figure moving nonstop as he did not pursue Zhao Zhen after repelling him with a single sword, instead arriving before Yuan Xianqing once more. Yen Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he stabbed out with his sword once more. At the same time, the sun shone above his head, the tyrannical extreme yang seal, transforming into the blazing sun, which struck towards Yuan Xianqing as well. Besieged from both sides, Yuan Xianqing helplessly produced a feather fan. Radiance surged on the fan formed of the 5 colored phoenix feathers, its edges resembling blades, as it was brandished by Yuan Xianqing, intercepting Yen Zhaoge's attack. This was Yuan Xianqing's accompanying weapon, the high-grade sacred artifact, the 5 phoenix fan. Having personally witnessed the miraculous miracles of Yen Zhaoge's dark green bamboo cane, Yuan Xianqing did not want to use this treasure. Still, Yen Zhaoge was too ferocious, surpassing his imagination. Yuan Xianqing could not be bothered about that now. Still, what happened next left Yuan Xianqing feeling extremely despondent. It was fine if he did not take out the 5 phoenix fan, but just as he had taken it out, a dark green bamboo cane appeared in Yen Zhaoge's hand. With a paw sound, the radiance on the surface of the fan instantly dimmed. After suffering a few more blows, the fan of weaved phoenix feathers nearly fell apart, reduced to a pile of feathers on the ground. Zhao Zhen had originally wanted to come to his aid. Yet, seeing the scene, his footsteps involuntarily slowed. He unconsciously looked at the purple sea sword in his hand, hesitating as he saw the chip on it. Based on the miraculousness of that dark green bamboo cane and the purple sea sword's current damaged state, Zhao Zhen suspected that as soon as the sword and the cane clashed, the purple sea sword might very well be directly broken. Not only was the purple sea sword Zhao Zhen's personal sword, it was also the supreme treasure of the Purple Tide Sword Sect. It was already pained to the extreme that it had been damaged. If it was broken, what would he do then? Brother Yuan, that Yen scoundrel is ferocious and cannot be fought head-on. Let's retreat to Circumference Mountain. As long as we keep him within the southern blazing heaven territory, he will definitely be beheaded one day. Zhao Zhen sighed, sending Yuan Xianqing a sound transmission as he kept the purple sea sword. He tapped out lightly, substituting a sword with his finger as he controlled the sword qi of the purple sea to attack towards the back of Yen Zhaoge's neck, attempting to help Yuan Xianqing out of his predicament. Yen Zhaoge turned and kept his sword, seemingly wanting to first block Zhao Zhen's attack, who knew that he would abruptly inhale deeply, the acupoints of his entire body pulsing as blurry radiance surged. Enveloped by that radiance, the flow of time in the surrounding space seemed to slow down. Even the movements of Zhao Zhen and Yuan Xianqing slowed simultaneously. Meanwhile, Yen Zhaoge himself suddenly sped up. As soon as the blurry radiance appeared, Yuan Xianqing knew that things were bad as he hurriedly retreated. Yet, amidst the difference in speed, Yen Zhaoge had already neared him. As the dark green bamboo cane descended, the 5 phoenix fan was hard-pressed to withstand it. The extreme yang seal mightily descended. Yuan Xianqing was bolstered by 4 virtues as he forcibly withstood this devastating blow that seemed capable of extinguishing the heavens and extinguishing the earth. Yet, Yen Zhaoga's cloud circulating heavenly light sword now descended with a slaying azure dragon. Yuan Xianqing emitted a muffled groan as blood dyed the area. However powerful his defenses were, he would still be unable to withstand the combined attacks of Yen Zhaoga wielding a high-grade sacred artifact and wielding the slaying azure dragon along with the extreme yang seal. With the powerful life force of the phoenix, even if his protective true essence was broken through, he might not necessarily die from a single sword strike. Yet, Yen Zhaoga's slaying azure dragon slaughtered all life forms and all things, slaying all life force as it forcibly slew Yuan Xianqing once more. Only now did Zhao Zhan's sword qi catch up to Yen Zhaoga. Go! Yen Zhaoga roared, his back facing Zhao Zhen as he unceasingly destroyed Yuan Xianqing's life force with his sword. Meanwhile, 5 colored light flickered on his torso. 5 divinities seemed to have awakened within his internal organs. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth circulating as a powerful life force and defensive power surged. Yen Zhaoga executed the 5 elements' deific immortal body, forcibly withstanding Zhao Zhen's sword. After forcibly slaying Yuan Xianqing, Yen Zhaoga retracted his sword and turned before transforming into a streak of light, shooting toward Zhao Zhen. Seeing this, Zhao Zhen sighed towards the heavens before immediately turning and leaving. This sword cultivator, who had also attained the 8th level of the martial saint realm, dared not continue battling with Yen Zhaoga. Chapter 981. Zhao Zhen wanted to leave, but Yen Zhaoga did not intend to let him off as he immediately chased after him. Fastest update: as soon as the sword light appeared, it was like a river of time traversing through the void, blurring the boundaries between time and space. The Purple Sea Sword incantation of the Purple Tide Sword Sect was majestic, capable of both offense and defense, but it was not known for its speed. Yen Zhaoga's figure merged with the cloud circulating heavenly light sword, the sword transforming into a long river as he speedily chased after Zhao Zhen. As the extreme yang seal smashed downwards, Zhao Zhen was unable to avoid it as he could only draw the Purple Sea sword once more to meet it head-on. This time he still adopted a defensive stance, attempting to contend with Yen Zhaoga. Seeing that Zhao Zhen's actions were similar to Yuan Xianqing's, Yen Zhaoga's gaze flickered once more as he asked, "Who are you waiting for?" Hearing this, Zhao Zhen's heart tightened. The anxious and helpless expression on his face gradually disappeared, and he regained his composure. "Let me guess. The person chasing after me shouldn't be here so soon." Yen Zhaoga said, "Since that is so, it should be someone like you who was originally waiting up ahead. Could it be that treasured branch suppressing peak, Zhongshuren, has already left Circumference Mountain and arrived here?" Yen Zhaoga asked casually. Zhao Zhen did not answer, just his sword becoming more and more stable, a needle concealed within silk floss. When the other southern martial artists heard this, their spirits were lifted. Treasured branch suppressing peak Zhongshuren, a long-time elder of Wudong Mountain, a late immortal bridge martial saint. He was one of the strongest people beneath the southern Exalt Shuangshin in the entire southern blazing heaven territory. He was also a famed peak expert of the world beyond worlds many years ago. He was currently the strongest martial practitioner active in the eastern region of the southern blazing heaven territory, the person in charge of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope here. Even Phoenix Eyes Yuan Xianqing had to lower his head in front of him. Whether it was in terms of strength or seniority, he was inferior. Yen Zhaoga looked at Zhao Zhen. "You want to delay me here, waiting for Zhang Shuren to arrive? It's best if we don't need Zhang Bao to come. We'll deal with you on our own." Zhao Zhen finally spoke again. But from the looks of it, that won't do. Just now he had indeed wanted to retreat, and had asked Yuan Xianqing to retreat with him. Where there is life, there is hope. However, Yuan Xianqing told him something that made Zhao Zhan change his mind. Although there was no evidence, Zhao Zhan chose to believe Yuan Xianqing. At this moment, he was appraising Yan Zhaoge with a very strange gaze. Now, I really believe the rumors of you having once defeated and pursued a mid-immortal bridge martial saint in the southeastern Royal Reed Sea. To think that there would actually be someone like you in this world. Even that red lotus of ingenious flying peaks, Brocade Emperor would not be able to compare to your strength. Zhao Zhan sighed in admiration. You are the number one figure of the world beyond worlds, younger generation in recent years. Wudong Slope said that you originated from a lower world, and that it was a coincidence that you were able to obtain the extreme Yang seal. However, I really suspect that you might really be of the exalted solar luminary's direct lineage. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Wudong Slope is right. I indeed only obtained the extreme Yang seal by chance. As he spoke, his movements were not slow at all. His sword fell and cut through the layers of purple sea. There's no need to try to stall for time, Yan Zhaoge said mildly. If Zhang Shuren comes, let him come. I have no intention of avoiding him. I will just wait for him here at Vast Spirit Mountain. However, I will naturally be able to wait for him. As for you guys, I'm not sure. The sharp, purplish-red sword ray covered the sky and covered the earth, rendering Zhao Zhan powerless to block it. At this moment, he had nowhere to hide and could only try his best to block. It doesn't matter if we can't wait, Zhao Zhan said gravely. It's enough as long as we can keep you here. Looking at Zhao Zhan, Yan Zhaoge understood what he meant. This time, Zhao Zhan came to the announcing Peace Mountain range to help. On one hand, it was to give face to Wudong Slope. On the other hand, it was because of his personal friendship with Yuan Xianqing. Normally speaking, he was giving face to Wudong Slope, not selling his life for them. There was no need for him to fight to the death. As the number one expert of the Bright Connection Sea, it was true that the Purple Tide Sword Sect was the number one faction in the Bright Connection Sea. However, if he were to perish here along with the Purple Sea Sword, the Purple Tide Sword Sect's strength would plummet. Although it was still a peak force in the Bright Connection Sea, it was impossible for it to continue occupying the Overlord throne. They might even be besieged by the other forces of the Bright Connection Sea. It was just like the Grand Xian dynasty of the southeastern Yang Heaven territories, Royal Reed Sea. At first glance, it seemed unwise for Zhao Zhan to stay here and fight to the death. Still, if it were Yan Zhaoge, he would make the same choice. If Zhao Zhan were to perish here, Wudong Slope would definitely not ignore the situation in the Bright Connection Sea. The Purple Tide Sword Sect would receive explicit support from Wudong Slope, its prestige not falling. Also, if Yan Zhaoge was allowed to flee, even if Zhao Zhan returned to the Bright Connection Sea alive, he would not be able to live a peaceful life in the future. This was because the Yan Zhaoge before him was powerful to the point that he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. The current Yan Zhaoge was already so terrifying even before having ascended the Immortal Bridge. If they allowed the tiger to return to the mountain today, how would the Purple Tide Sword Sect be able to withstand Yan Zhaoge's resurgence in the future? Even with Wudong Slope's protection, it would still be hard to ensure their safety. He could only walk this path to the end now, only hoping to gather the strength of the eastern experts of the southern Blazing Heaven territory and leave Yan Zhaoge here forever. Not a bad idea, but Yan Zhaoge's sword descended, the cloud circulating heavenly light sword sliding past the blade of the Purple Sea Sword, slicing towards Zhao Zhan's finger. If he did not abandon his sword, his finger would be severed. While Zhao Zhan seemed silent and unremarkable, he was extremely resolute now that he had made up his mind. As Yan Zhaoge's sword descended, Zhao Zhan did not let go as he instead pushed the Purple Sea Sword forward, slicing towards Yan Zhaoge's finger as well. The cloud circulating heavenly light sword was even faster, a blood-red light appearing as it directly severed the finger of Zhao Zhan's right hand. Zhao Zhen's expression did not change, as he had long since been prepared for this. His left hand caught up at lightning speed, grabbing the hilt of the purple sea sword as he continued to descend. "Good," Yen Zhaoge praised softly, flicking his wrist. The purplish-red glow of the cloud, circulating heavenly light sword was retracted, a pliable force appearing as it repelled the purple sea sword slightly. The sword was unable to touch Yen Zhaoge's finger by a hair's breadth. The next moment, Yen Zhaoge shook the cloud, circulating heavenly light sword, the extreme softness transforming into the extreme toughness once more as it revealed its sharpness, chopping downwards with yet another sword. Zhao Zhen was unable to react in time as his sword-wielding left hand was directly severed by Yen Zhaoge. Meanwhile, the cry of a phoenix resounded amidst the flames once more. Yuan Xianqing was reborn from the ashes once more. Still, his right eye was tightly shut this time, only the silhouette of a phoenix in his left eye flapping its wings as it sought to take flight. Even so, being able to escape death and be reborn was naturally a joyous thing. Yet, what had clearly been a joyous thing brimming with vitality was now filled with sorrow. After Yuan Xianqing had been reborn, the first scene that entered his eyes was that of Zhao Zhen's arm being severed by Yen Zhaoge with a single sword. Now, however, looks of joy simultaneously appeared on the faces of Yuan Xianqing and Zhao Jin, who had originally had gloomy expressions on their faces. A powerful aura suddenly emanated from the distance. It originated from Circumference Mountain in the east. That aura belonged to a late immortal bridge martial saint. To be continued, R. Chapter 982. It was blazing hot like fire, yet also brimming with vitality. The powerful aura virtually caused everyone present to feel suffocated as illusions arose before their eyes. It was as if a treasured wudong tree towered into the heavens amidst boundless blazing flames, the clear cry of a phoenix resounding from its top. Then that treasured wudong tree was about to descend from the heavens, descending upon the peak of vast Spirit Mountain. While no words were spoken, everyone already knew the identity of the newcomer. A long-time elder of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, a late immortal bridge martial saint, treasured branch suppressing peak Zhongshuren. The martial practitioners of the south all felt joyous and elated. While they had already known from Yen Zhaoge and Zhao Zhen's conversation earlier that Zhongshuren was rushing over, still seeing was believing. Even if Zhao Zhen had not been bluffing and Zhongshuren was really rushing over, if he had arrived late, everyone here might already have died at Yen Zhaoge's hands. Now that Zhongshuren had truly appeared, all the martial practitioners of the south felt reassured. Yen Zhaoge naturally sensed Zhongshuren's approach. Of everyone present, he was the first to discover Zhongshuren, even earlier than Yuan Xianqing and Zhao Jin. Facing the arrival of this 9th-level martial saint, Yen Zhaoge's reaction was to not pause in the slightest after severing Zhao Zhen's hand with a single sword as he struck out once more. Zhao Zhen, whose hands had been crippled, his sword arts broken, and his protective true essence having collapsed, could only watch helplessly as Yen Zhaoge's sword arrived before him. A low roar resounded from within the sky, a streak of fiery light rapidly descending. The target of this fiery light was not Yen Zhaoge, but Zhao Jin. A thread of white qi surged amidst the blazing flames, guiding Zhao Zhen towards a chance of survival as he fled. Yet Yen Zhaoge extended his other hand, bringing his index finger and thumb together in midair as he pinched downwards. That thread of white qi of nether virtue that implied endless life was instantly severed. Zhao Zhen's path of survival completely severed as well. Light circulated on the tip of the cloud, circulating heavenly light soared as a great head flew straight into the skies. The head rose to its highest point before descending, flipping over as it revealed a face that had yet to die in peace. One of the few experts of the east of the southern blazing heaven territory, a mid-immortal bridge martial saint who reigned supreme over the bright connection sea, Zhao Jin, had perished beneath Yan Zhaoga's sword today. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the southern martial artists, who had just calmed down, trembled again. Everyone subconsciously retreated. Even the precious parasol tree that descended from the sky with its branches and leaves fluttering in the raging flames could not dispel the chill in their hearts. Seeing that Zhao Zhan was killed, Yuan Xianqing's expression changed and he rushed forward. However, that vigorous, domineering extreme yang seal smashed downwards, firmly blocking Yuan Xianqing as he could only watch helplessly as Zhao Zhan's head was separated from his body. Oh, interesting. Yan Zhaoga acted as if nothing had happened at all as he casually turned around, looking at Yuan Xianqing. However, the reborn Yuan Xianqing was different from before. Apart from his right eye being tightly shut, Yuan Xianqing no longer looked like an old and frail man like before. He now looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. From his facial features, he could still vaguely make out the appearance of an old man from before, but he had suddenly become much younger. The first time he was reborn, his appearance did not change. Having sacrificed the clone that he had refined with his right eye this time to be reborn from the ashes, Yuan Xianqing's appearance had changed as he seemed to have returned to his youth. It was just that while he looked like he had returned to his prime, Yuan Xianqing's cultivation base had clearly weakened somewhat. He was still a mid-immortal bridge martial saint, still powerful. Still, of the true intent of the four virtues, the thick earth of meritorious virtue had become much thinner. Thinking of how two phoenixes had flown out of Yuan Xianqing's eyes when he had first attacked, one bearing the white qi of nether virtue and the other bearing the thick earth of meritorious virtue, Yan Zhaoga clicked his tongue in wonder. If I blind your remaining left eye or force you to sacrifice it for a third nirvanic rebirth, would you return to your youthful appearance? Yuan Xianqing's actual age was greater than that of Zhuang Xin's son, the Phoenix Prince Zhuang Chaohui. Still, he was far younger than the likes of Treasured Branch Suppressing Peak Zhang Shuren and Blazing King Pranghe. Of course, Yuan Xianqing would definitely be very old in terms of the longevity of ordinary people. Still, if one were to calculate it in terms of the longevity of immortal bridge martial saints, Yuan Xianqing would be extremely young. It would not be too much to call him a youth. From the looks of it now, his previous old appearance was related to him refining his pupils into a phoenix clone. The phoenix clone refined from his right eye bore the thick earth of meritorious virtue, while the phoenix clone refined from his left eye bore the white qi of nether virtue. With this, Yuan Xianqing had only needed to painstakingly cultivate in the blessed purple light of fortuitous virtue and the water ripples of holy virtue earlier on, allowing him to be bolstered by four virtues at the seeing divinity stage. Now, as Yuan Xianqing's cultivation base rose higher and higher, he had begun cultivating in the true intent of meritorious virtue and nether virtue as well. With the assistance of his two clones, his accumulations would be more solid than those of other Wudong slope martial practitioners. Still, before he truly had any results, as soon as one of his clones vanished, his strength would be affected as well, plummeting greatly. Having lost the clone refined from his right eye, his attainments in the thick earth of meritorious virtue would plummet sharply. If the clone refined from his left eye vanished as well, the white qi of nether virtue would similarly suffer a great loss. Yuan Xianqing's right eye was tightly shut as his left eye glared unblinkingly at Yan Zhaoga, who had just slain Zhao Zhen. At the same time, an old man descended from the heavens, appearing beside Yuan Xianqing. The martial practitioners of the south all recognized this old man as a longtime elder of Wudong Slope, the treasured branch suppressing peak Zhang Shuren. Even Xianqing was actually not your match. Zhang Shuren looked earnestly at Yan Zhaoga. Yan Zhaoga spread his palms apart. Bullying the weak and relying on numbers to bully the few are all not in line with the true intent of holy virtue. While he joined forces with others to attack me, the power that he could unleash alone would actually be slightly weaker than if he were alone. Still, if he were alone, he would indeed not be my match. Even southeastern Chao probably did not see through your potential and strength. Zhang Shuren did not hesitate as he instead said, "This old man received a message from Junior Apprentice Brother Peng. You returned to the world beyond worlds from extra-dimensional space, and many people of our clan entered the place where you were previously." Gazing at Yan Zhaoge, Zhang Shuren asked slowly, "How are they?" "They all died inside." Yan Zhaoge answered calmly, "If we count it, it is all related to me. I was the one who personally slain Zhuang Chaohui." Zhang Shuren was silent for a moment before he raised a hand. "Since that is so, let this old man see exactly how outstanding you are." Unlike the others of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, who primarily cultivated in saber arts, Zhang Shuren was proficient in palm arts. The Wutong divine palm that he had created was the first of its generation, adding yet another supreme martial art to the legacy of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. As Zhang Shuren raised his palm, the massive Wudong tree towered into the heavens, turning tangible as it manifested a powerful life force alongside a suffocating pressure. All the space enveloped by the branches and leaves of the Wudong tree was devoured by blazing fire, reduced to nothingness. Chapter 983. Zhang Shuren struck out with his palm, attacking and defending at the same time. He didn't care about technique, and his momentum was overwhelming. Its aura fully manifested the power of a late immortal bridge martial saint. At his peak, Yuan Xianqing's strength had been outstanding as he had been able to contend with many late immortal bridge martial saints. But Zhang Shuren, his senior, was still more experienced and steady. "Good," Yan Zhaoge praised, extending a hand and raising the extreme yang seal. The profundities of the cyclic heavenly scripture, the yin-yang heavenly scripture, and the extreme yang scripture merged together at this moment, merging into one as it multiplied with the lineage of the extreme yang seal. The extreme yang seal, which had already been mighty and domineering in the first place, displayed unprecedented might at this moment. Yan Zhaoge wielded the extreme yang seal with the cyclic heavenly seal, clashing head-on with Zhang Shuren. The scarlet crown on Zhang Shuren's head flickered with radiance, turning into flowing flames that scattered in the air. The flames fused with the Wudong tree manifested from Zhang Shuren's palm, and the Wudong tree seemed to blot out the sky. At this moment, if one looked from outside a vast spirit mountain, they would be able to see the fiery light of announcing Peace Mountain range soaring into the sky, a precious parasol tree towering there, suppressing the continuous mountain range. Next to the treasured parasol tree, a golden sun slowly rose. Yan Zhaoge raised the extreme yang seal with one hand while a dark green bamboo cane appeared in his other hand. Seeing this, Yuan Xianqing's expression changed slightly. "Senior uncle, pay attention to that bamboo cane of his. The news from Emperor Qian's faction is true." Zhang Shuren's gaze hardened as his palms intersected, one palm striking towards the extreme yang seal while the other was retracted, guarding before him as it blocked the dark green bamboo cane in Yan Zhaoge's hands. "Rise!" Yan Zhaoge roared, pushing upwards with his palm as the extreme yang seal flew up. The rising sun hung high in the sky, overlooking the earth and pressing down on the treasured parasol tree that was surrounded by raging flames. Immediately afterwards, Yan Zhaoge brandished the cloud, circulating heavenly light soared once more, attacking towards Zhang Shuren with a slaying azure dragon. Such a murderous sword technique. Seeing this, Zhang Shuren frowned. He raised a hand, blocking the descending extreme yang seal. His other hand abruptly changed direction, no longer intercepting Yan Zhaoge's dark green bamboo cane, instead striking out with a hu towards Yan Zhaoge himself. It was said that treasured branch-suppressing peak Zhang Shuren was conservative and steady, but when it came to the ever-changing battle situation, he never lacked the courage to take the initiative to attack. At this moment, Zhang Shuren's blessed purple light, meritorious thick earth, nether virtue white qi, and holy virtue water ripples appeared all at once. Bolstered by the four virtues, he forcibly resisted Yan Zhaoge's sword. Zhang Shuren also ignored Yan Zhaoge's dark green bamboo cane that was striking towards the phoenix cry crown above his head. Now he wanted to see if Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base was able to forcibly withstand a full-powered strike of his late immortal bridge marshal, Saint Cultivation Base. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he kept his dark green bamboo cane, his left hand not retreating in the slightest as he struck out with the cyclic heavenly seal. The two of them clashed in midair, and both of their bodies swayed. The seeing divinity Yan Zhaoge was not at a disadvantage in the slightest. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge wielded the cloud, circulating heavenly light sword in his right hand, continuing to hack towards Zhang Shuren with a slaying azure dragon. Blazing fire and roiling true essence protected Zhang Shuren's body. Yet, beneath the brutal attack of the purplish-red sword glow, the blazing fire was forcibly slashed apart. The thick earth of meritorious virtue that mended the heavens and extended the Tao and the holy virtue water ripples that were untainted by all arts came into play, wanting to replenish the blazing fire that had been broken apart as well as assist in resisting the sword light. As the brutal sword glow descended, the blessed purple light was stimulated as well, attempting to dispel its killing intent as a wisp of the white qi of nether virtue was indistinctly visible. Yet that brutal purple light that resembled the blood of a dragon shot out, transformed life into death at this moment, killing intent surging to the heavens as it unceasingly advanced. One side's attacks were fierce, while the other's defenses were tight as the two vaguely descended into a stalemate. While Zhang Shuren had to divert some of his attention to deal with the pressure exerted by the extreme yang seal up above, he was still able to completely unleash the power of the high-grade sacred artifact on his head, the Phoenix Cry Crown. A high-grade sacred artifact, wielded by a 9th-level martial saint, was naturally extraordinary, the power of the two mutually reinforcing each other as their might was displayed to the fullest. Meanwhile, not only was Yan Zhaoge unable to fully wield the power of a high-grade sacred artifact due to his cultivation base, his weapon and sword arts were also incompatible. Yet red, black, and white suddenly flickered within Yan Zhaoge's pupils. The sword light of the cloud, circulating heavenly light, sword gradually changed. The cloud circulating heavenly light sword that had originally been clear as water as it resembled the flow of time was now covered in a layer of blood-red light. The long, torrential river of time now reeked of blood. It was as if countless life forms had perished amidst the flow of time. Meanwhile, the end of time would also be the end of all life forms, all things no longer existing. Instantly, the lethality of this slaying azure dragon sword technique executed by Yan Zhaoge with the cloud circulating heavenly light sword rose once more. Even time has been infiltrated by the killing intent. Zhang Shuren immediately detected the threat amidst this change. Helpless, he finally retreated. The blessed purple light of fortuitous virtue flickered, the white qi of nether virtue surging as Zhang Shuren evaded Yan Zhaoge's sword. Yet, as he retreated, the extreme yang seal above his head instantly descended. Zhang Shuren could only halt, raising his left hand and blocking the descending great golden sun. As his figure halted, Yan Zhaoge's sword caught up to him once more. However, with a wave of Yan Zhaoge's hand this time, the cloud circulating heavenly light sword flew out of his hands, transforming into a long blood-red streak as it headed straight for the Phoenix Cry Crown on Zhang Shuren's head. Locked in place by the extreme yang seal, Zhang Shuren found it hard to dodge. He could only hack out with his right hand, wanting to send the cloud circulating heavenly light sword flying. However, as Yan Zhaoge executed the Taiji yin-yang palm, yin and yang returning to the illusory, even as it extinguished all things, it formed an immense suction force which stuck to Zhang Shuren's right hand, forcing him to meet it with a palm once more. Helpless, Zhang Shuren tilted his head slightly. However, the blood rainbow formed by the clouds circulating heavenly light sword made a graceful arc in the air and continued to slash down, cutting away the phoenix cry crown on Zhang Shuren's head. Seeing his high-grade sacred artifact being struck down by Yan Zhaoga's cloud circulating heavenly light sword, a bad premonition arose within Zhang Shuren's heart. Indeed, the next moment, a massive axe of white jade appeared within Yan Zhaoga's hands. He grabbed the handle of the axe with both hands and swung it at Zhang Shuren's waist. The spectators saw streams of spiritual light congregating between the heavens and the earth, transforming into a massive heaven-splitting axe forged of white jade which hacked down towards the trunk of that towering wudong tree. Beneath this hack, even that treasured wudong tree that was towering to the heavens and towered over the earth trembled. Countless branches and leaves fell, the tree trunk that resembled a pillar that supported the heavens actually tilting slightly. Looking at the heaven-earth reversing axe in Yan Zhaoga's hands, the usually composed Zhang Shuren felt a stifling rage rising within his heart now. That strange, dark green bamboo cane aside, this youth before him still had a third high-grade sacred artifact besides the extreme yang seal and the cloud's circulating heavenly light sword. The other party was clearly trying to pile him to death with treasures, bullying him with their superior number of weapons. Still, the problem was that it seemed like he, Zhang Shuren, was the one who was an immortal bridge martial saint. This kid who was covered in treasures should be a seeing divinity martial saint, right? With the amount of time and experience Zhang Shuren had attained the immortal bridge stage, with his cultivation base and strength, it would not be impossible for him to forge more than a single high-grade sacred artifact. The main problem restricting him was that he lacked materials. Yet the Yan Zhaoga before him, someone who had yet to ascend the immortal bridge, was armed from head to toe with a body full of treasures. As opposed to the feeling of defeat, Zhang Shuren's heart was currently filled with absurdity. He felt despondent to the point of wanting to vomit blood. Chapter 984. Regarding Zhang Shuren's current mental state, Yan Zhaoga didn't care about it. The ferocious swing of the axe almost toppled the towering parasol tree. Zhang Shuren was so angry that he almost vomited blood, but he could only grit his teeth. He suddenly exerted force, temporarily shaking off the extreme yang seal with a momentary burst of power. Then he crossed his palms and changed his stance. Instead of attacking, he focused all his attention on defense. At this moment, the indomitable treasured parasol tree's form became even more realistic, and its treasured light soared into the sky. At this moment, this late immortal bridge martial saint seemed to have transformed entirely into a towering tree that towered into the heavens. Great Virtue Earth appeared beneath his feet, covering the entire vast spirit mountain. It was connected to the great earth, bearing the weight of the heavens. The holy virtue water ripples circled around the foot of the big tree, flowing endlessly, lasting for a long time. The purple light of fortuitous virtue flickered on the branches and leaves, and between the dense branches and leaves, wisps of white chi of nether virtue floated, seemingly there and not there. At this moment, Zhang Shuren raised his defense to the maximum. His divine wudong palm gave up on offense and focused on defense. It was the #1 defensive supreme art of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's wudong slope. Bolstered by the 4 virtues at this moment, this was the highest level of defense that a wudong slope direct lineage 9th level martial saint could attain. As Yan Zhaoga chopped down with his axe, the treasured wudong tree did not budge at all. Impressive indeed. Yan Zhaoga's eyes lit up as he simply kept the heaven-earth reversing axe, an existence that resembled a dagger, whilst also a seal appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Zhang Shuren laughed in anger. Another high-grade sacred artifact? It was the Light Een sword seal. Wielding the Light Een sword seal, Yan Zhaoga used it as a sword, stabbing towards Zhang Shuren with another slaying azure dragon. The sword seal landed on the parasol tree that Zhang Shuren had transformed into. The ferocious sword light flickered, and the towering tree suddenly trembled. Traces of withering suddenly appeared on the surface of the shining tree trunk. The thick soil of merit floated below, as if it was providing countless nutrients, causing the withered marks on the tree trunk to gradually regain vitality. But then, under the attack of the sword light, it withered again. The two sides seemed to be in a stalemate. While Yan Zhaoge was not anxious, Zhang Shuren's heart instead sunk. This was because the extreme yang seal that he had just barely managed to jolt back earlier was now smashing down from above once more. As the golden sun descended, its target was the towering wudong tree. Everyone knew that phoenixes lived in parasol trees. But at this moment, it was as though a great sun golden crow had descended from the sky and was about to land on the wudong tree. It didn't matter if the phoenix was happy or not, and it didn't matter if the wudong was happy or not. Although the entire treasure tree was covered in flames, not only was it not afraid of fire, but it even produced flames of its own. But at this moment, under the scorching sun, the vigorous branches and leaves of the parasol tree also showed signs of withering. Yuan Xiancheng finally couldn't hold back anymore. He transformed into a fire phoenix and arrived at the top of the wudong tree. At this moment, the phoenix began to chase away the golden crow that was trying to occupy its phoenix nest. Both sides were having a great time fighting. Yuan Xianqing flung his 5 phoenix fan into the leaves and lent it to Zhang Shuren for the time being. Zhang Shuren, however, did not use it. At this time, he could only defend with all his might. Wielding the 5 phoenix fan, he could only be beaten by Yan Zhaoge's dark green bamboo, cane in vain. This long-time elder of Wudong, Slope, calmed his heart at this moment. Even as he focused on defending against Yan Zhaoge's attacks, he was also observing Yan Zhaoge. After the great battles with Taoist East Spring, Zhao Zhan and Yuan Xiancheng, Yan Zhaoge was now clashing with him, Zhang Shuren. Even many 9th-level martial saints and late immortal bridge martial saints of the same cultivation level as him would be greatly depleted even if they were not exhausted. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual, as his breathing was much heavier than before, even having traces of it. The 2 qis of yin and yang manifested as black and white, which were unceasingly inhaled and exhaled by him. Yet, Yan Zhaoge's breathing did not become chaotic or hurried in the slightest, even when clashing with a 9th-level martial saint bigwig, like Zhang Shuren, as it always maintained a slow and stable rhythm. Between his chest and abdomen, crimson, white, green, red, and black lights flickered as they circulated unceasingly. A Taiji diagram was also indistinctly visible on his forehead as it circulated unceasingly. Seeing this, Zhang Shuren was even more shocked. No wonder he is so powerful. How many supreme martial arts exactly does this youth possess? Senior apprentice Uncle Zhang, this Yan Zhaoge is at least proficient in the cyclic heavenly scripture of the Jade, clear direct lineages, earlier Heaven 3 scriptures, as well as the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture and life creation heavenly scripture of the later Heaven 6 scriptures. Seeing that his senior apprentice uncle wanted to fight a protracted battle with Yan Zhaoge, Yuan Xianqing hurriedly reminded him. Zhang Shuren said, "This old one knows. Apart from that, it's very likely that he has the Aeon Light heavenly scripture. Moreover, I don't know if it's related to ingenious flying peak. He also knows the Taiji Yin-Yang palm of the grand clear lineages, grand cosmos, 5 manifestations. Just how old is this kid?" Zhang Shuren gasped as he spoke. The higher the peak of the absolute art, the more profound the principles it contained. If a martial artist wanted to cultivate it to a certain level, they would need to spend a lot of effort. Flipping Heaven's book, Yin-Yang heavenly book, Tai Chi Yin-Yang palm, any one of these absolute arts, most people would have to devote their entire life to practice it. Of course, the time and effort required was enough to create a top-notch powerhouse. With so many absolute arts, it was not that unbelievable that the young man in front of him could have such terrifying strength. However, it was easier said than done. How did he do it? This was even more unbelievable. First, not mentioning Zhang Shuren's many years of adventuring in the world beyond worlds. Even Yuan Xianqing had already been famed for many years despite being very young amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. They had seen innumerable geniuses of all sorts. Still, the Yen Jiaoge before them still vaguely caused their worldview to be overturned. Why was it that even the opposing southeastern Yang Heaven territory was rather impressed by Yuan Xianqing's strength? Whatever the reason, he was currently the only person of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope who was already simultaneously bearing 4 virtues before having reached the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, the late Immortal Bridge stage. This had paved the path towards the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm for Yuan Xianqing. As long as his accumulation was sufficient, the late Immortal Bridge stage would most definitely be his. Like his master Zhuangxin, he would also have great hopes of attaining the human Exalt realm. Did the other martial practitioners of Wudong Slope not want to be like him? Of course they wanted to, yet they were unable to do so. Before learning how to run, they could only steadily walk forward step by step. While Yuan Xianqing was an unparalleled genius, it was also due to fortuitous encounters that he had been able to surpass normal logic and attain his current heights. Yet, as compared to Yen Jiaoge, the gap was so great that it left the Wudong Slope martial practitioners wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Let alone the fact that Yen Jiaoge was much younger than Yuan Xianqing. Even if they were of the same age, the gap would still be too great. The cyclic heavenly scripture. He actually possesses the cyclic heavenly scripture of the Jade, clear lineages, earlier Heaven 3 scriptures. With this, the density of his true essence far surpasses that of a seeing divinity martial saint. Zhang Shuren felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Yin Yang heavenly scripture, Taiji Yin Yang Palm, 2 supreme arts of the Jade clear and Grand clear at the same time? In that case, his recovery speed is even faster than mine. If he also cultivates the life creation heavenly tome, it will further strengthen his true essence, accumulation, and recovery. The elder of Wudong Slope looked at Yen Jiaoge like he was looking at a monster. At this rate, it was hard to say who would be the first to be exhausted to death. Chapter 985. It was fine if a late Immortal Bridge martial saint was unable to take down an opponent of the late seeing divinity Martial Saint realm. In the end, he was even suppressed by the other party's attacks and was forced to defend with all his might. Although his opponent had the advantage of a weapon, the gap between their realms was so huge that Zhang Shuren felt extremely humiliated. This was especially so as a seeing divinity martial saint. Yen Jiaoge was unable to exert the full power of a high-grade sacred artifact. What was even more shocking was that this was the treasured branch-suppressing peak, Zhang Shuren. Putting aside the divine Wudong Palm's defense, with the addition of the 4 virtues, its defensive power was extremely strong. If it were anyone else, whether or not they would be able to take on such a ferocious attack from Yen Jiaoge was still another matter altogether. Apart from that, however, as a late Immortal Bridge martial saint, he did not even have the confidence to fight a prolonged battle against this junior of the 6th level of the martial saint realm. While it was a little hard to say, Zhang Shuren was clear within his heart that Yen Jiaoge, who possessed many peak martial arts, would really not be afraid of a prolonged battle with him. Also, with Yen Jiaoge's entire body full of treasures, Zhang Shuren felt even less confident. Who knew if there would be other treasures or methods? Indeed, the blazing king Peng He and the others of the 9th level of the martial saint realm were in pursuit of Yen Jiaoge, currently hurrying over to the eastern region of the southern blazing heaven territory. If Zhang Shuren could drag it out till then with a pincer attack, it would be hard for Yen Jiaoge to escape alive. But Zhang Shuren had to worry about another problem. His original responsibility was to guard Circumference Mountain and repel the peak experts of the southeastern Yang heaven territory on the other side of the borders. At this moment, he had left Circumference Mountain to come to the announcing Peace Mountain range. To a certain extent, it could be said that he had deserted his post. It was fine if it was only for a short period of time, but if it was a little longer, the experts in the southeast might discover that he had left. When the time came, the circumference mountain would be empty, and the people on the other side could directly tear an opening and come over. Even if they had not heard of Yen Zhaoga's news previously, they might have received news of him after having entered the southern blazing heaven territory and rapidly advanced over. Zhang Shuren and Yuan Xianqing could also be pincered in announcing Peace Mountain Range. Zhang Shuren came up with an idea. His palm abruptly changed as he sidestepped Yen Zhaoga's light Yin sword seal. Yen Zhaoga's sword stance changed accordingly, still stabbing towards Zhang Shuren. As the old man moved sideways, Yen Zhaoga's sword landed on his shoulder, instantly causing a mist of blood to erupt. The towering, treasured parasol tree also disappeared from the world at this moment. Only streaks of nether virtue, white energy surged, sweeping up Zhang Shuren and Yuan Xianqing into the sky, leaving vast Spirit Mountain and heading east. Martial uncle. Yuan Xianqing's lips moved, but he didn't say anything. He understood Zhang Shuren's thoughts. Since they could not defeat Yen Zhaoga, there was no need for them to continue fighting to the death. They would first retreat to Circumference Mountain, ultimately still obstructing Yen Zhaoga's path back to the east. More than 2 years ago, after the southeast and south completely shed all pretense of cordiality, the experts of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope set up an extremely powerful formation around Circumference Mountain to guard the border. Because he was worried that Yen Zhaoga would conceal himself in the announcing Peace Mountain Range, Yuan Xianqing had come here to oversee the interception and capture. Now that the matter had failed, the martial practitioners of Wudong Slope should still remain at Circumference Mountain. It would be more beneficial to obstructing Yen Zhaoga there. At the same time, they would be able to block off the people in the southeast. Even if they were attacked from both sides, they would have a geographical advantage. It was much better than being in the announcing Peace Mountain Range. Zhang Shuren couldn't tell whether the Mastiff King, Peng He, and the others would arrive first, or if the southeast experts would arrive first. He didn't want to gamble either. Therefore, Zhang Shuren chose not to continue squabbling with Yen Zhaoga here, instead retreating to Circumference Mountain. It was just that this way, the prestige of Zhang Shuren and Wudong Slope would likely plummet greatly in front of so many martial practitioners of the South. This Yen Zhaoga is truly a heaven-defying genius. No wonder Senior Apprentice Uncle Zhang made such a choice. Yuan Xianqing sighed deeply, still feeling rather unresigned. Actually, seeing that Zhang Shuren had been forced to defend with all his might, the martial practitioners of the South here had already been rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. When they saw that Zhang Shuren, a lofty 9th level martial saint, had actually retreated on his own accord, they had been in an uproar. At this moment, most people could only feel like something seemed to be collapsing within their hearts. Still, amidst their shock, some people gradually regained their wits, as they vaguely felt that given the strength displayed by Yen Zhaoga, things should have developed in such a way. At this moment, there was already no longer anyone who viewed Yen Zhaoga as a simple seeing divinity martial saint. This was a figure who truly surpassed their understanding and imagination. Gradually, more and more people began to think the same thing. I really made a mistake coming to this alliance meeting. Seeing Zhang Shuren and Yuan Xianqing flee in defeat, everyone present dispersed like birds and beasts, leaving the peak of vast Spirit Mountain and fleeing in various directions. Everyone had similar thoughts in their minds. The further away from this killing star, the better. Go chase the others. Don't chase me. Flee. Don't let him catch up to you. Otherwise, only death awaits us. Thinking about how they had gathered here earlier to form an alliance in order to hunt down and kill him, Yen Zhaoga could not help but laugh as he shook his head. Looking at Zhang Shuren and Yuan Xianqing again, seeing them retreat in the direction of Circumference Mountain, Yen Zhaoga could basically guess what they were thinking. The rumors of being stable and conservative really do live up to their name. Yen Zhaoga extended a palm, grabbing the clouds, circulating heavenly light, sword, and phoenix cry crown that had temporarily lost their owners. Ha! Treasured branch suppressing peak. Treasured branch suppressing peak. It is said that they're only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. The ancients did not deceive Mia. He stamped his foot, the tall, precipitous, vast spirit mountain down below, instantly collapsing and shattering. Even the martial practitioners of vast spirit mountain had previously tried their best to flee from the mountain, only hoping to get far away from Yen Zhaoga's devilish claws. Gazing over now, they just happened to see their clan collapsing right before their very eyes as they wanted to cry, yet lacked the tears to do so. Thinking back to the time when the sect master, Taoist Eastspring, had been in high spirits because of this alliance meet, who knew that in the blink of an eye it would turn into such a scene. At this moment, all the martial artists of vast Spirit Mountain were filled with regret. Taoist Eastspring had died in battle, their clan destroyed with most of their experts having perished. Vast Spirit Mountain, who had originally competed with the Night Magnificence sect for the position of hegemon of the announcing Peace Mountain range, had virtually been decimated in this battle. Even if they had not been decimated, they had still suffered a tremendous fall, let alone maintaining their original position. Even keeping the hearts of their people would already be a huge problem for them. The martial practitioners of the other powers, especially those of the Night Magnificence sect at their head, thinking of how vast Spirit Mountain had behaved in the alliance meet earlier, all rejoiced in their misfortune now. Yet, amidst their mockery, there was also a desolate feeling of empathy. Back in the alliance meet, who had not wished to be as glorious as vast Spirit Mountain had been. Yet, who would have thought that this would be the final outcome? Thinking of this, everyone sighed as they felt fear as well. Yen Zhaoga shattered vast Spirit Mountain with a single stomp, his figure drifting lightly into the air as he headed east neither hurriedly nor slowly. Zhang Shuren and Yuan Xianqing were sent retreating as Yen Zhaoga pursued them all the way from the announcing Peace Mountain range all the way to Circumference Mountain. Chapter 986. After leaving behind the legend of a seeing divinity martial saint pursuing an immortal bridge martial saint in the southeastern Yang, Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea, Yen Zhaoga had shocked the world once more in the southern blazing Heaven Territory today. As a seeing divinity martial saint, he had pursued Zhang Shuren and Yuan Xianqing, two immortal bridge martial saints, giving them a good beating all the way from the announcing Peace Mountain range to Circumference Mountain. It would still be fine if he had been pursued by an ordinary person. Still, Zhang Shuren and Yuan Xianqing were naturally far from ordinary people. One was a late immortal bridge martial saint, one of the most outstanding experts of the southern blazing Heaven Territory beneath the southern Exalt Zhuangshin, a longtime elder of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. The other was a mid-immortal bridge martial saint, a rare genius. Even many other ninth-level martial saints would not be able to keep up with him. As the lord of the southern blazing Heaven Territory, Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope was naturally a legendary existence here. Today, however, their reputation was destined to plummet greatly as their reputation was swept to the ground. Yen Zhaoga was proficient in the great wilderness fishrock art and the Northern Ocean divine spear as he cultivated in the Aeon Light, heavenly scripture, and the immortal trapping sword. In terms of speed, Zhang Shuren and Yuan Xianqing were unable to shake off his pursuit as they could only sullenly be beaten up by him all the way. Fortunately, the two cultivated in the Phoenix True Form scripture, possessing shocking defensive power as they were able to retreat all the way back to Circumference Mountain. As Yen Zhaoga chased after them and entered Circumference Mountain, his heart suddenly jolted. The next moment, all-encompassing radiance lit up before him, suffusing the heavens and the earth. Amidst the terrifying radiance, numerous wudong trees wreathed in blazing fire seemed to rise from the ground, obscuring the heavens and concealing the sun as a massive wudong forest was formed. The cries of phoenixes resounded amidst the wudong forest. While they were not piercing, they were shocking. After Zhang Shuren and Yuan Xianqing entered the vicinity of the Wudong forest, their auras instantly changed. Roiling, blazing fire expanded into the surroundings, sweeping towards Yan Zhaoga like a tidal wave. Yan Zhaoga halted, keeping the light Yin sword seal and raising the extreme Yang seal, forcibly colliding head-on with the sea of flames before him. Gazing over, he saw that Zhang Shuren, who had landed on the Wudong tree, was actually beginning to slowly heal from his shoulder. Yan Zhaoga's slaying azure dragon sword was ferocious to the extreme, as it was the chi of death and extermination based on exuberant life force to the extreme, as it greatly countered the martial practitioners of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. Even with Zhang Shuren's cultivation base, he had been unable to heal after being stabbed by Yan Zhaoga's sword. If he could calm down and regulate his breathing, his wound would at least not worsen. Only with the passage of time could the wound heal. However, having been pursued by Yan Zhaoga all the way, not giving him any chance to catch his breath in the slightest, not only had Zhang Shuren's sword wounds not been alleviated, they had instead gradually worsened. However, now that he had entered the Parasol Tree Forest, Zhang Shuren's injuries instantly started to recover rapidly. The remnant, brutal sword intent and sword chi of Yan Zhaoga's slaying azure dragon sword were unceasingly being extracted and dispelled. Yan Zhaoga looked at the formation before him. As far as the eye could see, there were Wudong trees that stretched as far as the eye could see, all of them tall and towering between the heavens and the earth, blazing hot like fire, lofty and noble even as they emanated a flourishing life force. His slaying azure dragon could counter Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope's Phoenix true form scripture to a certain extent, allowing him to defeat stronger opponents. However, in the power of fire and water, a large amount of water could extinguish the fire, while a large amount of fire could evaporate the water. Once the gap between their realms exceeded a certain limit, the so-called restraint would no longer exist. "Oh, this formation is really not bad." After observing it, Yan Zhaoga nodded slightly. Treasured branch suppressing peak Zhang Shuren, other than his Wudong divine palm that was renowned beneath the heavens, was also renowned for his attainments in formations. Zhang Shuren had been appointed to guard over the border of the two territories against the martial practitioners of the southeast, not only because of his experienced and prudent personality, but also because he was proficient in formations. The border of Circumference Mountain had indeed been made impregnable by him over the past 2 years. Looking at Zhang Shuren and Yuan Xianqing within the Wudong forest, Yan Zhaoga asked, "The power of life here is dense. Your injuries should be able to heal very quickly. Do you want to regroup and battle with me once more? There is a rumor from the southeast that while you are young, your attainments and formations are high." Zhang Shuren's expression did not change as he answered, "I wonder if you would be interested in entering this old man's Wudong Phoenix perching formation?" Yan Zhaoga could not help but laugh. "The two of you are of famed lineages at the end of the day, also peak figures amongst immortal bridge martial saints. It wouldn't be to the extent that you would just stay inside and not come out, right?" Yuan Xianqing was silent. Zhang Shuren's expression was as per usual, as he just smiled slightly, no embarrassment or anger visible on his face at all. Not knowing about Yan Zhaoga's background previously, after having received news from Yuan Xianqing that Yan Zhaoga had appeared, he had immediately hurried over to Vast Spirit Mountain. This was to capture Yan Zhaoga before the martial practitioners of the southeast could react before returning to Circumference Mountain as soon as possible, not giving the opposing experts of the southeast a chance to do so. From a certain perspective, due to his original duty of guarding this place, whether or not he could capture Yan Zhaoga, he would have to return as soon as possible. According to Zhang Shuren's previous estimations, the worst-case scenario would be that he would not be able to capture Yan Zhaoga at Vast Spirit Mountain, allowing him to escape. In that case, it would still be Yuan Xianqing and the others who would be pursuing him. He, Zhang Shuren, would still have to return to Circumference Mountain as soon as possible. Of course, he would not have thought then that it would actually be him and Yuan Xianqing who would be chased back by Yan Zhaoge. Still, the outcome was the same. What Zhang Shuren needed to do now was still as he had planned. He needed to stably guard Circumference Mountain, keeping a close eye on the intersection of the south and southeast, not letting Yan Zhaoge join up with the experts of the southeast. Next, he only had to wait patiently for the Blazing King, Peng He, and the others to catch up. It was just that Yan Zhaoge's strength had truly surpassed his predictions. This made it more difficult for him to wait for reinforcements. Under such circumstances, it was even less likely that Zhang Shuren would take the risk. Even if Yan Zhaoge cursed all 18 generations of his ancestors outside, Zhang Shuren would not leave the Grand Formation to clash with him. If you have the ability, break my formation. There is nothing I can do about that. If you are unable to break my formation, when Blazing King Peng He and the other peak experts of the south arrive, we will settle our scores. At that time, however powerful you are, only death awaits you. While he had been exceptionally stifled and infuriated by Yan Zhaoge earlier, Zhang Shuren had already completely calmed down now. This longtime elder of Wudong Slope, an expert of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, no longer underestimated Yan Zhaoge in the slightest, as he completely regarded him as an expert of the same level. It was even to the extent that Zhang Shuren placed himself in a rather low position now, only hoping that he could do his best and not make any mistakes. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge basically understood what Zhang Shuren was thinking. He smiled, shaking his head as he surveyed the surrounding area. Beside him, Ahu said, "Young master, with the way the other side is acting, it is like a tiger trying to bite a turtle." That might not necessarily be the case. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's lips rose. I said that I would fight my way back. How could I possibly not have made any preparations at all? Accompanied by his gradual rise, his field of vision grew vaster as the surrounding heavens and earth were all within his field of vision. The terrain around Circumference Mountain was rather flat, as it was not as treacherous as the announcing Peace Mountain range. Besides the mountains, the most eye-catching thing here was a large river. Chapter 987. Ahu followed Yan Zhaoge's gaze and looked over. That was a vast, long, and mighty river. The river was as vast as the sea as one could only sigh at it. This river is known as the Dynasty River, a renowned water vein of the entire world beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge said as he looked at the river. I heard people of Golden Court Mound to mention it in the southeast. The source of the Dynasty River was not Circumference Mountain or the southern Blazing Heaven Territory, instead being the central June Heaven Territory to the north. Originating from the central June Heaven Territory, it traveled southeast, traversing billions of kilometers as it passed through many places in the central June Heaven Territory and the southern Blazing Heaven Territory. Circumference Mountain was one of them, as the entire mountain range was directly split into two by the Dynasty River. After leaving Circumference Mountain, the Great River continued heading south. The Great River between the mountain ranges could be considered an important geographical feature of Circumference Mountain. As the border of the southern Blazing Heaven Territory that bordered the Royal Reed Sea, Yan Zhaoge had naturally spent some time studying this place. It was not just the martial practitioners of the south who were active here. This included the more famous geography of this place as well. Yan Zhaoge had long since known of the existence of the Dynasty River. It was just that this was his first time actually seeing it. Yan Zhaoge was naturally not unprepared for a battle, as he had been so confident as to rampage eastwards from the endless mountain range. Phoenix, Ritual Mountains, Wudong Slope, and the southern Blazing Heaven Territory had stationed a large number of troops here at Circumference Mountain to guard against the experts of the southeast. Still, he had still come. Before arriving at Circumference Mountain, he had still been 70 or 80% confident. Now that he had personally come to Circumference Mountain and seen this majestic river, Yan Zhaoge was already more than 90% confident. Xiaoguang appeared beside Yan Zhaoge now, sighing endlessly. When Yan Zhaoge had said that he would fight his way back, he had only felt excited. Still, when all this had really happened, other than excitement, Xiaoguang felt more shock. Along the way, countless experts of the south had fallen before Yanjiaoge. In the announcing Peace Mountain Range, the alliance of experts had met to deal with Yanjiaoge. In the end, Yanjiaoge had taken the initiative to attack Vast Spirit Mountain, virtually decimating it as all the experts of the south had fled miserably. Of the 3 experts of the 8th level of the Martial Saint Realm, Yuan Xianqing, Zhao Zhan, and Daoist East Spring, 2 had died and 1 had been injured. Even Zhang Shuren of the late immortal Bridge Martial Saint Realm was not a match for Yanjiaoge, as he could only hurriedly return to Circumference Mountain, not daring to emerge from within the Grand Formation. A seeing divinity martial saint rampaging through the southern blazing heaven territory, beating the masses into submission. Such awe-inspiring might truly left Xiaoguang yearning to prostrate himself in admiration. Vast Spirit Mountain strength might be slightly inferior to 3-Foot Mountain, but the difference was not too far off. They were sects of the same level. There was more than just a single immortal Bridge Martial Saint guarding over the clan, as well as a high-grade sacred artifact. However, whether it was the consecutive Drum Mountain Range, the Royal Reed Sea, or the Green Peak High Plains, such an existence who could be considered a hegemon had been single-handedly slain by Yanjiaoge. Their higher echelon experts, Chief Daoist East Spring included, had virtually all perished while the high-grade sacred artifact, the Dragontail Whip, had fallen into Yanjiaoge's hands as well. The entire Vast Spirit Mountain was crushed beneath Yanjiaoge's foot, no longer existing in this world thereafter. Just thinking of this, Xiaoguang felt his blood surge as he wished that he had such ability to immediately go and slaughter 3-Foot Mountain. Young Master, this formation before us just happens to block our path back to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Ahu said at this time, although I don't know why the other southern experts have not chased us until now, it will be hard to say if we are blocked here for too long. Hearing his words, Xiaoguang grew alert as well. While his understanding of the southern blazing heaven territory was limited, he knew that Zhang Shuren was not the only 9th level martial saint here. There was definitely someone in pursuit, Yanjiaoge answered nonchalantly. I also found it strange earlier, but I understood afterwards. Those people were probably chasing towards the north at the start to prevent me from leaving through the central, June, heaven territory. At this point, Yanjiaoge curled his lips. When I understand, I will naturally change my path, heading east once more. I fought my way here. Although I didn't waste too much time, I definitely can't compare to them. So, they shouldn't be far behind me. A worried look surfaced on Xiaoguang's face. Young Master Yan, he recalled that Yanjiaoge had once said that if he did not face more than 1 9th level martial saint at a time, even if someone tried to obstruct him, he would still have to fight his way back. Now, Yanjiaoge had already proven that this was not empty boasting. Still, recalling the first half of his words now, Xiaoguang could not help but feel rather worried. With Zhang Shuren blocking the way up ahead, the pursuers behind were most likely led by late immortal Bridge martial saints. If they were caught in a pincer attack, the consequences, Yanjiaoge casually pointed at that great river that traversed the north and south, smiling. It would be hard to say elsewhere, not even in the Royal Reed Sea. Still, I can properly stretch my muscles here at Circumference Mountain. Huh. Xiaoguang was baffled. Ahu's eyes swiveled before he gave a simple and honest laugh. Young Master, do you have an idea now? This is a good place. Yanjiaoge's figure flickered as he brought the 2 along with him in descending into the distance. While Zhang Shuren and Yuan Xianqing had decided not to leave the Wudong Phoenix perching formation, they were also paying attention to Yanjiaoge's movements at all times. Seeing Yanjiaoge first rise into the air before retreating and turning to leave now, not only did Zhang Shuren not relax, he instead became even more vigilant. The Wudong Phoenix perching formation obscured the sky, shifting space as it blocked the passageway between the 2 territories. This was naturally not something that Yan Zhaoga would be able to cross just by flying a little higher. Now that he had turned to the west, he was instead far away from the Grand Formation as he flew in the direction of the announcing Peace Mountain range that he had come from. Seeing this, Zhang Shuren could not help but wonder, this person is arrogant, but he is also said to be crafty. Still, if he just wants to lure us out of the formation, isn't he thinking too simply? Zhang Shuren felt that Yan Zhaoga was unable to break the Wudong Phoenix perching formation while also being worried about being caught in a pincer attack by Zhang Shuren and Peng He, therefore retreating in the face of difficulties and fleeing elsewhere in the southern blazing heaven territory. Senior apprentice uncle, could he try to contact the martial practitioners of the southeast on the other side, intending to launch a pincer attack from both sides? Yuan Xianqing asked. Zhang Shuren nodded. This is the most likely possibility. This old man does not believe that he will let the matter rest just like that. This old man will watch over the core of the formation. Xianqing, you go check on the movements of the southeast. Whatever the case, as long as junior apprentice brother Peng and the others arrive, this person will not be able to escape. Yuan Xianqing acknowledged and left, Zhang Shuren observing patiently. As time passed, Zhang Shuren suddenly felt a change vaguely appear in the spiritual qi flow of circumference mountain beneath his feet. While this change did not seem great, it caused this 9th-level martial saint to feel a sense of fear and trepidation. The source of this change seemed to be the Dynasty River that flowed through Circumference Mountain. Zhang Shuren could not make sense of this at all. The Dynasty River was only a small part of Circumference Mountain, its source being far away in the central June Heaven territory. Even a dam would not be able to reach the Wudong Phoenix perching formation. Zhang Shuren could not think of what Yan Zhaoga could do with the Dynasty River. The greatest possibility was that he was actually luring him out of the formation before ambushing and killing him. Thinking of this, Zhang Shuren finally decided to deal with the myriad changes by remaining unchanging. It was as though he was being rewarded for his vigilance. The light of fire suddenly filled the sky where the announcing Peace Mountain Range and Circumference Mountain intersected. The fiery phoenix flapped its wings, a divine vessel traversing the sky as it descended upon Circumference Mountain. The blazing king Peng He and the others who had been traveling nonstop the entire way had finally caught up. Chapter 988. As one of the few bigwigs of Phoenix, Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope alongside Zhang Shuren, Blazing King, Peng He felt extremely stifled at this moment. After chasing all the way north to the region of Thousand Lakes, he discovered that Yan Zhaoga had actually not intended to pass through the central June Heaven territory, as he had instead headed straight east. Peng He, who seemed to have punch-thin air, felt like he had been fooled somewhat. Still, as he pursued all the way east without stopping, everything he saw along the way was truly shocking. Along the way from the endless mountain range, there were many powers which were renowned experts of the southern blazing heaven territory. Still, none of them were able to obstruct Yan Zhaoga's footsteps without exception. That youth from the southeast resembled a massive prehistoric beast as he rampaged through the lands of the southern blazing heaven territory. When Peng He arrived near the border between the broad Dongmount Plains and the announcing Peace Mountain Range, he was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied by the news transmitted from there. Heroes of the announcing Peace Mountain Range had congregated. Few aside, all the peak experts of the entire announcing Peace Mountain Range were present. Even the experts of other regions surrounding the announcing Peace Mountain Range had hurried over. They had all gathered here with the intention of hunting down and capturing Yan Zhaoga. Who knew that Yan Zhaoga would actually take the initiative to attack Vast Spirit Mountain? In the end, this alliance meet had become a complete joke. Vast Spirit Mountain, who was the local ruler, had virtually been decimated. The most outstanding disciple of Phoenix, Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, Phoenix pupils Yuan Xianqing, had been beaten to the point of undergoing nirvanic rebirth twice in a row. Even elder Zhang Shuren, who guarded over the entire eastern region of the southern Blazing Heaven territory, had been defeated as he could only flee east in a sorry state. Hearing this news, all the Wutong Slope martial practitioners were rendered dazed on the spot. Who was Zhang Shuren? A longtime elder of Wutong Slope, a late immortal bridge martial saint. Peng, his own cultivation base, was merely on par with Zhang Shuren's. Yet, Zhang Shuren had actually been beaten to the point of fleeing by Yan Zhaoge, being pursued all the way. Moreover, Yuan Xianqing, Zhaozhan, Taoist East Spring, and the other experts had also been with Zhang Shuren. Immortal artifact. This was the first thought that flashed through Peng, his mind at the time. Still, after they had traversed the announcing Peace Mountain range, Peng He included, all of them fell silent once more. Including Peng He, every Wudong Slope martial practitioner had complicated feelings. Due to the matter of Zhuang Chaohui and the other martial practitioners who had headed to the Taoist temple, Peng He and the others actually no longer dared to underestimate Yan Zhaoge. But now they realized that the truth seemed to be different from what they had expected. Even Qing Shizi and Taoist leading Mist, who had come in excitement, exchanged glances. They could see the surprise in each other's eyes. While they did not like Yan Zhaoge, they also had a general estimate of his strength. After all, in the great battle at Broad Creed Mountain in the Royal Reed Sea that year, Shen Lingzi, King Xuanqing, and even Dao Isher had all been slain. Moreover, Guan Lai, the star-plucking hermit, was also in the picture. However, Yan Zhaoge's might still surpass their expectations, especially since there was no trace of a celestial weapon from the beginning to the end. Even excluding the factor of high-grade sacred artifacts like the extreme Yang Seal, for a late-seeing divinity martial saint to possess such a cultivation base, the green-robed Qing Shizi had a rare solemn expression on his face. As the head disciple of the Heaven Primordial Emperor, he was a heaven-defying genius who possessed great fortuitous encounters, and his strength was above Peng, He, and Zhang Shuren. Still, he was still a late immortal bridge martial saint like Zhang Shuren at the end of the day. It was completely impossible for him to challenge Zhang Shuren as a 6th-level martial saint at all. At the end of the day, having been able to attain the late immortal bridge stage beneath the human exalt stage, Zhang Shuren was also a genius amongst geniuses of his generation. Back when he had been a merging avatar martial saint or even a seeing divinity martial saint, he had been able to take on many opponents of the same cultivation level alone. Qing Shizi was younger and more powerful than Zhang Shuren. Still, he felt that even if he had a few high-grade sacred artifacts, he would still not be able to defeat Zhang Shuren of the 9th level of the martial saint realm at the 6th level of the martial saint realm. What he valued more was the potential that Yan Zhaoge had displayed. He did not fear clashing with him now. Taoist leading Mist's expression turned more solemn as he said nothing. They dared not tarry as they sped off, continuing east as they rushed to Circumference Mountain. While Zhang Shuren had the geographical advantage at Circumference Mountain, Peng He and the others still felt rather uncertain at this moment. Circumference Mountain was where the two territories intersected. Besides the problem of Yan Zhaoge, there was also the threat of experts of the southeast on the other side. Only when they arrived at the border and saw that Wudong Forest, which obscured the heavens and concealed the sun, did they finally heave a sigh of relief. Seeing Zhang Shuren and Yuan Xianqing, they could finally grasp all the details of the battle at Vast Spirit Mountain. As they arrived, the hearts of Zhang Shuren and Yuan Xianqing, who had always been on tenterhooks, finally calmed down. Whatever the case, Yan Zhaoge would not be able to stir up any major waves this time. I have let you two fellow Taoists of illusory coming peak witness this. Zhang Shuren sighed. It is not that this old man is unable to conceal his own mistakes. Still, that Yan Zhaoge is indeed extraordinary. Kunlun Mountain's illusory coming peak was where the Heaven Emperor's Tao Arena and Cave Manor was located. Hearing his words, Qing Shizi and Taoist leading Mist both said, "There's no need to say this, Mr. Zhang. We also know that Yan Zhaoge is extraordinary." Zhang Shuren said, "Well, this old man too would like nothing more than to crush his bones and scatter his ashes. This junior from a lower world can still be hailed as a young heaven's favored son even in the world beyond worlds, a descending immortal. If he does not die, he will definitely become a legend in the future." Pausing for a moment, Zhang Shuren said, "Actually, he can already be said to be a legend now." "Let us personally bury a legend this time, then." "Peng," he said coldly, "if it were anyone else." This old man would also praise them for being formidable. Still, the more outstanding this Yan Zhaoga is, the more he deserves to die. He definitely cannot be allowed to leave the south alive. Zhang Shuren did not say this in front of Qing Shizi and Daoist leading Mist, as he instead informed them via sound transmission. Now, Peng, he already knew that the guess that he had been most worried about earlier had come true. Zhuang Chaohui and the others had precisely died at Yan Zhaoga's hands. Phoenix, Ritual Mountains, Wudong Slope, and Yan Zhaoga no longer had any room for negotiation. First, not speaking of what the southern exalt Zhuang Xin thought. As Zhuang Chaohui's father-in-law, Peng He, who had seen his daughter become a widow, would definitely not let the matter rest just like that. "Since we have come here, we will not just stand by and watch." Qing Shizi said mildly, "If you of Wudong Slope do not feel that we brothers are being presumptuous in making a move." Exchanging glances, Peng He and Zhang Shuren shook their heads in unison. "Of course. We are greatly grateful that you are willing to make a move, fellow Taoists." However much they hated Yan Zhaoga, Peng He and Zhang Shuren had to admit that Yan Zhaoga was extraordinary. With just the two of them alone, they would only be able to stably defend Circumference Mountain at most, blocking Yan Zhaoga's path back to the southeast. If they wanted to capture and kill Yan Zhaoga, their strength would still be a little lacking unless Yan Zhaoga wholeheartedly clashed against the Wudong Phoenix perching formation, fighting to the death without retreating. Even so, many people would probably have to accompany Yan Zhaoga in death. If Qing Shizi was willing to make a move, the situation would be completely different. There were a total of 3 9th level martial saints, one of whom was a peak existence beneath the human exalt realm in the entire world beyond worlds. Now, we have to ponder over where exactly that Yan Zhaoga has gone. This old man agrees with senior apprentice brother Zhang's point of view. "This person is arrogant and will not retreat so easily," Peng He said. Zhang Shuren knit his brows. "There is a situation regarding the Dynasty River that flows through this place." At this point, Zhang Shuren's expression suddenly changed abruptly as he gazed into the distance. There, the dim yellow light of water suddenly suffused the horizon. Chapter 989. Peng He, Qing Shizi, and the others also had a rather limited understanding of the geography of the area around Fangyuan Mountain. They had mostly heard about it. Zhang Shuren, on the other hand, was different. He had been guarding this place and had even set up the Wudong Phoenix perching formation. Zhang Shuren naturally had a good understanding of the flow of spiritual qi in the earth veins in the area. There seemed to be a change in the flow of spiritual qi in the area of Dynasty River earlier, which caught his attention. However, the changes at that time were relatively minor. Although Zhang Shuren could not see through it, the changes did not have much effect on the area around Mount Fangyuan. But at this moment, he could clearly feel that a huge change was happening in the distant Dynasty River's spiritual qi network. Affected by this, the spirit qi flow of the entire circumference mountain changed drastically as well. At this moment, the Wudong Phoenix perching array that he had set up was even faintly shaken. No one broke the formation, but they were shaken. This kind of situation was simply unimaginable most of the time. Zhang Shuren fixed his eyes on the direction of the Chao River, only to see the dark yellow water rising, and for a moment the turbid waves surged to the sky. The water of the Dynasty River has always been clear and bright. Why is it so turbid? Zhang Shuren felt even more uneasy. Qing Shizi, Peng He, Daoist leading Mist, Yuan Xianqing, and the others all looked in the direction of that great river. The Dynasty River was not a river of Circumference Mountain. Instead, it was a massive water vein that traversed the central June Heaven Territory and the southern Blazing Heaven Territory. It was wide as an ocean, resembling a heavenly river as it was renowned throughout the entire world beyond worlds. At this moment, when they saw the torrential turbid waves, everyone immediately felt that something was wrong. While that Yen Jiaoge possesses outstanding strength, he should still be unable to cause changes to the Dynasty River, right? Peng He was rather hesitant. Zhang Shuren said, "I'm not sure of the reason either, but it's most likely his doing. Not long after he left, I sensed that there was something wrong with the spiritual qi movement in the Dynasty River. It was just that it was too faint at the time. In order to secure the borders of Circumference Mountain and prevent the people from the southeast from arriving, I ignored it. But from the looks of it, it's really unusual." Hearing this, Pan He did not ask more questions and said directly, "Senior Brother Zhang, please continue to guard here, and I will go to check it out with the 2 Taoism Fellows of Illusory coming peak." However, before he could make a move, the dark yellow watery light in the distance had already rushed towards them. The spirit chi fluctuations of Circumference Mountain were also getting increasingly chaotic, and the signs of instability were intensifying rapidly. However, as he spoke, the momentum of the water increased, and it was already in front of everyone. Zhang Shuren's expression changed. Even if he built a dam to store water, how would he be able to block such a vast river? Even if it succeeds, there won't be enough time for the water to reach here. The speed at which the spiritual qi is changing is getting faster and faster. This is definitely not caused by Yen Jiaoge's personal strength. Instead, it seems more like the activation of a formation. He didn't dare to hesitate. He first activated the Wutong Phoenix perching formation, and layers of flames lit up to resist the boundless and monstrous flood. However, due to the terrain, the Wutong Phoenix perching formation was already unstable. Now that it was washed away by the flood, it was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, the sea of fire was like a candle flickering in the wind. Peng He and the others also hurried to help Zhang Shuren stabilize the formation. But as soon as they came into contact with it, everyone felt their minds go into a trance. The situation of the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm was still slightly better. The others felt dizzy in an instant. Even Daoist, Leading Mist, and Yuan Xiancheng, who were at the 8th level of the Martial Saint Realm, shook slightly. Not good. Could it be? Qing Shizi's gaze suddenly narrowed. He tried his best to ascend, only to see that above the rapidly approaching dark yellow river, there were gusts of chilly wind. As the chilly wind howled, black fog quickly suffused the area. A moment earlier, the sun had still been shining high up in the sky. Now, however, it was obscured by the black fog as the light of the sky could not be seen. It was fine if it was just the dark yellow river water, enveloped by that black fog and blown by the chilly wind. Even with Qing Shizi's cultivation base, he felt dizzy as though he was drunk. He hurriedly calmed his mind, expanding his sleeve as he sucked in a greater part of the black fog of the chilly wind that surrounded him. However, the chilly wind and black fog that suffused the dark yellow river obscured the heavens and concealed the sun with no end in sight as it immediately swept over once more. Qing Shizi flicked his sleeve, shifting through space as he rapidly descended. Down below, that dark yellow river that resembled a natural disaster had virtually already devoured the entire Wudong forest. The riding wind, heavenly vessel, truly played the role of a vessel at this moment as it bobbed on the surface of the great river. Peng, he was currently trying his best to stabilize the vessel as Zhang Shuren and the others had already boarded it. Looking at the Wutong Phoenix perching formation down below that had been submerged, Zhang Shuren felt like crying, yet no tears would come. Now, Yen Jiaoge's voice simultaneously resounded between the heavens and the earth, amidst the black fog of the dark yellow river wind all around them. Zhang Baowu, your Wutong Phoenix perching formation is indeed extraordinary, Yen Jiaoge smiled. Courtesy demands reciprocation. You should try this Yan's formation as well. Qing Shizi landed back on the riding wind heavenly vessel, forcibly resisting the surrounding chilly wind and black fog. He knit his brows tightly. How does this person know this ancient, ferocious formation? Where did he obtain this legacy from? At this moment, other than Qing Shizi, Zhang Shuren, Peng He, Taoist leading Mist, and Yuan Xiancheng, who were still able to stand, the other martial practitioners of the south had all collapsed onto the deck of the riding wind heavenly vessel. Everyone was in a daze, as most of them were unconscious. Even those few who could still maintain their consciousness had collapsed onto the ground, drowsy as well. Ancient, ferocious formation. Zhang Shuren barely managed to hold on as he looked at his fellow disciples who had all fainted before him, then at that dark yellow river that meandered 9 times, nether winds blowing endlessly above it as black fog obscured the heavens. 9 bends, yellow river formation. When the nearby Taoist leading Mist heard Qing Shizi's words, he seemed to have thought of something as well and spoke in unison with Zhang Shuren. He couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. Peng He and Yuan Xiancheng reacted at the same time and turned pale with fright. The 9 bends yellow river formation originated from the prime clear sex ancestor, the lord of numinous treasures' direct lineage, the 3 immortal islands Cloud Sky, Jade Sky, and Jade Sky. According to ancient legends, in the investiture of the gods' era, it had shone brilliantly. It was unknown how many legends and immortals had fallen to this formation. After the 3 sky goddesses were conferred as gods and entered the heavenly court, the yellow river of the 9 bends formation was also spread to the heavenly court's divine palace. There was a complete formation diagram in the library. For Yen Zhaoga to circulate the entire dynasty river in order to establish a formation was still impossible. However, he could change the flow of the dynasty river within Circumference Mountain, causing the legendary 9 bends of the Yellow River to reappear in the world. Its might was naturally far inferior to the grand formation set up by the 3 sky goddesses of the era of the gods. It lacked the immortal bewitching pill, the secluded immortal mantra, and other cores, so it could only be considered as having the form of the formation. There was also no legendary treasure, the primordial chaos golden chalice. Still, the person he was going to deal with now was also far from being a bigwig of those legends. Qing Shizi and Zhang Shuren exchanged glances, smiling bitterly at the same time. Dynasty River, Dynasty River, Dynasty River. Zhang Shuren sighed towards the heavens. Circumference Mountain was not his, Zhang Shuren's geographical advantage. It was not his, Zhang Shuren's home ground. Yen Zhaoga was currently seated in the meditative position above the 9 bends of the Yellow River, calmly looking at the surging waves and dissipating clouds before him. Of course I know that your Wudong Slope has stationed a large number of troops here at the border of Circumference Mountain. Still, it is fine if I cannot reach Circumference Mountain. Still, from the moment I set foot on Circumference Mountain, this has already been my territory. Chapter 990. The legendary Yellow River of 9 Bends formation contained the wonders of heaven and earth. Among them were the immortal bewitching pill, the secluded immortal mantra, the ability to lose an immortal spirit, vanish an immortal soul, trap an immortal's form, damage an immortal's aura, lose an immortal's original form, and damage an immortal's body. Among the 9 tunes, there was no straight one. The tunes contained the wonders of creation and the secrets of immortals. Qing Shizi, Zhang Shuren, and the others were all rather knowledgeable, having already personally experienced the might of this 9 bends Yellow River formation now. They clearly knew that this grand formation before them was not a bluff at all. Compared to the legendary, immortals will become mortals when they enter this place, and mortals will perish when they enter this place. It could be said that it was just a facade. However, none of them had pushed open the immortal door. Now that he was trapped in the 9 bends Yellow River formation, he was in a perilous situation. Being blown by the cold wind and black mist, His soul was corroded, and he couldn't help but feel dizzy. The acupoints on his body that were like real stars started to feel blocked. The first step for a martial saint to ascend the immortal bridge from seeing divinity was to allow the acupoints that had already seen true divinity to circulate like the stars in the sky, having their own trajectories and circulations. The 7th level of the martial saint realm was the early immortal bridge stage. If one wanted to advance to the 8th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-immortal bridge stage, the acupoints within one's body would be extinguished like stars perishing naturally. Just like how humans had a lifespan, stars also had a lifespan. It was just that it was extremely long, but stars would also die. When a martial artist cultivated their internal universe and resonated with the external universe, they also had to take this step. The self-destruction of acupoints during the cultivation process would not cause a martial artist's strength to regress. The quantity might be small, but the quality had reached a whole new level. Life and death are the eternal themes of the world, from birth to destruction, and then to the creation of a new life. This cycle repeated over and over again, conforming to the heavenly Tao. The hallmark of ascending from the 8th level of the martial saint realm to the 9th level of the martial saint realm was when a martial practitioner had refined and formed brand new acupoints that resembled new stars within their bodies. With that, the martial practitioner's cultivation base would rise yet another level as he stepped into the 9th level of the martial saint realm, the late immortal bridge stage. The cycle of life and death never ended. Moreover, the laws of self-operation were constantly perfected and stabilized. A martial artist's inner universe also approached the true universe. During this process, a martial artist's comprehension of the principles of heaven and earth, as well as their grasp of their own body's condition, would become clearer and deeper. Eventually, all of the acupoints in one's body would be refined into divinity, like stars. The internal universe would completely resonate with the real universe, and then one would have the chance to become a human immortal, a paragon. However, it was very difficult to achieve this. Most martial artists would never be able to achieve this in their entire lives. However, the people present were not completely hopeless. This was especially so for Qing Shizi and Yuan Xianqing. Their hopes were even greater. But now they could clearly sense that the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation was affecting them, and that their insides were becoming unstable. Sinister winds blew, and beneath the assault of the black fog, the 3 9th level martial saints, Qing Shizi, Peng He, and Zhang Shuren, all vaguely felt like they were unable to regenerate their acupoints. The extinguished acupoints were no longer reborn, as it was as though their cultivation bases had fallen back to the 8th level of the martial saint realm. Yuan, Xiancheng, and Taoist, leading mist of the 8th level of the martial saint realm, felt that while the acupoints of their true divinities were still circulating, they had become sluggish and rigid. The acupoints were unable to be born and extinguished like actual stars as they lost a portion of their characteristics, as it was as though their cultivation bases had fallen back to the 7th level of the martial saint realm. What shocked them even more was the fact that things did not end here. As time passed, all of this seemed to be gradually intensifying. It is just that our cultivation bases have been temporarily suppressed by the sinister winds and black fog now. Zhang Shuren said in a heavy tone, "If we fall unconscious, our foundations will really be harmed and our cultivation bases will fall. Our entire lifetime's worth of cultivation gone down the drain." Qing Shizi snorted coldly. "If we remain here for too long, the outcome will be the same. We have to leave quickly." Amidst his words, he waved his sleeve, shifting space as he dispelled the sinister winds and black fog before him. Still, within the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation, time and space were both affected by the formation. Everything was distorted in the first place. Even though Qing Shizi was powerful, he would still be hard-pressed to charge out of it. Peng He and the others dared not hesitate in the slightest as they hurriedly displayed their strengths. The riding wind, heavenly vessel howled, breaking through the waves as it sought to break free of the encirclement of the dark, yellow river. Yet, beneath the numerous tsunami-like waves, it was still battered left and right as it was only barely able to prevent the vessel from capsizing. Gazing over, it was still a dense mass of darkness, as the sun could not be seen as it was impossible to distinguish north from south. While their hearts burned with anxiety, Yen Zhaoga's formation had already been completed. Borrowing the power of the Dynasty River, the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation enveloped the entire domain of Circumference Mountain. From the outside world, the entire Circumference Mountain seemed to have been drowned within the dark yellow river. Looking down from above, one could see the winding 9 bends of the dark yellow river as it was filled with the profundities of creation. Yet the surface of the river was enveloped by gloomy winds and tragic fog, its baleful chi pressing down on one's heart as it left one panic-stricken. The space within the Grand Formation was even vaster as it changed unceasingly. No matter how Peng He and the others rushed about, they were simply unable to charge out of it. We are not proficient in the variations of the formation. If we continue like this, it would be futile. There is already not much time left. Qing Shizi did not lose his calm. As time passed, he too felt dizzy from being blown about by the sinister winds and black fog as he could only try his best to concentrate. This 9 Bends Yellow River Formation is a technique of the legendary Immortal Bigwigs. It is definitely not something that an ordinary person can set up. That fellow surnamed Yen possesses outstanding strength and is highly proficient in formations. However, the gap in their cultivation bases is still there at the end of the day. In order to wield this peerless, fearsome formation, he would have to be fully focused and go all out. He would definitely not be able to fight against anyone now. Hearing Qing Shizi's words, Peng He and the others already understood. Going around in circles within the formation like this would fall right into that fellow's trap. Peng He said anxiously, "We have to do the exact opposite, attacking where it must be saved in order to break the formation." Zhang Shuren had currently transformed into a wudong tree and was rooted within the ship, resisting the onslaught of the sinister winds and black fog. Now, he said, since it's a formation, there will definitely be a formation core. That fella surnamed Yen is definitely there now. We will charge through the most dangerous part of his formation. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Peng He handed control of the riding wind heavenly vessel over to Zhang Shuren. Relying on his attainments and formations, Zhang Shuren forcibly analyzed the variations of the Grand Formation as he led everyone in charging through the most dangerous part of the formation. Go! Everyone painstakingly endured the effects of the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation as they advanced. Peng He's hands were like sabers as they chopped forward in unison. A fiery phoenix of extraordinary luster shot out. It was dim blue in color and tyrannical to the extreme as it led the way. Qing Shizi executed illusory coming peaks, direct lineage heaven essence, flying sleeve, supreme martial arts. At this moment, softness transformed into toughness as his sleeve swept outwards, resembling sabers and swords as it hacked through space. Taoist leading mist and Yuan Xianqing sat in the meditative position on the deck of the riding wind heavenly vessel, stabilizing their minds. As time passed, the 2 experts of the 8th level of the martial saint realm who had been rampaging through the outside world were already almost unable to hold on any longer as they could only remain silent like quails. The 2 could not even be bothered about feeling despondent at this moment as they were instead filled with worry. If this continued, they would ultimately follow in the footsteps of the others. Even Qing Shizi, Peng He, and Zhang Shuren, these 3 experts of the 9th level of the martial saint realm, were facing greater and greater pressure. Chapter 991. Unceasingly whittled down by the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation, Qing Shizi's trio began to feel dizzy as well. They even vaguely felt that their cultivation bases were falling further. While they persisted solely through sheer willpower, they were already nearing their limits. Now, The annoying black fog of nether wind before them suddenly grew faint. They were overjoyed as they hurriedly continued charging forward, finally shooting past the dense fog before them in a single stroke. The scene that appeared before their eyes now was that of a white-clothed youth wearing a black-bordered blue robe seated on the surface of that great, dark, yellow river. It was precisely Yen Jiaoge. Not only was Yen Jiaoge not flustered, he instead appeared rather interested as his figure bobbed along with the river water in a natural yet relaxed manner. His gaze fell on Qing Shizi, appraising his robe and his appearance before he smiled. The head disciple of the Heaven Emperor's lineage, Taoist Qing Shizi? I can tell that you seem to possess the true legacy of the Heaven Emperor. As he said thus, Yen Jiaoge stood up, instead walking towards Wudong Slope's riding wind heavenly vessel. This Yen would like to witness the true legacy of the Heaven Emperor. Please enlighten me, Taoist. Hearing his words, the expressions of Zhang Shuren, Peng He, and Qing Shizi all changed. Yen Jiaoge's words clearly meant that they had been able to make it here not because of their abilities, but because Yen Jiaoge wanted to witness the legacy of the Heaven Emperor. Therefore, he had intentionally let them in. You can only come in if I let you in. Arrogant brat, going too far! Peng He was greatly enraged as he raised a saber, chopping towards Yen Jiaoge first. Seeing this, Yen Jiaoge did not mind as he just smiled. While you appear rash on the surface, you are actually slippery and scheming within. While Peng He and the other two late immortal bridge experts were all here now, their cultivation bases had all been whittled down by this sinister Nine Bends Yellow River formation, as they had long since been unable to regain their peak states. However confident Peng He was in having Qing Shizi fight Yen Jiaoge one-on-one now, he still felt that he would not be able to do so. Yuan Xianqing and the others were all waiting there. Whether they won or lost as time dragged on, it would be hard for them to save Yen Jiaoge. Peng He could no longer be bothered about whether Qing Shizi wanted face now, as he only wished to attack together and end the battle as quickly as possible, besieging and finishing off Yen Jiaoge. In making a move first, he was actually inviting Qing Shizi and Zhang Shuren to attack together. Quick! As Peng He shouted, he didn't hold back at all and used his full strength in the first move. A long saber appeared in his hand, the blade of the saber overflowing with blue light. The blazing dim blue blazing fire now transformed into a blue fiery phoenix, spreading its wings as it flew towards Yen Jiaoge. As the fire phoenix approached, its body suddenly split apart. Red and blue saber lights intertwined, splitting heaven and earth. Half of the reason why Peng He was given the title of Blazing King was because of this top-grade holy artifact saber in his hands. Using the dark brilliance black flame rock as the main material, fusing many different types of spirit flames and treasures, this black flame saber was finally forged. The treasured saber could emit the dark blue flames of the netherworld brilliant black flame, and its power was even greater than all kinds of spiritual flames. Peng He had racked his brains to collect saber techniques from all over the world, incorporating what he had learned from Wudong Slope, and finally created a set of King Blazing Saber. It was different from Zhang Shuren's self-created Divine Wudong Palm, which combined both offense and defense. When fully focused on defense, it was even more extraordinary. It could be said to be the #1 defensive secret art of Wudong Slope. Peng He's King Blazing Saber was clearly heavy on offense and light on defense. Amongst the martial arts of Wudong Slope, which had always been stronger in defense, it had a completely new look to it. Ever since his youth, Peng He himself had been rather unique amongst the martial practitioners of Wudong Slope. While he cultivated in the true intent of the 4 virtues, he cultivated in the Phoenix true form scripture, focusing more on the descent of a fiery phoenix, blazing flames incinerating the heavens. Now, he held nothing back as he attacked with all his might. The black flame saber and the blazing king saber complemented each other, increasing their power. There is something that you have forgotten. Let me remind you of. Yen Jiaoge instead smiled very casually. Within this formation of mine, You have long since ceased to be a 9th-level martial saint. Now, a dark green bamboo cane appeared in Yen Zhaoga's hand, striking towards Peng He's black flame saber. Substituting sword with cane, a slaying azure dragon, a mournful sword glow, slaying dragons and slaying phoenixes. Now, however, a pair of palms reached over from the side. As the palms moved, they seemed to be sealed at the same time as they blocked Yen Zhaoga's sword for Peng He. It was none other than Wudong Slope's other 9th-level martial saint bigwig, Zhang Shuren. He cooperated with Peng He, one attacking and the other defending, as they were extremely well-coordinated. Yen Zhaoga was unconcerned as he retracted his sword and switched to a palm, exchanging blows with Zhang Shuren as he spun, his sword still pointing towards Peng He. Already knowing the uniqueness of Yen Zhaoga's dark green bamboo cane, Peng He could only change his stance upon seeing this. Don't stand on ceremony, Taoist. Clashing within my grand formation is not a fair competition in the first place, Yen Zhaoga called out to Qing Shizi even as he clashed with Peng He and Zhang Shuren. Peng He and the others were extremely shocked as they looked at Yen Zhaoga. It was indeed not easy for Yen Zhaoga to control this 9 bends Yellow River formation now. Still, it was completely different from what his opponents had guessed earlier. As Yen Zhaoga clashed with Peng He and the others at this moment, the 9 bends Yellow River formation was still circulating unceasingly. While those gusts of chilly wind and dense black fog were not as fierce as before, they still corroded the bones and wounded the soul, bewitching one's mind as their acupoints were clogged and their souls sluggish. Meanwhile, Yen Zhaoga was completely unrestrained in his attacks as he moved with ease. Peng He and Zhang Shuren had both had their cultivation bases suppressed and whittled down by the 9 bends Yellow River formation. Now that they had joined forces, they were still being pushed back repeatedly by Yen Zhaoga. Seeing this from the side, Qing Shizi knit his brows tightly. Looking at his junior apprentice brother, Taoist, leading Mist, who was seated in the meditative position atop the riding wind heavenly vessel, he finally shook his head and flew up as well. He flicked his sleeve, striking straight towards Yen Zhaoga with a momentum that actually seemed even stronger than that of Peng He's blazing king saber. Good move. As Yen Zhaoga's cane struck down on Peng He's blazing flame saber, sparks instantly splattering everywhere as its dim blue color dimmed. Then, with the yin-yang finger, Peng He's saber was directed towards Zhang Shuren's Wudong divine palm. After sending a pair of senior apprentice brothers of Phoenix Ritual Mountain off to spar, Yen Zhaoga did not cease as he sent a palm towards Qing Shizi. This palm of his simultaneously contained the profundities of the cyclic heavenly seal and the Taiji yin-yang palm. Whether this primordial heaven-flying sleeve of Qing Shizi was tough or soft, Yen Zhaoga would forcibly receive it head-on. Qing Shizi's sleeve resembled the edge of a saber as it hacked down on Yen Zhaoga's palm. Yen Zhaoga circulated the power of the 5 elements' deific immortal body, his body resembling Vajra as he caught the saber barehanded, forcibly grabbing at Qing Shizi's sleeve. Withdraw! Qing Shizi's gaze flickered as he suddenly changed his stance. Inside his sleeve, time and space suddenly became blurry, and a myriad of colors and scenes appeared. At this moment, Qing Shizi seemed to have opened a spatial passageway within his sleeve that led to the chaotic flows of space outside of the world beyond worlds. Space distorted as it rotated, forming an immense suction force that sought to devour Yen Zhaoga entirely within. Heaven-earth within sleeve. It was precisely the direct lineage martial art of the primordial suppressing immortal who had lived alongside the world that year. Heaven and earth rotated within the sleeve, with each layer being yet another heavenly layer. Let alone those whose cultivation bases were lower than his. Even opponents who were on par with him would be able to reign in this move if they were not careful. As soon as Qing Shizi executed this move, even the expressions of Peng He and Zhang Shuren changed. Why was there a primordial heaven flying sleeve? That was actually a weakened and derivative version of the heaven-earth within sleeve. This was because the heaven-earth within sleeve was just too difficult to cultivate in. It was rumored that even the Heaven Emperor had only managed to successfully cultivate it in the human immortal realm that year. As his companions, Peng He and Zhang Shuren had never thought that Qing Shizi would actually know this move. Chapter 992. Qing Shizi had been renowned for a long time as he was publicly acclaimed as one of the few experts of the 9th level of the martial saint realm of the world beyond worlds, who were most likely to attain the human exalt stage. His strength had long since been widely acknowledged as a heaven-defying genius who stood at the forefront of his peers. While martial practitioners were never convinced by others, be it Peng He or Zhang Shuren, they both admitted that Qing Shizi's chances of victory were greater if they were enemies. Still, if they really fought, victory or defeat, they would have to experience a major battle at the very least in order to see who was superior. Zhang, Shuren, and Peng, He of Phoenix, Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, who were both late immortal bridge martial saints, were confident in this. Yet, never would they have thought that Qing Shizi would actually have successfully cultivated in the supreme martial art of the lineage of the primordial suppressing immortals' 5-manner locale, the heaven-earth within sleeve, before having attained the human exalt realm. This meant that if they were to face Qing Shizi unknowingly, they might very well be taken in by the heaven-earth within sleeve in a single move. Granted, having been taken in by the heaven-earth within sleeve did not mean that Qing Shizi could casually capture or kill them. It was not like he was capturing them alive, instead temporarily sealing them. While the chances of those who had been taken in by the heaven-earth within sleeve were rather low, it was not as if they could not escape at all. It was just that, even if they could, they would really have lost all face. Moreover, with Qing Shizi having successfully taken them in by the heaven-earth within sleeve, he had indisputably gained a great advantage, as he had countless methods to expand his battle results and completely defeat his opponents. What shocked Zhang Shuren and Peng He was that Qing Shizi who had already been renowned throughout the world beyond worlds, and whom everyone looked up to had actually still held back, having yet to display his full flair. He had already suppressed countless other geniuses, being a genius amongst geniuses. Who knew that this was actually still not his limit? If not for Yen Zhaoga's 9 bends Yellow River Formation today, no one would probably know how great this head disciple of the Heaven Emperor truly was. Even Yen Zhaoga was taken aback by Qing Shizi's actions as his eyes lit up. This was a true immortal technique, a peak martial art that was renowned even in the entire history of Taoism. Qing Shizi had only just grasped the basics of it after successfully cultivating it. It was more than enough for him to run amok in the martial saint realm. It would be hard for him to meet a worthy opponent in the same realm. Good. Yen Zhaoga cheered. His hand, which had previously grabbed at Qing Shizi's sleeve, was now about to be sucked into the space-time turbulence. Caught off guard, Yen Zhaoga momentarily lost the initiative. He took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with chaos as the acupoints in his body opened and closed. One mass of chaotic energy after another appeared indistinctly. At this moment, the acupoints within Yen Zhaoga's body no longer resembled numerous stars, instead resembling clumps of chaos. Before the starry sky of the universe appeared, before the world was created, there was no left, no right, no front, no back, no up, no down. Surrounding Yen Zhaoga's outstretched palm, 12 wheels of light simultaneously appeared, floating and sinking as they rotated unceasingly. As the wheel of light rose and fell, light and darkness gradually merged. It was not bright, but it was not dark either. The world was blurry and hazy, possessing the peerless heavenly scripture on the inside and the dim, radiant 12 arts on the outside. Yen Zhaoga's fist force revealed some signs of chaos amidst the interlacing of light and darkness. Space was locked down by Yen Zhaoga at this moment. His body, which had originally already been shaken and was about to be sucked into Qing Shizi's sleeve, stabilized itself once more. The bit of initiative that Qing Shizi had seized by relying on the universe within the sleeve to launch a surprise attack was lost just like that. As soon as Yan Zhaoge released it, the mass of qi that resembled chaos within his body vanished. On his palm, a water-like radiance circulated. Everywhere it passed, the scenery of the world turned pale. The next moment, the water currents flowed in reverse. Making use of this chance, Yan Zhaoge extricated his hand that had been bound by Qing Shizi's sleeve. Zhang Shuren, Peng He, and Qing Shizi felt as if time was being reversed before their eyes. Dim radiant 12 arts, aeon light heavenly scripture. The three of them simultaneously felt a chill in their hearts. He can actually avoid the heaven-earth within sleeve like this. Zhang Shuren and Peng He rushed forward, not letting Qing Shizi face Yan Zhaoge alone. As time passed, the erosion of the Yellow River of 9 Bends formation became more and more severe. If they could not end the battle quickly, even without Yan Zhaoge making a move, they would all feel ashamed of themselves. However, Yan Zhaoge now let out a long breath, retracting his palm, abruptly flipping it over. The cyclic heavenly seal reappeared. This time, Yan Zhaoge focused on intent rather than power. With a single palm strike, the situation was reversed, and Qing Shizi was directly forced into retreat. At the same time, the extreme yang seal reappeared above Yan Zhaoge's head, mightily slamming down towards Zhang Shuren and Peng He. Zhang Shuren raised his palms, resisting with all his might. Yet he was directly knocked down from midair by the extreme yang seal, smashing into the surging waters of the Yellow River down below. Then Yan Zhaoge's dark green bamboo cane mightily descended, sending the blazing flame saber directly flying out of Peng He's hands. As he struck out with a palm, Peng He barely managed to resist it. Yet Yan Zhaoge immediately kicked out again, instantly sending this long-time elder of Wudong slope flying backwards. Qing Shizi attacked once more. Still, Yan Zhaoge was prepared this time. His figure spun, his speed swift as he instantly arrived before Qing Shizi. He bent his elbow before striking towards Qing Shizi's heart. Qing Shizi could only helplessly retreat. Still, this head disciple of the Heaven Emperor was not someone easy to deal with at the end of the day, as his eyes suddenly lit up. The next moment, Qing Shizi's gaze directly transformed into 2 yellow earthen sword lights, piercing towards Yan Zhaoge's eyes, just inches away. Illusory Coming Peak's direct lineage, primordial earth golden eyes sword. The Heaven Emperor was proficient in the variations of space and time, his disciples all possessing outstanding movement techniques, as they were renowned throughout the entire world beyond worlds. As soon as Yan Zhaoge got close, he wouldn't give his opponent a chance to pull apart the distance between them once more. Faced with Qing Shizi's golden eyes of Earth Sword, he did not dodge or evade. Purple lightning flashed in his eyes. Similarly, a bolt of an instant's divine thunder blasted straight at Qing Shizi. The lightning and the sword light intersected in midair, and the violent lightning instantly shattered the earthy yellow sword light. Having gained the upper hand, Yan Zhaoge simultaneously grabbed Qing Shizi's arm with both hands. He grabbed his wrist with one hand and his shoulder with the other. Qing Shizi's expression changed greatly as he tried to break free. Yet he was suppressed and whittled down by the 9 Bends Yellow River formation, completely unable to stand against Yan Zhaoge's strength as he was unable to break free from Yan Zhaoge's grasp. Grabbing the other party with both hands, Yan Zhaoge circulated the concept of the cyclic heavenly scripture that could overturn the heavens and earth. 2 tremendous distorting forces, coming from completely opposite directions, were simultaneously exerted on Qing Shizi's arm. A lofty late immortal bridge martial saint with an incomparably powerful fleshly body had had one of his arms directly twisted off by Yan Zhaoge in the end. Ah! Qing Shizi growled. One of his arms had been forcibly ripped off from his shoulder by Yan Zhaoge, separated from his body. As soon as it left his body and became an independent existence, that arm appeared incomparably fragile to Yen Zhaoga's strength. Beneath the crushing force that resembled the axis of a millstone, Qing Shizi could only watch helplessly as that severed arm was reduced to mush of flesh and blood in mid-air. Yen, Zhao, Gu. A loud roar now resounded from the other side. As Yen Zhaoga gazed back, a black shadow obscured the light before him. Wielded by Peng He, the massive riding wind heavenly vessel that was wreathed in flames was already right before his eyes. Peng, he roared madly, controlling the riding wind heavenly vessel to slam straight towards Yen Zhaoga's head. The massive divine vessel was like an elephant rushing towards an ant when compared to Yen Zhaoga, who was the size of a human. Yen Zhaoga stood proudly where he was, not moving as he turned and punched out with a palm. At the first instant of contact, the great vessel that resembled the pressure of Mount Tai was directly halted where it was by Yen Zhaoga, unable to move at all. At the second instant of contact, where the riding wind heavenly vessel had come into contact with Yen Zhaoga's palm, it mightily shattered as a large hole was split open. Chapter 993. It was as though a massive elephant that trampled the heavens and the earth had suddenly slammed into a mountain that was even tougher than it. Peng, he wielded the riding wind heavenly vessel, instantly causing it to bleed profusely. The massive vessel that had actually been majestic a moment ago as it crushed all things strangely halted where it was the next moment. At the same time, a large hole was directly smashed open on the hull of the vessel by Yen Zhaoga. With that hole as their center, numerous terrifying cracks rapidly extended in all directions, extending to various parts of the entire riding wind heavenly vessel. Faced with Yen Zhaoga's terrifying power, the massive vessel that traversed the 9 heavens was shattered to pieces at this moment. The violent force rebounded as the unconscious martial practitioners of Phoenix, Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope on the deck were all jolted to death, just like that. Yuan Xianqing and Taoist, leading Mist, who had been seated in the meditative position all along resisting the corrosion of the 9 bends, Yellow River Formation, both directly vomited out a mouthful of blood. With their auras and minds thrown into disorder, they were hard-pressed to resist as they instantly felt dizzy. Blazing King, Peng He, who directly controlled the riding wind heavenly vessel, also vomited out a mouthful of blood. Having already been injured by Yen Zhaoga in the first place, his injuries involuntarily worsened. With this, the influence of the 9 bends, Yellow River Formation, on him deepened. At this moment, Peng He felt as though the changes of life and death in the acupoints of his body that resembled stars had all ceased at this moment as well. Their circulation trajectories began to become monotonous and rigid. This caused him to feel as though his cultivation base had fallen back to the 7th level of the martial saint realm. Yen Zhaoga flew up, ascending the great vessel that was already virtually on the verge of breaking apart as he came before Peng. Peng He's eyes seemed on the verge of imploding. Yen Zhaoga's expression was mild. Blazing Flame Saber, Blazing King Saber, it looks like you are Blazing King Peng He. This Yen knows that Zhuang Chaohui is your son-in-law and has always been on good terms with you. Yen Zhaoga raised a palm. I will send you down to accompany him now. It is just that you might not be able to catch up to him, having already been gone for some time. Amidst his words, he struck down towards the top of Peng He's head with a palm. While Peng He focused heavily on offense and lightly on defense, seemingly different from Wudong Slope's usual style, at the 9th level of the martial saint realm, he too was bolstered by 4 virtues, just that his accumulation was not as robust as Zhang Shuren's. Yet, beneath the corrosion of the 9 bends, Yellow River Formation, Peng He, who had suffered a great loss in strength, was already unable to defend against Yen Zhaoga. Yen Zhao! As the palm landed, the furious roar came to an abrupt halt. Martial practitioners of Phoenix, Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope would obtain a chance to undergo nirvanic rebirth upon ascending the Immortal Bridge. However, after exhausting it, he would only be able to obtain another chance after he ascended to the exalted realm. Unfortunately, King Blazing Pung, he had already been reborn once in his previous life. Therefore, this late immortal bridge martial saint was slain by Yen Jiaoge with a single palm within this 9 bends Yellow River Formation. After killing Pang He and feeling his life aura completely severed, Yen Jiaoge ignored Yuan Xianqing, Daoist leading Mist, and the others on the ship as he instead lowered his head and looked downwards. There, in the murky dark water of the Yellow River, golden light and fiery light suddenly shone together. Then, Zhang Shuren barely managed to resist the extreme yang seal as he rose from the river. As the water of the Yellow River of 9 Bends Formation washed over him, he became more and more unsteady. If not for Yen Jiaoge having been busy dealing with Qing Shizi and Peng He, not focusing too much on the extreme yang seal, Zhang Shuren would not have been able to withstand it at all. At this moment, Yen Jiaoge paid it no heed as he flew to the side of the extreme yang seal, clapping it lightly before flying towards Zhang Shuren again. However, with this clap, the light of the extreme yang seal turned dazzling once more as a vigorous, tyrannical power surged once more. The roiling golden sun descended once more, directly slamming Zhang Shuren into the waters of the Yellow River once more. The riding wind heavenly vessel was shattered, Peng He was slain, and Zhang Shuren was sunk once more. All of this was but a short moment. Qing Shizi, who had lost an arm, clenched his teeth as he watched the illusory scenes before him. While his junior apprentice brother, Daoist, leading Mist, was still there, Qing Shizi was already unable to pay him any attention now. It was not that he did not want to. Instead, he could not. While it was said that 3 late immortal bridge martial saints had joined forces within this 9 Bends Yellow River Formation, they were not much different from 8th level martial saints to Yen Jiaoge. It was even to the extent that as time passed and their injuries worsened, they were practically like 7th level martial saints. What would happen to Yen Jiaoge when facing the combined attacks of mid and early immortal bridge martial saints? Peng He's death and the previous vast spirit mountain meat had already been displayed to the point. Qing Shizi tapped on the ground, rapidly shifting through space as he attempted to increase the distance between him and Yen Jiaoge. Of illusory coming peak, Qing Shizi was an elite amongst his peers who possessed outstanding movement techniques. Yet, beneath the dual blows of the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation and his heavy injuries, he could only watch helplessly on as Yen Jiaoge caught up to him. Qing Shizi's face was pale as no blood could be seen on it. Seeing that he would not be able to outrun Yen Jiaoge, much less escape the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation, he simply halted. Daoist, please. Your heaven-earth within sleeve has truly broadened this Yan's horizons. Yen Jiaoge strode over. Today, within my 9 Bends Yellow River Formation, your cultivation base and strength have all been suppressed as you are unable to display your full strength. Still, this is a life and death battle between us and not a spar. Forgive this, Yen, for not being calculative about my methods. Qing Shizi, who is usually silent, stared fixedly at Yen Jiaoge. You, where exactly are you from? Yen Jiaoge smiled. 8 Extremities World, disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. I thought that you already knew about this. Huh. Qing Shizi laughed as well. This humble Taoist has thought about who I might die to if I perish? I have thought about many things. Still, before today, I had never thought that I might die by your hands. Still, as you said to Peng He earlier, Qing Shizi laughed. Someone will send you down to accompany us. This humble Taoist will be waiting for you down below. With a stern roar, Qing Shizi extended his remaining sleeve, swinging it towards Yen Jiaoge. Midway through, a black shadow suddenly emerged from within. At first glance, it seemed like his sleeve had suddenly lengthened. It was actually a jet-black whip. Knowing that Yen Jiaoge's dark green bamboo cane could counter sacred artifacts, Qing Shizi had not used a weapon earlier. Still, at this moment where his life was at stake, how could he care about so much? Yan Zhaoga's expression did not change as the dark green bamboo cane descended, the jet-black whip that resembled a long dragon instantly turning into a dead snake. Qing Shizi made use of this chance to directly release his sacred artifact before extending his sleeve, executing the heaven-earth within sleeve once more. Yan Zhaoga did not evade this time as he stood unmoving where he was, allowing Qing Shizi's heaven-earth within sleeve to collect him. Amidst the distortion of space, his figure instantly shrunk as he was sucked into Qing Shizi's sleeve. Qing Shizi, however, did not reveal a joyful expression. This was because the Nine Bends yellow river formation before him was still circulating unceasingly. Indeed, the next moment, that sleeve of his began expanding unceasingly. A bulge would occasionally appear on the surface of his sleeve, as if something was rampaging about within. Qing Shizi suppressed it with all his might. Still, under the dual effects of the formation and his injuries, he was becoming more and more powerless. Finally, there was a loud rumbling sound. That sleeve of Qing Shizi's directly exploded, transforming into numerous pieces of cloth that dispersed throughout the air. A mournful, terrifying sword glow lit up unceasingly. That sole arm of Qing Shizi's was riddled with bloodstains as he was wounded all over. Perhaps I should send more people down to accompany you? Yan Zhaoga's voice resounded once more, originating from behind Qing Shizi. The terrifying sword tapped Qing Shizi's temple before piercing through,